Aam Aadmi Party playing defense in 62 out of those 70 seats. They had 67 in 2015. Now, will Arvind Kejriwal's Yamuna poison come back to hurt him? Will 3 successive Lok Sabha sweeps by the BJP result in something, perhaps the seat of Delhi at the state level, at the local level this time around? Big question there. Other aspects of Sheesh Mahal, some more aspects of corruption, the liquor policy, education, cleanliness and safai, the dirt dumps of Delhi, all of these, will they hurt the Aam Aadmi Party? Will the BJP really be able to cash in on the anti-incumbency like the AAP did in Punjab, move away the Rivayati parties, upset and anger of the locals, benefiting a challenger? Will the BJP benefit there? Will the Congress claw back? Will there be an AAP versus Congress scenario at all anywhere on ground that the BJP can benefit out of? These are all questions that the voters may have answered already. 25 to 30% decisive Purvanchali votes. Where are they going this time around? AAP versus BJP and versus Congress in the types of Revdi. In fact, the middle class is saying we don't want Revdi because it's based on our taxes. But the budget says the middle class will have to pay lesser taxes this time. So is the middle class going to be swayed? We'll have to wait and watch. We have a few Delhi voters in the studio. We also have Zaka Jacob on the magic wall. So let's start with Zaka on the wall. Zaka.
I think the first thing is the voter turnout. Already at 5 p.m. it's at close to 58%. Last time around it was 62.5%. So I'm fairly sure that it will cross last time's number of 62.5%. Interesting thing to watch out for is whether it will cross 67%. That was the 2015 election. That was the first time the Aam Aadmi Party got a full mandate on its own. I think that was a very clear mandate, a decisive mandate by the people of Delhi, because they didn't want this whole coalition business, the 49-day government, so on and so forth. 2013 also, it was 65 odd. So I have a feeling that this might actually, it will certainly eclipse the 62.5 that we got last time around, and it could well surpass 67. What this indicates is, A, it was a high-charged campaign, B, that voters of different voting blocks, poor, rich, middle class, have all come out. Anecdotal evidence seems to suggest that there were long queues, even in urban, plush, South Delhi colonies, where generally people are a little apathetic. There was anecdotal evidence that there were long queues today to try and cast the vote. And most importantly, it also means that different voting blocks of different political parties who have different political affiliations have come out in larger numbers. So it's going to be a much more closely contested fight. It doesn't mean that it'll be like a 38-32 kind of a fight. It just means that there's more motivation for different voting blocks to come out. It's not just the poor who are necessarily always motivated to come out and vote. It's the middle class which is mostly apathetic. So when you have higher voter turnout, it means that various cross-sections of society have come out to vote. For example, in Maharashtra, the last election that you saw, it was a record turnout. Even in places like Mumbai, in South Bombay, where people don't turn up in good numbers, you had record turnout. Again, you're seeing something similar in Delhi, which means that it was a very closely fought election. Voting blocks of different political parties, of different affiliations, and different strata of society have come out in larger numbers. So watch out for this figure. I'm certain it'll go upwards of 62.5. If it goes upwards of 67, that would be the highest voter turnout in 20 years in the national capital.
65, 67 to 70%. Will Delhi beat that number of 2015? We'll have to wait and watch. But in our studios, we have 3 voters, 3 guests, or 3 people who have their vote in Delhi. Dekhe, mera aur Zaka ka to Noida mein hai. Noida. So we have got no ink. But Smita Prakash, Rahul Shivshankar, Nalin Mehta, ungli kiya ki nahi? Did you get it?
Yeah.
Haan, kiya, sabne. Haan. What was the experience?
Well, look, first and foremost, anecdotally speaking, I had never seen so many people at my polling booth. There were quite a few, and this was at 9 in the morning. So I was quite surprised. But look, why are we so vested right now in the turnout? It's because don't go by the overall top numbers from 2020, viewers. Look at the nitty-gritty, in specific, the margins. And let me give you some statistics. I always come armed with my statistics, hard facts, call them what you want to hear. They are. In 2020,
that's a smart plug of
21 seats, always the right stand with the hard facts, okay? So 2020, 21 seats, 30%, that's 30% of all seats saw margins of victory less than 10%. This shows that actually the 2020 election was a very competitive one. And if there is anti-incumbency, you saw it in the ticket distribution. AAP was up off the block first. A month and a half back, they distributed their tickets. 30% of everybody was dropped. Sitting MLA, so much so that in the last week, 7 of them have decided to dump the AAP and go somewhere else and raise the banner of revolt. 31 seats in 2020 saw margins of less than 15%. So 31 seats out of 70, which is almost half, saw margins of less than 15%. Now that is a big, small margin election. Okay. This time the BJP, don't forget, is armed by the big R, Revdi. And of course Rahul Gandhi. No. The BJP is armed with the big Revdi, and they have said, okay, let's go toe to toe. So if the Revdis cancel each other out, what is this election about? It's about Kejriwal's image. And Kejriwal called himself a politician who is going to change the face of Indian politics, and in 2015 the middle class responded with a turnout that you just saw.
Correct.
Right. So if the turnout is now burgeoning, and anecdotally it's coming from, and I would love to see a breakdown of the middle class boroughs. If it's coming from there, presumably a lot of these numbers which come very quickly to the EC come from well organized polling booths, which tend to be in middle class, well organized sort of boroughs. The ones from the mufassils, the smaller district, the poorer districts, the JJ clusters will take a little bit of time, and there the lines even tend to be longer. So I think this will be a very interesting election to watch. Super Saturday guaranteed. I'm telling you, in about 1 hour, 1.5 hours, even the exit polls will start talking. Already the so-called Satta market, I'm not so Satori or anything, but the Satta market seems to be suggesting that this is going to be a razor-sharp contest. So this is where the numbers stack up. And remember, this is not a three-way contest. This is a two-way election. And it has been now over the last 10 years in Delhi.
Two-way election is BJP versus AAP, or Delhi versus the incumbent?
No, BJP versus AAP on the ground. Obviously, it will be an election where anti-incumbency, if only the roads in Delhi were as nice as the graphics, maybe Mr. Kejriwal will not be feeling the heat that he is today. And remember, the top brass of the AAP has changed its constituency. So there is a definite problem. They're sensing it. Now, whether they have been able to sort of transcend all of that, there was a claim they made against the BJP.
Right.
But Delhi distinguishes itself in one way. The middle class is not monolithic. Most times we say, oh, the BJP, gets the middle class vote. For 10 years, they haven't in Delhi. Maybe this time. I know,
but the biggest Revdi came during the budget, did it, Smita Prakash, for the middle class, 67% zakat.
Just on one point about what Rahul was saying, actually the higher voter turnout is coming from places like Najafgarh, Shahadra, the outer constituencies. The inner constituencies, the more posh ones, JK I think was at 51 or 52%. Again, Jangpura, the Chief Minister's, Manish Sisodia's constituency is at 55, Kalkaji is at 51. So I think the prime sort of South Delhi elite constituencies, New Delhi, where Arvind Kejriwal is fighting from, is 54. It's less than the state average. So Najafgarh is at 61. So it is the more slightly rural outer Delhi constituencies or eastern Delhi constituencies which are giving
exactly what happened in Maharashtra. In the poorer segments, you saw massive turnouts, and that didn't quite go well.
But if we break up the vote shares, it's the middle class largely which dominates with about 60-65%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zaka. In the morning we were looking at the middle class dominates the voter base. The Jhuggi Jhopdi clusters are about 17-18%. So if the middle class...
Delhi is strange in that way.
Yeah.
Because it has a lot of JJ clusters in some of the biggest and most swankiest colonies.
Right. Now we've got one more guest joining us here. Welcome. After a long time, Abhijit, good to have you with us. But first, let's go across to our reporters who've done all put in the hard yards on ground. Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunima.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you.
Okay.
But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And you know, it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit. And you know, by all standards, he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then of course later by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement which hit out at the UPA 2 and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dikshit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad too late. Very quickly, when I would speak to many voters that do you look at Congress as an option, they said, kya faida, we look at it as a waste of vote. That is the problem which the Congress had to face. Despite an aggressive campaign by say Sandeep Dikshit, I wonder how many of them would think voting for the Congress party would make sense.
Well, vote katwa or waste of vote, but we must actually do a timeline flashback of Pallavi Ghosh reflecting on the Congress's performance from 2015 till 2025 and see how much of it what she said is the same and what's actually new. If it's the same story every time, then what has the party learned? That's a question. Yes, Arunima, who have you been tracking? We had pictures of the EVMs being packed, taken off the PowerPoints and this one, and then they're packed up, and those pictures coming through. So everything is being this time videographed and said, chalo bhai, koi doubt hi nahi chahiye. Kiska battery kitna discharge hua, etc.
Yes, so since you asked if we have voted, here's reporting that one of those 57% in Delhi who have gone and done their duty, in spite of the running around that we had to do all across the length and breadth of Delhi. Here at the booth that I am, yes, the last voter, she actually reached a few seconds after 6 o'clock, tried very hard to get in, but now it's time for the electoral staff to wrap up and leave, and that's exactly what is happening. This is the Jangpura constituency. I am reporting from one of those constituencies which hasn't really thrown up encouraging figures. In fact, if you see between Jangpura where Sisodia is standing, New Delhi where Arvind Kejriwal is contesting, and Kalkaji where Atishi is contesting, the lowest three numbers for Delhi has come from these three constituencies in that order: Southeast Delhi, New Delhi and Kalkaji. So we don't really know what's up in store for these three big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, but overall the party is quite upbeat at the moment. They feel there is no anti-incumbency. Bharatiya Janata Party is looking at the numbers also, hoping that this number is actually the anti-incumbency factor playing out. The women factor, women voters I have seen everywhere. I've gone to New Delhi, Okhla, Jangpura, I've gone to the Khan Market area. One thing that I can tell you is that the women voters have come out and made that difference. In whose favor they have made that difference, I think that only the 8th of this month will tell us.
True, Karol Bagh is 47.4 at 5 p.m. So that's also a very low number. But these places are all about 2 or 3% 60% of the average median, that's 57% below, but Karol Bagh is about 10% below the actual current average. So that's also surprising. Smita Prakash, Chetan Bhagat also joins us in the studio, so let's take it away. The Delhi voter, tell us, what did you find today, anecdotal experience today when you went to cast your vote?
Yes, so I didn't vote at 9 o'clock. Unlike Rahul, I was with you guys at 9 o'clock. So I went at 10 o'clock. There was nobody other than me voting out there. So very dull voting. South Delhi voters not particularly enthused to get out in the morning to vote. And I'm sure the voting percentage has not been all that great in South Delhi. But as I like the way you introduce Zaka as Zaka on the wall, you know, very Rahul Dravid style. That's the way the Delhi voter has come out, very Dravid style, steady voter came out, and by afternoon they seem to have come out and voted in large numbers. You talked about the middle class voter of Delhi. Were they enthused by the budget? I think it came a tad too late. Just like Rahul Gandhi came a tad too late. No sarcasm here, just generally making a note that, you know, second the budget comes out, fifth the polling day. I don't know whether people have, you know, absorbed that part. About the women voters coming out, interesting that they came out in large numbers, because if you notice 2 days back, Arvind Kejriwal said that don't depend on the EVM. आप वोट यहाँ देंगे तो वोट कहीं और जा सकता है. 10% का वोट है, and that 10% is something that we will, which is Aam Aadmi Party will manage with the women voters. So he made a direct appeal to women voters to come out and vote. In the morning when we saw Sandeep Dixit getting out, he seemed a little tense that the voters who he thought were his voter base had not come out to poll. Now that is an important constituency, and it seems, even though there is this less percentage voting, it seems like the Aam Aadmi Party is a tad nervous about the way things are going. There are three Maharathis, which is Manish Sisodia, Atishi and Arvind Kejriwal. If reports are to come in that there is a little bit of nervousness for all three, because against them the Congress has put up strong candidates, the BJP has put up strong candidates, and on the ground you've seen the RSS working, going door to door asking people to come out to vote. That seems to have paid some kind of dividend, because the voting percentage has increased as we are going in towards the slogovers.
Right. Yes, before I come to Nalin, just quickly two things. This Samvidhan ke sanrakshak to danger for democracy. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Did you figure that out?
Yes.
And the middle class not registering between first and the fifth. Sorry, I was at the airport when the announcement was made. Everybody there within 30 seconds registered that up to 12 lakhs no income tax.
Yeah, okay. So that obviously means that the Viman, those who take the Viman, they are the ones who figured it out quickly. But
middle class is also traveling by Viman today. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
In this, I really found the Congress's strategy very interesting. You know, came in only towards the end. Till 10 days back, all of us who were reporting were like, what the hell is the Congress doing? They are not getting out at all. They've given up. It's a bipolar contest and there's no sign of Congress anywhere. They come in last minute. It seems, one, that the local unit of the Congress finally seems to have said that, you know, you were looking, or telling the leadership, you were looking at the long-term gains of supporting the Aam Aadmi Party as far as the India Alliance is concerned, and the national picture. But the short term is that we are going to be losing Delhi. They said that in the earlier election, and they were saying that in this election, somewhere that seems to have resonated, and the Congress leadership got in and started campaigning. But the other thing also is, in Delhi, people don't like this sustained rally campaigning noise all the time. It's a very sophisticated voter. He understands, or she understands, that you don't have to come knocking on my door. Just these small nukkad sabhas are important. So you notice even Chandrababu Naidu, when he was talking to the Telugu voters, was just small group. You know,
right.
It wasn't those big rallies. People don't like it. Traffic ruk jata hai. Anyway, we have a problem with traffic in this city. So those big rallies don't really have an effect. So some of the smaller rallies happened. Priyanka drew a lot of crowd for Abhishek Dutt. Rahul Gandhi went to Seelampur, which anyway is a good area for them to campaign for the Gandhi family. So I think somewhere they've realized that the space they ceded to the Aam Aadmi Party, they need to claw back that space.
No, but did they realize too little, too late? That's the big question. Yes, Nalin.
So Anand, I also went to vote in another part of South Delhi today.
I like the pride in that.
So anecdotally, at least in my voting booth and a couple of others that I went around, what I found interesting was that unlike the last election, this time the party seats outside, the different parties set up booth over to see who's coming. I only found Congress and I found BJP. I did not find AAP, which was different than last time, right? So, and interesting, the Congress guy was sitting right next to the BJP guys, right? So in both places. Now that's an anecdote, but see, in my view, the stakes are highest for AAP in this election, much more than for BJP, because 4 or 5 points, quick points to make. This election is not just about Delhi, it will also have a national impact very soon. If AAP loses, this has an impact on Punjab, on the government in Punjab, it has an impact in Haryana, it has an impact in Gujarat. We have a Gujarat election coming up next year. In Gujarat, AAP got over 20%, a significant part of the vote. Second, for the middle classes, I think the point that Smita was making and the point that you were making, for at least a year now, there has been a sense that while the BJP government Narendra Modi's government has had support from multiple parts of society, from OBCs, SCs and others. There was an issue with the Dalit vote in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, but that's been fixed in Maharashtra and Haryana. But there was a sense that a lot of resistance pockets are developing in middle class. The middle class is saying, what's hamara kya hua? Sabko mil raha hai kuch na kuch. Everybody got something or the other. Women get something. The poor get something. DBT happens. What about us? The budget has changed that significantly. So this is also about the middle class, and Delhi has a ripple effect beyond Delhi itself also.
Right.
Third point I think is a Congress revival in Delhi can only happen if AAP loses. If AAP wins, you can forget about Congress another 5 years in Delhi. But if AAP loses, Congress had 4% of the vote last time, 4 point something. If they get around 12, 13, 14%, then we are talking about seat conversion, right?
Correct.
Now, frankly, I've been speaking a lot to Congress leaders. Most of the Delhi unit is hoping seriously for a BJP win because their future is dependent on that.
BJP जीतेगी तो कांग्रेस को थोड़ा ऑक्सीजन मिलेगा. That's the thought process.
Also, I think this is very important for Arvind Kejriwal. The amount of politics that has happened lead up to this, right? The various cases and so on. AAP is a party that has never been out of power from the time they were formed to now, and it's a one-man party. So if he loses, then it's in totally new terrain. So there's a lot more at stake here than just the fate of this government. Also, I believe if it's a close election,
I think what you're saying is absolutely true. It's not an AAP loss; it's an AAP decimation if AAP loses because the ripple effect on Punjab.
On Punjab.
May I add another point that if it's a close election, that's bad for AAP. AAP has to win significantly.
Yeah.
If it's a close election, there's like Satta Bazar is saying, in Satta Bazar, AAP's rating has come down consistently in the last 10 days or so, right? Close election means the government will be unstable.
If you have to depend on the Congress or anybody else,
make the government.
then you have a problem. अच्छा, now what's your earshot Desh trotter? दादा आपका वोट इधर है कि नहीं है? I call him Desh trotter because he is traveling all across the country. So,
no, the thing is, Anand, that we are hearing that BJP is going to do much.
अच्छा, आपका वोट दिल्ली में ही है?
हाँ यार.
कर लिया.
Guess where? We're all bounced. CR Park.
You now successfully planted CR Park in the secret studio. Very bold.
So I did my Matdan and then had Jalpan also there. Jalpan.
Say it right.
So we are hearing that BJP is going to do much better, and I think it will do much better. But whether it's enough to trump up, given the demography, is something to be seen. See, we are saying that the middle class will vote en masse for BJP. Because
no, they're coming out to vote. That's all we're saying.
They're coming out to vote, yes. But are we sure that the middle class is coming out in larger numbers, or the Joggi, Jopdi?
In fact, if you look at the high voter turnout constituency, so we did this, plotted it on the map, 57.7 at 5 p.m. There are 18 constituencies which are 3% or more higher than the state average, more than 60%. And none of those are in South Delhi or Central Delhi. They're all in the outskirts, parts of Delhi that Rahul Shankar has probably never gone to, right? parts like Mustafabad, where they changed the candidate, the BJP candidate.
What is that supposed to mean?
I've done more reporting in Times of India.
The lower courts are there. The lower courts are there.
In a long time though.
So yeah, so parts. Let's say for example, places like Simapuri, Govindpuri. These are seats where you're seeing Rohtas Nagar, a lot of them on the other side of the Yamuna, Silampur, etc. And then you have these outer Delhi constituencies, which are there's a lot of Jat and Gujar population. Jat, particularly Narela, is one outer Delhi constituency. Then you have Badli. Then you have seats in northwest Delhi. So these are again, these are caste and community-based votes that you have you have of course from Najafgarh, which again is a Jat dominant belt. You have the seat of Chhattarpur, where again you have
there is one thing that we're kind of missing a little bit in this narrative, and Chetan, I want to bring you in on this because Delhi is cosmopolitan, but it has pockets. Now, many people are wondering which way the Muslim vote is going to go. The AAP didn't really cover itself with glory in Muslim eyes because in 2020, when the anti-CA riots happened, the AAP sort of shied away from taking a position. The Congress is actually out there defending their interests, so to speak. Is that the reason why today this election could actually throw up a surprise? Because the AAP that counted on this Muslim vote is no longer looking sure. And look at where Rahul Gandhi and others from the Congress have actually gone out there and campaigned. So it's Jafrabad, Okhla, some of these areas where there's Muslim pockets.
Well, correct. And a few months back, Congress and AAP fought together in the Lok Sabha. And the moment you are cutting each other's vote, because you're literally telling the voter we are same, and now we are not the same, choose between us, now we are divorced. Who are you going to be friends with, husband or wife? Try playing that game on dinner sometime. It's an interesting one.
Yes.
So that's what the vote is confused, right? And I think that could harm more than, that arithmetic could harm more than people think, because you were together in the India alliance, you did the Lok Sabha election. Although like some people are saying the margin by which AAP won last time is so big.
No, actually, that is not true. So let me just give you the statistic. This bears repetition. 21 seats, that is 30% of all seats, saw margins less than 10%. So it was actually a very competitive election. Yes, there were big gains in certain seats, but 31 seats saw margins less than 15%.
No, I have.
But that's not less, Rahul.
Data,
To swing vote share that much.
What I have is that in 2020, 55 out of the 70 seats.
You're going by that Times of India an article that has actually messed up the entire equation.
That's what
I saw that one columnist who wrote in that Times of India has actually gone and messed up everyone's.
No, but there's also the Indian Express article which said that 61 of the 67 seats that the AAP retained between 2015 and 2020, their voter margins fell. But that voter margins fell just to that extent that the BJP got enthused to give it a fight. Because if anything, if any party frightens the BJP in North India, it is the AAP. It is not frightened by the Congress.
But that gap over the years has narrowed to the point where, in fact, in the municipal elections, the BJP had a vote share of 38%.
Yeah, we could have a situation like the Lok Sabha happened for the BJP, the third term. The same situation in a mini way can happen for AAP in Delhi, where the BJP is still in power, but it's not the same.
Just have a look. Just two things that when you talk about the anti-CAA protests and all, the protest happened in Shaheen Bagh, Amanatullah's constituency, AAP MLA. The person who's arrested and for Silampur riots is Tahir Hussain, Aam Aadmi Party councillor. So the AAP not taking a position is perhaps quadrilateral demonstration that they clearly were on one particular side. But Zaka, when we come to the votes,
I think, this is the data. Less than 10,000 votes. The margin of less than 10,000 votes was just 14 seats, of which 4 were won by BJP. So half of what the BJP won in 2020, they had 8 MLAs, 4 of them won by less than 10,000 votes. So even if you go by what Rahul's number is, 21 seats were less than 10%. 10% is a huge number, by the way, in small constituencies. Even if you were to discount those 21, AAP had 62. they would still end up with 43. So they would have still won. So the point is the margins were wide in
And also just do the comparison of Lok Sabha to Vidhan Sabha in terms of how the vote shares flip. The only party that gained between 2015 and 2020, where AAP retained almost the same vote share, and the numbers bear out. Zaka take us. The BJP gained at the cost of the Congress, not at the cost of the AAP. See, the issue with numbers in Delhi is that unlike other states where you can do a lot of psephology, in Delhi a lot of the psephological formulas fall flat. Simply because Delhi historically in the last 4 or 5 elections has voted distinctly in the Lok Sabha election and distinctly in the Vidhan Sabha election. The same Delhi voter in 2020 gave 54% of the vote to AAP. 39,
this is the Lok Sabha 2024,
right? 62 and 8 seats. The same voter in 2024, just few months ago, gave AAP just about 19% of the vote and BJP 54% of the vote. BJP swept this.
That's what I'm saying. So if you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha, the same AAP vote, and that's the point that Nalin was making, BJP had 54% vote share. And remember, this was an election that both AAP and Congress fought together. So even if you add the almost 20% that Congress has and the 25% that the AAP has, that's only 45%. The BJP is still 10% ahead, even if AAP and Congress fight together. But this is Lok Sabha. Now, if you were to look at 2020 Vidhan Sabha, let me just, it's the exact mirror opposite image where that same 54%, 53.82% went to the AAP. So what that shows is there's a 20% voter who is happy to vote for the BJP in the Lok Sabha.
20% who love Modi and they love Kejriwal. And I know it's not politically correct to say this, but there are people, Delhi is one place where they say that we love Kejriwal and we love Modi. And remember, they were all against the Congress in 2011. They were both kind of rose at the same time.
Do they know how much they hate each other? This 20%.
Who are these people? Who's that 15-20%?
That's the voter that should be Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha.
This 20% is across the strata.
And largely,
is middle class. We have forgotten what it is. 18 to 20% split is unusual for any state. It's even more unusual that it's a consistent pattern across several elections, not a one-off. But what Delhi is basically saying, Delhi is also a bonsai state. It's a half state, right? It's not like the other full-on states. What this voter is basically saying is making a very clear choice between who they want as chief minister and who they, ideologically I think the Delhi voter prediction is very clear. It's just that on Hindutva issue they don't necessarily say difference between AAP and BJP, but they're looking at what's better for them.
Right. We don't want to let anybody down. When Modi's name is on the ballot, Lok Sabha, they vote for
But we
him.
do forget one important factor. What was the AAP really winning on? It had captured a large number of women voters and the poorest of the poor in the Juggi Jhopri or the JJ cluster. I hate using that word actually, but there is nothing else that has come. So let's just say in some of the clusters which are underdeveloped in this city, was about freebies, bravery. The BJP has now said, okay, I'm coming to the party with my set of ravies. In fact, if you looked at it's almost the same. So the front page of the Times of India, any other newspaper, look at the second.
It's a whole list of promises.
But just look at the second point. Flip it. Look at the second point, and the second point is that middle class, for example, tax break. The first is the 2,500
for women.
Ravery to women, and then there's a one for the older section of society, and then of course it goes further down.
So
LPG.
barring this tax break, this tax break, the AAP, the BJP, and the Congress quite literally mirror each other. Now this is what happens when we have 7 talking heads in the studio. The one talking head joining us from Mumbai gets left out. So Ravi Srivastav, it's not done on purpose, but your thoughts, because 6:30 we're counting down to, and we will have the first numbers coming in any moment on the poll of polls. Yes, Ravi. आपका टीवी थोड़ा म्यूट करना पड़ेगा आपको.
Sure, I'll do it.
वो डिले है, that's why. हाँ जी.
Right. See, I think the polling in Delhi, some friend was talking about that is 62.6% for the last time. This will exceed this year. I suspect that because this is definitely going to be on the same lines what happened in the past. But here I am asking only a simple question. Everybody is saying BJP is going to get this many, BJP will get this many, BJP will get that. I am asking a very simple and a flat question. What BJP has done for Delhi in last 11 years? I mean, 7 Lok Sabha MPs, against 7 Lok Sabha MPs, repeated 14 MPs there, and what work have they done? Except that we protested, we jailed Arvind Kejriwal, we jailed Aam Aadmi Party, we fell on the streets, we did that, we criticized that, we brought the Sheesh Mahal, we brought the liquor scam, etc., all negative. Did they show one item? Look, this is what positive we have done for Delhi. And this was a golden opportunity for the government. I think the fight would have been much simpler had they said we have made more classrooms for the students in Delhi. We have made more hospitals than Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. We have made more better infrastructure in Delhi than what Arvind Kejriwal is doing. Or we are bringing these things. See, Arvind Kejriwal has got a solid, strong hold. You are again and again analyzing why they gave 62 seats, why they gave 68 seats. Look, the man has done for the people. See, they are not forgetting, they are saving 25,000 rupees every month. Our women are traveling free in the buses. We are getting electricity, we are getting water, we are getting good schools, we are getting good health. Health he is giving that, he has got a Sanjeevani scheme where there will be no limit. Go to the hospital above 60 years of age, get the treatment.
Achha.
No Ayushman, 5 lakh rupees for the whole family, and they should not have a TV, they should not have a scooter, they should not have an internet, nothing like that. So he is bringing out with great ideas. That is why Delhi people love him.
Okay.
And this is the reason somebody is asking why they love him.
That's why
The reason
sometimes,
they love him.
Raviji, you must come to Delhi more often, sir. The fact
I
is
come, I do come.
a central
but
government
there is a
scheme has
question
been
here.
blocked by the state government in a bonsai state, as what Nalin Mehta said, and how is that
No, but there is a question I want to ask.
How is that cooperative federalism? Bharat Mandapam is not built in Delhi. G20 did not happen in Delhi. The circular road is not open in Delhi. The Dwarka Expressway is not in Delhi at all. It's in some other city, sir. The expansion of the international airport did not happen in Delhi. So the metro connectivity did not happen in Delhi. So all of this, there's no vikas in Delhi. Yes.
But Raviji, 30% of all AAP existing MLAs were denied tickets. Even the number 2 of the party, the ostensible number 2 of the party, Mr. Sisodia, had to change his seat. There is definite anti-incumbency. Let's not dismiss that. Yes, maybe you're right. Maybe he has transformed the lives of some people, some constituents by giving them freebies. But as I said, the BJP has also come out with freebies. So at some level, you'll have to factor that into this calculation. Perhaps the AAP is doing it. Your response to this, sir?
One in the hand is always better than 2 in the bushes. You know very well. See, everybody is coming with the so-called freebie. I don't call them freebie, I call them social welfare scheme. The same which came Ladli Behna here, where they are analyzing some Ladli Behnas have got 4-wheelers also. So I don't think that this kind of a freebie is that's a freebie. But if you see that the social welfare scheme which he is giving, irrespective of the caste, community, religion, Dalit, elite, upper class, lower class, he is providing it across the board.
Okay. So let me ask you, since you come regularly to Delhi, do you find free Wi-Fi at a bus stop? Have you travelled by the buses in Delhi? Do you find free Wi-Fi? It was promised in 2013. Has the Yamuna been cleaned? It was promised in 2013. Has Parali gone away? It was promised in 2000. I didn't promise. Nobody put a gun to Mr. Kejriwal's head. So Delhi is seeing it. Delhi is seeing it that in 2025 is saying, give me 5 more years, I'll clean the Yamuna. What he said in 2013. 2013, sir, Wi-Fi is not there in the bus stops even in 2025.
So it's post 6:30. I think we should
see if we are getting response quickly. Our first set of numbers are coming in about 30 seconds, and we should also get the voter turnout numbers. I think that will also come by about 6:30, 6:45. We should get the voter turnout numbers. So we'll get the first set of numbers. Is this going to be? There were a lot of people who said Delhi doesn't feel like the national capital. Is that a sentiment? Now who will take that out again?
You don't get clean air, you don't get clean water, you don't have clean roads, you don't have clean sewage system. Why would anybody feel?
So who do you blame? It's a bonsai state. So who do you blame? The LG's office, the central government, or would you blame Arvind Kejriwal? Would you blame the MCD?
We have fallen between the cracks. That's all I can say. That nobody wants to take ownership of Delhi. And the person who has taken ownership of Delhi, who criticized Sheila Dikshit saying, "Aapke bas ki nahi hai, to fir aap nikal jao, hum karenge." He couldn't deliver either for Delhi because he says the same thing. The police is not in my control. The LG is against me. He has the same excuses for which he was blaming Sheila Dikshit. But in the 10 years, he's not been able to deliver. However, Delhi decided to keep giving him chance after chance, and he did not capitalize on that, and he did not deliver on the promises. Will Delhi still give him another chance is what I want to see.
No, he promised 500 schools. Have you seen that? They have now said we have built 28. They said we will build 22,500 plus classrooms. They built 2,500.
They also said
no,
that when we
education
get
was a
our
big
Sarkar in
plan. Have they
Punjab-
done it?
Look, they said that when we get our Sarkar in Punjab, all this parali burning will stop. Did that stop?
And also, has he?
All right, the first set of numbers have come. Interrupting you, PMARC has put out its numbers. Let's look at the first set of numbers here on the poll of polls. PMARC setting its numbers, and here they are. They will surprise you. The Aam Aadmi Party 21 to 31. The BJP is 21 to 31. The Aam Aadmi Party is 39 to 49. I'm just going to check if these are the numbers because I've got a different set. And all right, now this just has flipped. The BJP is 39 to 49. The AAP is 21 to 31. Congress may just get on the leaderboard, an outside chance of getting one. So we've changed those numbers. That's it. So that's where it is.
What's the number?
Yeah, there it is. That's it. There it is on the screen. Aam Aadmi Party 21 to 31. BJP plus is 39 to 49 because the JDU has also contested elections. So the NDA has contested elections here. Congress is 0 to 1. Others are 0. So that's where it is. So the Samajwadi Party, Trinamool backing the AAP, the Congress fighting, having its own allies, may get on the leaderboard, but it's the BJP that is running away with this election comfortably. At least 4 clear of the halfway number and maybe 14 clear of the halfway number. That's
Let me tell you one thing. If these numbers hold, big if AAP loses, then a major third party, as opposed to the Congress and the BJP, will be biting the dust. The other three, SP, BSP, BJD, and to some extent the TRS have had a setback over the last 1 year. But this would be a major
Okay,
upset.
now the Matri's numbers are in, Rahul, on the screen, 32 to 37. So the AAP may just on the upper end clear, but the BJP starting at the halfway mark, 35 to 40 for the BJP. So it's a close race, as many, like you said, the Satta Bazaar is saying, but the BJP has its nose ahead. The NDA has its nose ahead. BJP plus is 35 to 40. So two pollsters, PMARC and Matri's, giving the mandate to the BJP. We can very safely say that, that the median somewhere is around 39 seats.
Yes.
That's where the median is. Yes, Smita Prakash.
Yes, so we were talking, remember, of the middle class. Let's not forget that there is a whole cluster when he didn't like to call it the Juggi Jopri colony. You're talking about the lower middle class voters. They are, many of them who were polled when journalists were going, were saying that दोनों भी तो हमको ये promise कर रही है, free education, free cylinder, KG से PG तक education. This is something that the BJP is also saying, and they are also saying. So what is something new that the AAP is saying? And then the whole, many of those who were polled said that what is the point in giving it to AAP? फिर से वो जेल चले जाएंगे. So many people who were thinking of voting for Sandeep Dixit, which was really funny because nobody thought that that would happen till about 10 days back, were turning around and saying this. Next, the Muslim voters. In many areas, the Muslim voter feels let down by the Aam Aadmi Party. They are the ones, and because remember, he has totally ignored. He started going to mandirs and things like that, not doing, going to dargahs, not doing all that.
Now JVC point. Just very sorry. 1 second. JVC's number, just put the numbers and we'll come back. 22 to 31. Again, similar to Matri's for the Aam Aadmi Party. 39 to 45. So this is somewhere taking that score up for the BJP between what PMARC and Matri's has said. That's where JVC has now put this. JVC is saying 39 to 45 seats for the BJP. So clear, comfortable mandate. Two pollsters now, PMARC and JVC, very clearly giving the mandate of Delhi to the BJP. Matri's says BJP has its nose ahead. It is on the halfway number, so clearly it should be in pole position. So 3 pollsters so far have given the mandate to the NDA, BJP-led NDA.
Yes, this happens. It is massive. It's the first time in 3 decades that the BJP will be coming back to power.
If these numbers hold, big if.
But 41-29 is the poll of polls at the bottom of the screen.
This is a clear mandate, and if this is the exit poll, I don't think these numbers will hold. I think if they've got the direction right, then this is going to be a much more
a wave.
Yes, because
the other way.
If people have made up their minds to get rid of Kejriwal, they will vote wholeheartedly. Just one small point. I just want to make this point, take this Muslim point forward. Ballimaran, Matya Mahal, Sadar Bazaar, Wazirpur. The polling here is down negative double digits.
Chandni Chowk is also down.
That's what I'm saying. So most of these Muslim dominated areas, the polling has been very lax. What does that tell you? I don't know.
It tells you that they are like, nobody cares for us. I'm not coming.
They're not going to waste their vote. So are these votes going to go?
Every eighth voter in Delhi is a Muslim.
No, this is landslide BJP. This is what you said. Now, if that's the trend, this is what People's Pulse is saying. People's Pulse says 51 to 60 for the BJP plus, only 10 to 19 for the Aam Aadmi Party. So clearly, there is a massive vote share swing, and if it's a two-way fight, the winner takes it all, Zaka.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this really hinges on whether the Congress would revive or not, and if the Congress is dead in the water, as most of these polls are showing, then it's a clear two-way fight. And in a clear two-way fight, the people generally give you a clear mandate. And especially if the voter turnout is likely going up to 67, which is the highest that Delhi has seen in the last 2 decades, then you're fairly certain that this is a decisive mandate. And from what the exit polls are suggesting, it's a decisive mandate in favor of the BJP. But like I said, having seen what happened in Haryana and Maharashtra, we're all skeptical about exit polls.
And let me just tell you one small thing that I've actually physically seen 4 internal polls conducted by the BJP. 3 gave the BJP comfortable leads, 1 showed them flagging. But the common point that was drawn up, and please illuminate us on this, was that the women vote was still a bit undecided. I'm talking about 15 days ago.
Yeah.
And most importantly, the BJP was seeing gains in the clusters of the most economically backward classes.
So I think that it's those clusters are exactly where this election will be won and fought. Because unless the BJP is able to overturn a significant proportion of that voter, it's not going to win the election. Now the thing about you were talking about the internal polls of the BJP, I want to throw in the internal polls of the Congress as well. And some of them actually the polls that I was shown, they showed that BJP is winning hands down. And there is half the section in the Delhi Congress wants BJP to win, half think that they should win.
The High Command doesn't want the BJP to win.
So now the point is what at least these internal polls of both BJP and Congress, what they were certainly showing, there was one commonality. It's showing BJP gaining momentum in the last 3 weeks. Right? Something has changed in the last 3 weeks. So that's common across.
That's the announcement of the freebies. The BJP said that they weren't going to announce the freebies too early. They were going to announce it at the time when most of their leaders would be hitting the ground to carry the message right to the last person.
The thing about the freebies, Rahul, is that in the last election, what hit the BJP badly was that a lot of voters said that what if BJP comes to power, we are getting these A, B, C and D things under our, we may lose them. So why should we vote for that? This time the BJP has gone out of the way to say that look, not only will you not lose them, you'll get more. And if you look at the poll promises, they're very uniform, right? There's another pollster
similar on that. Yeah, People's Insight, another pollster has said BJP 40 to 44, AAP 25 to 29, Congress 0 to 1. So let's take a quick look. This is the poll of polls so far. PMark has said 39 to 49. Let's have a quick look at this, and we'll just put it up here on the big numbers one by one. Let's look at this. PMark has said 39 to 49. So one of the first numbers that came in gave a clear, overwhelming mandate, or a clear mandate to the BJP. Not overwhelming, but yes, clear and comfortable. So if it's the higher median, it will be about 15 seats above the halfway mark. Matriz said 35 to 40. So BJP on the borderline, but with the nose ahead compared to the Aam Aadmi Party, but it predicted a tight fight, which many believe, if it's a two-way fight like it's looking at, is unlikely unless the vote shares are very, very close to each other, and because the BJP has to cover more ground across all the constituencies compared to the Aam Aadmi Party. There again, Rahul Shivshankar's numbers, if they kick in, perhaps the arithmetic would be different. JVC has said 39 to 49. So similar to PMark, starting at 39, going up to 45 here. PMark said 49, but that's the range. Yet again, the AAP is second here. So it will be either 45-22, that's how we should look at it, or 39-31. That's how we can look at these numbers fall, but the BJP forms government. Now this is People's Pulse. People's Pulse says overwhelming number 51 to 60 for the BJP. It's running away with the election. 20 to 90, 10 to 19 for the Aam Aadmi Party. So this is a reversal of fortunes for the Aam Aadmi Party. So what happened with it in 2020? Now this is People's Insight. So another metric that they have done, and they have put out 40 to 44 seats. So again, a clear mandate for the Aam Aadmi Party, for the BJP. And the Aam Aadmi Party, the mandate for them is that you are going to sit in the opposition this time. So that's how it is from the people of Delhi. Delhi के दिल में इस बार केजरीवाल नहीं है. अब की बार केजरीवाल is not happening as of now with these pollsters in the poll of polls, exit polls. The result day is Saturday, 8th of February. I want to say that very clearly.
Doing all this analysis based on this figure.
Just imagine.
And ultimately, we are going to have so much egg on our face. And Zaka, let me repeat that this is good for the complexion to have egg on the face.
Because you believe that the
I wanted to do a show of
when you
hands.
say egg on the face, you say you believe the pollsters have got it wrong.
Look what we've had to do. I've been sitting here with both of you, three of you.
I wanted to ask a show of hands. How many of you think these results will hold on Saturday? Rahul, yes, no. Hands up, hands down.
But when you say results will hold, are you saying that the numbers for the BJP will be greater than what the pollsters predict, or do you believe that it will be a total reversal and up will do a hat trick?
That is unlikely.
I think
that is unlikely because there's so many. Okay, let's just start with what we all agree with, and all the polls are saying that the Congress numbers are going to be what they are, right? Everybody is the same. Okay. Now the big shift is BJP getting more seats than AAP. Every opinion poll is, every exit poll is saying that. Now whether it can be, predicting seats is very difficult in exit polls. We've seen it poll after poll, but the trend normally is also a big revelation here. Now Rahul, imagine you make this beautiful house, too beautiful, so beautiful that people are jealous and call it Sheesh Mahal, and now someone else is going to live in it.
No, I think fundamentally
somebody else
what's going to happen.
No,
I'll tell you what's going to happen. It'll become a wellness center for people who have breathing problems in Delhi.
Are you
And that's what
Amit Shah in the campaign has specifically said that if BJP wins, that Sheesh Mahal will not be occupied with BJP, it will be open to the public. Now,
what will the public do?
Navin, prove me wrong in this. That, you spoke with people about the Congress numbers. Even though they're not giving seats to the Congress would have taken some kind of voting percentage. It's not possible that they have not done any vote percentage out here, eaten away a part of our life.
We get the vote share numbers. The vote share numbers have not yet come. Vote share numbers have not yet come. Abhijit?
Just quick 2-3 points about the BJP campaign, and especially if these figures hold true, Anand. One is BJP started its campaign and put a lot of focus on the outer Delhi seats, 21 seats, the rural seats. Yogi started at I think Kirari. Then Nadda's first campaign was from Najafgarh, and they have given Jats disproportionate amount of seats. The Jat tickets. Percentage is about 6-7%.
Purvanchalis, you're talking about 30% of Delhi's population is Purvanchalis, and they will become kingmakers in this election if this result shows. Because if this is what the exit polls are showing, Purvanchalis, remember during COVID they were packed off in buses and sent away, and Arvind Kejriwal said आ जाते हैं 5 लाख का treatment करवा देते हैं 15 लाख की treatment का. So that angst has not gone. The insult that was done. If this is the numbers, again I reiterate.
I want to respond to a point you were making on Congress vote share. See, the Congress in Lok Sabha elections just a few months ago got more vote share than AAP in Delhi. It got 24%. And AAP got around 19-20%, BJP got 54%. Now, at least the internal polls of the Congress that I saw were showing between 11 to 12% vote share for Congress this time, which is more than 4 point something. Have a look at the vote share that if more Congress vote share grows, if it's north of 10, 11, 12%, it's going to be hurting.
No, the AAP has slid by about 10% compared to 2020. 2020, Congress has gone up by 4%. And the BJP is somewhat gone up by about 8%.
They had no ambition of winning seats more than 1 or 2. Let's be clear on that. They are playing lambi race. They are looking at Punjab. अभी कहीं पे निगाहें कहीं पे निशाना. It's Punjab that Congress is looking at and improving their situation here, and in the India alliance wiping out the impact of AAP, because AAP is now a national party. It's not just a regional party. It's a national party now with 3 states.
This is 2020 number. This is the 2020 number, and if you look at the matrice number there on the screen, how big of the slide is what? 10% for the...
Yeah, it'll be almost 10% for
and
the
7%
Aam Aadmi
no,
Party.
and 6% up. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, 44, right? Yeah, 6% up for about
46%. Yeah.
Correct.
46. So yeah,
The Congress has
6% up
taken
for
some of the AAP vote.
And the Congress has gone doubled its vote share.
Don't forget that this campaign was not fought on national issues this time. Neither by the BJP, neither by the AAP. The BJP made a mistake the last time when it came with its heavy guns and they also tried to polarize the election.
Agreed.
It was a completely national campaign. This was not one. This was a very focused campaign, and it will worry the AAP because it was hitting at the very bread and butter issues, which the AAP seems to not have sort of, been able to sort of
But
meet
Rahul,
and match.
What happened in Haryana? Congress didn't give any space to AAP because they thought we are going to win so big. Everybody's saying we are going to win.
So,
and it cost them today 8%. Can you put the vote share?
Yeah, Chetan, this is
8%
another
and
pollster.
44.
Just putting out another pollster. Poll Diary is another pollster who's again giving a clear mandate to the BJP. 42 to 50 seats for the BJP, 18 to 25 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 0 to 2 for the Congress, nothing for the others. But yet again, another pollster who says that the mandate is swinging away from the AAP this time and it is going towards the BJP plus, that's the NDA. Let's just go back. Okay, there's one more. Chanakya has come in. So Chanakya Strategies has now put out this number. BJP again 39 to 44, AAP 25 to 28, Congress 2 to 3 seats. So not just on the leaderboard, but with 2 to 3 seats, and the Congress perhaps will take this, that after a decade-long hiatus, they're finally coming back on the leaderboard. But the AAP, look at that slide, from 62 to 28. The BJP, again, shift in fortunes and perhaps localizing the election this time around help them. Chetan Bhagat wanted to speak on the vote share, so let's just get those vote share numbers out, whichever pollsters put it out so far. Yes. Can we have that on the screen, the vote share numbers? Matrice's vote
Can I
shares,
come
yes.
in on what Chetan had said
Yeah.
about Haryana? Look, the Haryana, what happened between AAP and Congress in Haryana is what decided which way the Congress will go in Delhi. Because the Congress was really miffed. AAP decided to fight 90 of the 90. Where are they in Haryana? They're hardly there. So when the Congress was willing to talk to them about seat sharing, they went ahead and announced 90 ke 90 hum ladenge apne aap, we will not fight with you. So the Congress turned around and said, fight, 70 to 70, we will fight on our own in Delhi. That is where the breakdown occurred. As soon as Kejriwal came out of the jail, he just announced Haryana on our own. We are not there. What did they get? Zero in Haryana. They have no business.
You can add up 44 plus 8 is 54. That would have been I'm not saying.
Can I make another point? The important point this time is that if you look at the Lok Sabha election, what did Mr. Kejriwal say? He made it an election about himself. He said, punish those that have put your favorite son, aapke lal ko, jail mein dala. Didn't work. I think the BJP is taken off from there.
Yeah.
And has made this about a referendum on the so-called clean politics of the AAP. Sheesh Meher.
This entire Kattar Imandar claim has
That's
that been
right.
busted.
That's
Is
the one.
this a perceptional loss for the AAP?
And
The
it's a
dent
very
is perceptional.
pointed, very narrow focused, calibrated, constant reiterated attack. Everyone has come in and talked about Kejriwal being...
And Rahul, you're right, and it is focused because that is the one thing that has differentiated the AAP brand from other political parties so far. So if you dent that, then what do you left
The other
with?
than that, Kejriwal.
Now, that's the poll of polls. Gentlemen and the lady, please have a look at this and then do your analysis. The pollsters seem to be consistent on one party. That is the Congress. And also one directional trend, but that is the BJP
the only
getting
thing
the
that one
mandate.
needs to be a little worried about here. Remember that these exit polls have been conducted maybe at a cutoff at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There's still a whole significant number of voters that has still not been polled.
Who in the Congress is winning as per this? I mean, it's very
I
interesting.
think Jafrabad, they have a chance.
Okay.
Maybe, but I think the Okla seat,
I think like someone
these two
said,
seats.
defeating AAP is more important to Congress.
So
and they managed it. I mean, like if the Congress vote share last time was 2%, most of the loss is gone to the
Caveat
Congress.
that Congress's vote share last time was about 4%. It's gone up by about 4%.
Double.
Yeah, they have eaten off from AAP. They've also gained some. The BJP has also gained from the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party obviously will be the biggest
There's
loser
just
because
one
they've come
caveat.
down from 54 to 44. So they have seen a 10% slide.
There's just one caveat. The one caveat that I want to inject here. Look, first of all, of course, when this election exit poll was sort of taken, now if this is number and this is expected to hold, that means the voter already made up his mind. or her mind, much earlier. That's one. Secondly, the thing about the AAP voter is they are not very vocal. They have seen the repercussions. There has been a heavy-handedness. So I would just say, let's wait for
another vote share that's come, Rahul, and to the guests, and Zaka. PMark says 45% to the BJP, 42% to the AAP, 9% to the Congress, and 4% to others. So that means this is a 12% slide for the AAP.
Yeah, not just that. What it also means is that 9 plus 4, 13% is gone to somebody else.
Yes.
Chances are that was the AAP vote. Certainly, an AAP voter may vote for the Congress, but a Congress voter voting for the BJP or the BJP voter voting for the Congress is less likely. So if you look at this, so if it's come down from 53 to 40, what did you say?
42% for the AAP as per as PMark.
11%
says 44.
And BJP has gone from 39-40 to 45. So that's a 5% jump. Whereas Congress has again doubled, it's gone from 4% to 9%, and the others have gone from 2% to 4%. So you have.
So who are these people? These are people who know. See, you know that Congress is not going to win, but still you are so upset with AAP, but you can't vote for the BJP. That you have to vote for Congress. So who is this? This could be the Muslim voter. What is it?
I fundamentally
it could be. Last time there was CAA, it was a different dynamic. Today, this time it's like, not them. I obviously cannot vote BJP. It's okay. It's almost like a nota vote.
Mr. Kejriwal has played soft Hindutva. No doubt about it. If you want to call it Hanuman Chalisa, all those temple, etc., worshipping, and then of course the silence during the anti-CA protests. That was very marked. Whether it is scarred the vote, I don't know.
Beyond issues.
And perhaps that's what also explains the surge in the Congress prospects in the Lok Sabha.
A distant memory, Rahul? Is it more about recent? How was your Diwali? Was it a dirty Diwali because there was kachra all around? Was it a choking winter because there was pollution all around? And the MCD mandate was given to the AAP.
That's a very important
question. There was an MCD mandate that was given to the AAP, and then did the streets clean up? Are my roads better than what they were before? I think there's some real thing for the people of Delhi.
Go ahead.
No, we are having a conversation. What is it?
Beyond issues, there is also this massive thing of mobilization that the BJP has got this time. It had momentum from Haryana and Maharashtra, and Sangh, according to reports and what we have been hearing, Sangh has been extremely active on the ground. I mean, all 13,030 booths. Each booth had at least a group of 10 people or more working on the ground. So the cadre is extremely mobilized.
And this entire aspect of localized election. Each particular constituency, each particular region, not national issues, local issues. So everyone from Kumaraswamy, Chandrababu Naidu, you had Pushkar Dhami, Himanta Biswa Sarma, Anurag Thakur, all these people who have different backgrounds, but they were plying their wares and they were campaigning on ground. You spoke to Jay Panda. There are others who are involved. Was this a strategy that they will localize this election, and did the AAP not realize this?
There were 3 or 4 things that I just
based on these numbers.
Just quickly talk a bit about where the BJP is concerned and the way they sort of built this campaign. They deliberately did not have a face. They deliberately made the Prime Minister come in only once. They had decided to announce the manifesto. Remember, the manifesto was quite low-key, if you remember. It was put out not by Amit Shah. There were just 3 individuals who came out, put out that, and then suddenly you saw, and this was deliberately done 15 days before the polling day, is when they said, let's hit the ground. After that, the message was carried last mile. You have another very interesting thing. The Prime Minister enters the election campaign with one plea. He said, look, you've given the other 2 parties a huge run, 30 years plus. Give me a chance to serve you. Give me the chance that I have, tried to do for others. Allow me to work for you. Let me be your sevadar. Now, I don't know. It's an emotional appeal.
I kind of agree with
Viksit Bharat ki Viksit Delhi, he said.
I think Delhi is the crown jewel, whether you like it or not. I mean, it's the capital. And for the last 10 years, all we've had is this bickering between
the crown rather than crown jewel.
Yeah, the crown jewel. I mean, this whole bickering between the state and the centre, I think Delhiites were really upset because of that. And finally, they're like, if these numbers are true, if these numbers hold, then they're like, okay, let's give it to one party. Let's see if the same party is in power.
Opened the newspapers, there was a new message every day. Like, Jay Panda you spoke to, even I spoke. ऐसे कोई central theme नहीं है. You're कभी मंदिर है तो कभी छठ पूजा में यमुना साफ करेंगे, कभी इलेक्ट्रिक बस देंगे. So then there was KG से PG तक women के लिए we'll give you this much money. So why is there no central theme? There is no central theme because there is no one vote in Delhi. You have Purvanchali's Muslim vote. Then you have the Baniya Punjabi vote. Baniya Punjabi vote. 34 seats is where the Baniya Punjabi vote used to traditionally vote for the BJP. They used to shut shop. They used to come and vote. BJP won election after election based on that Baniya Punjabi vote for the Lok Sabha election from 1999 onwards. That Baniya Punjabi shifted to the Aam Aadmi Party. Somewhere that Kejriwal was able to click, that the Baniya vote. The Punjabi vote also went to Aam Aadmi Party, which was a very strange thing. The BJP got cracking and wondered what has happened. So you had Abdi Puri, you had the others who went for the Punjabi vote, you had Manoj Tiwari and the others who went for the Baniya vote.
If you remember the last election, 2020, one big issue was also ceiling. MCD ceiling, and MCD was under the BJP at that time. For the trader class, that was a big issue at that time, and I remember Arvind Kejriwal said, "Ye ceiling hum band kar denge." So that appealed to the trader class, particularly the ones in Rajendra Nagar, Patel Nagar, Rajouri Garden.
But like I said, Delhi has a very short memory.
Yeah.
They pulled down a government based on onion prices.
Yeah, exactly.
You remember that?
Yeah.
So
It's not just, these are real issues that hurt the people of Delhi or help the people of Delhi. When you give me free bijli, they gave Arvind Kejriwal vote, but when the bills came post the election, they realized what is happening. So was that a realization or not? We have to wait. And whether or not these numbers stick, or is there going to be a different thing altogether between the 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. and the final voter share number turnout, it's all Janta Janardhan. But the trends, every pollster is going in one way.
The voter that holds the key to this election is the woman voter.
The woman voter
from woman voter. You will see
where the AAP is quite confident that they will actually do, and so Kejriwal is on record saying वो 10% हम संभाल लेंगे, आप हमें वोट दे देना, हम कर लेंगे. So
and the woman voter doesn't come out, and is not very vocal.
Speak about it.
Also the tax break, right? Guys, we just forgot. Like India is tax free now. India was a tax free movie.
Not for people like you, Chetan.
That's why he's sitting somewhere else.
Anjali Rai of the Aam Aadmi Party is with us.
I'm really happy for my countrymen. Like I heard only 1% of India, like the tax, India's population will pay tax. 9 out of salaried people, 9 out of 10 salaried people will not pay any tax.
I'm not sure
if that a 1% effect, 2% effect. We're talking 5% gain in market.
I'm not sure if the people of Delhi, largely traders, not and also Sarkari Babus and all,
employees.
The government employees are there, and does this actually make such a big difference that there would be a 12% slide in vote share as predicted by the pollsters? Anjali Rai is with us of the Aam Aadmi Party, so we'll open it to the guests and also after her first comments. Namaste Anjali ji. All the pollsters are indicating that the mandate is swinging away from the Aam Aadmi Party. How would you respond to this?
All of us have already seen that these exit polls they don't predict the truth. During Haryana and Maharashtra elections, we saw how they fell on their face. So we don't believe in these exit polls. And secondly, the thing is that our voters are silent voters, especially women. They are very discreet. They are not vocal. They don't even tell to their husbands also that whom are they going to vote for. And we believe that women are largely going to vote for us because they save a lot of money while running their household affairs because of Kejriwal ji. They save in electricity bill, they save in water bill, they save while sending their children to schools, and then free bus yatra for women. So many things in which they are going to believe. And secondly, in which they save. And secondly, the most important thing is trust factor, All the parties have made so many promises. If we say that we'll give 2,100 to all the women of Delhi, then BJP will say 2,500. Congress is also saying 2,500. But these people, after hearing so many promises from all the parties, people get confused, and then they believe that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. So they are going to vote for the Aam Aadmi Party because they are already giving them, they are done all the benefits. They have proved that whatever they promise, they fulfill their promises.
As we speak,
actually, they have.
Just another pollster has now said no seats for the Congress or any others. It's a straight fight between the AAP and the BJP, and the BJP Plus has got the mandate. 36 to 44 seats by DV Research compared to 26 to 34 by the Aam Aadmi Party. If you believe the Mahila voter is with you, the Mahila voter constitutes about 45% of the 1.5 crore overall voters of Delhi in this election. Then that should have reflected in the exit polls also. Saka?
No, not just that. I mean, people tend to forget that the male voter is actually about 83 lakhs. The female voter is about 71, 72 lakhs. So there's a 10, 11 lakh gap between men and women. I'm not diminishing the women voter in any way. But look, every single exit poll has given the edge to the BJP. Some by 5 seats, some by 10 seats. The fact of the matter is, I think directionally, yes, having seen what happened in Haryana, having seen what happened in the general election, I think directionally to get all of them to get it wrong would be really an aberration. I think exit polls should just shut shop if they get Delhi wrong. But the point is,
shut shop on June 4th.
well, this is one election. I mean, Haryana I think was a bigger surprise because everybody got it wrong. No, but I think the bigger point is, and I want our panelists to weigh in on this, this will have huge ripple effects. It will have a huge impact in Punjab. Punjab goes to polls early 2027. It'll have, we're basically then going back to Delhi's politics as we knew it prior to 2013, Rahul Shankar. It's going to be Congress versus BJP. For a party like Aam Aadmi Party, which is in power in 2 states, to be out of power in the national capital for 5 long years, it could very well sink them.
I agree with you. I think the first implications will be felt by the India alliance as a whole.
Yeah.
Remember what has happened. Going into this election, the Congress has been completely isolated.
Yeah.
All its close allies have jumped in on the side of Kejriwal, so much so that you've had Akhilesh Yadav campaigning for Mr. Kejriwal. The Congress is not going to like it because Rahul Gandhi, the crown prince, the scion of the party, has been left feeling a little diminished. And he's not going to like that. And if the Congress does improve its prospects, you can expect the first ripples in the India alliance, and beyond that, of course,
TMC backed up Aam Aadmi Party. Sena UBT backed Aam Aadmi Party. Yeah, not in your
I want to add, Rahul is absolutely right. This will also have an impact on the Bihar election. It will have an impact on how many seats Congress can negotiate for in Bihar with the alliance partner. In fact, Congress is actually betting in this election much more for what will happen in Punjab and what will happen in Bihar.
Yeah, can I come in on this? I think it's important what Nalin said about Bihar, because not just the Congress with Tejasvi about how the seat sharing happens, even for the BJP, because they had JDU and LJP fighting 1 seat each in Burari and in Deoli. How have they performed? That also matters. The BJP will go with a stronger positioning in when they go in for their alliance with JDU, if they do well in Delhi. Of course, under Nitish, I think that is a given. But yeah, it will have an impact on Punjab, it will have an impact in Gujarat, it will have an impact in Bihar.
No, I think fundamentally what also happened, and I want Chetan and Abhijit to weigh in on this, Mr. Kejriwal tried to make this election as a referendum on him. He said, BJP has unfairly put me in jail, ED, CBI, they unleashed everything, main kattar imandar hoon. So one is the referendum on himself and his political brand, his honesty, etc., which, I mean, let's face it, that sheen came off with that whole Sheesh Mahal business. And the second is his governance record. He's been chief minister since 2013. It's what? 11, almost 12 years now that he's been chief minister. It's a simple question that every voter asks. Has my life improved in the last 5 years, in the last 10 years? And I think if these numbers are holding, a large majority of Delhi voters are saying their life has not improved in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and if you look at Maharashtra, you talked about the pollsters, the direction in Maharashtra was very clear.
Yeah,
but the eventual numbers nobody predicted because it was a runaway election. And in this case, if it's a two-way fight, then could these numbers further consolidate in favor of the BJP plus away from the AAP? Then what does that mean in terms of spillover effect? Anjali ji is still with us, and then Abhijit. Yes, your thoughts.
I think the Delhiites are fed up of the whining and constant bickering that Kejriwal has been doing. See, if even now when you drive across Delhi, the best instances of infrastructure development, etc., are all done during Sheila Dikshit's time. You have to acknowledge that. And Sheila Dikshit had, a BJP government at the center for while. And she didn't have to she didn't constantly whine and say, they're not allowing us to do this, that, whatever. She found a way
You can't
to
also discount the fact that the BJP, through the Lieutenant Governor, has also played a bit of an obstructionist hand. You can't, I mean, the Sheila Dikshit equation with Mr. Vajpayee, who was a sort of, different kind of, it was a different kind of government. I don't think.
But the same BJP in Odisha,
such a clean.
the same BJP in Odisha, Navin Babu for an entire decade worked with
But that equation is very different.
I want to make
because
a point
it's
about
slightly different.
BJP. See, the BJP of yore was dominated by Punjabi leaders.
Yeah.
There was Madan Lal Khuranas and others who had roots in the old Jansangh who had built it, right? So the demography of the state changed from being largely Banya Punjabi, which Smita was talking about, Purvanchali is coming in, a whole bunch of other people coming in. But this BJP is fundamentally leaderless in Delhi.
Yeah.
Right, so this if this result holds true, we'll see, that's a big if, then it will be another state where the BJP has won without having a clear leader. Right, so it's not like Yogi in UP where Yogi is the totem pole of the BJP. So it'd be interesting to see
what do you think, Lalit? They'll bring a little
First the first one that bucks the trend. Zaka, on your screen, two viewers on our screens. Aam Aadmi Party 46 to 52, BJP plus 18 to 23. This is We Preside. We Preside is the one
and
which
reside or is it We Preside? What is it?
so We Preside is not, it's We Preside, however you pronounce it. So the difference between Leviosa and Leviosa. So let's go across to Virendra Sachdevaji, the Delhi State BJP President. Virendra Sachdevaji, namaste. अधिकांश जितने भी pollsters हैं, they are giving BJP plus the mandate. एक अभी पोलस्टर है जो कह रहा है रन अवे विक्ट्री फॉर आप, 46 से 52 सीट उन्होंने दिखाया, बट अदरवाइज एवरीबॉडी एल्स इज सेइंग कि बीजेपी को मैंडेट मिल रहा है. आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, मैं बहुत विनम्रता के साथ कह रहा हूँ, जिनका भी जो एग्जिट पोल है सारे के सारे वो अपना एग्जिट पोल देने के लिए मतलब वो दें, हमें उनसे कोई मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा खुश नहीं होना चाहिए. लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि दिल्ली की जनता पिछले 6 महीने से इस बात के लिए संकेत दे रही थी कि दिल्ली में व्यवस्था परिवर्तन चाहिए, दिल्ली में एक ऐसी सरकार चाहिए जो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़े. और मुझे लगता है कि ये दिल्ली की जनता का मूड आज हमें दिखाई दिया है. हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत ही शिद्दत के साथ पिछले 2 सालों में इस सरकार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी है और 8 तारीख को जो परिणाम आएगा तो पूरा संकेत स्पष्ट होगा कि आपदा सरकार जाएगी, भाजपा सरकार आएगी.
आपके हिसाब से वोटर टर्नआउट कितना है? ऑफिशियल फिगर्स नहीं आया, पर मैं जानता हूं बीजेपी एक रोस्टर और खुद का आकलन करती है, तो ओवरऑल वोटर टर्नआउट कितना होगा और कितनी सीटें?
5 बजे तक 58% था, मुझे लगता है 65% के आसपास जाके ये टर्नआउट रुकेगा, 65-67 के आसपास. और सीटों की भविष्यवाणी मैं नहीं करता, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल कागज पर लिख कर करते हैं, उनको करने दीजिए. मुझे इतना पता है कि स्पष्ट बहुमत की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में आ रही है.
कॉन्फिडेंस है कि ग्राउंड पर आपको ये दिखा है, क्योंकि हरियाणा में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस थी और ग्राउंड पर कुछ और हो गया, तो इसलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं. वहां पर भी एक ही आउटलायर था जिसने कहा बीजेपी की सरकार आएगी, यहां पर भी अभी तक एक ही आउटलायर है जो कहता है आपका हैट्रिक होगा.
मैं फिर कहता हूं जी, हमने एक एक बूथ को अपने हाथों से अपने पैरों से नापा है और एक एक भ्रष्टाचार की लड़ाई हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत शिद्दत और जुनून के साथ लड़ी है. जनता गंदे पानी से त्रस्त है, जनता सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो से त्रस्त है, टूटी सड़कों से जनता त्रस्त है. हर विभाग में, चाहे वो शीश महल हो, शराब का घोटाला हो, जल बोर्ड का घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का हो, स्वास्थ्य का हो, कोई विभाग ऐसा नहीं जिसमें घोटाला नहीं हो. अस्पताल नकली दवाइयां दे रहे हैं दिल्ली की सरकार के, लोग गंदा पानी पीने से मर रहे हैं, तो सब लोग प्रदूषण से नाराज हैं. तो वो नाराजगी आखिर कहीं तो परिवर्तित होगी, और वो नाराजगी आज वोटों में दिखाई दे रही थी.
लेकिन सचदेव जी, आप क्या कहेंगे जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि देखिए वो भी रेवड़ी बांट रहे हैं, आप भी रेवड़ी बांट रहे हैं, तो इस वजह से शायद बीजेपी की जीत हुई है? नहीं तो 27 साल से आप सत्ता से बाहर थे दिल्ली में, और ये जो समस्याएं आप बता रहे हैं वो तो काफी दशकों से चल रहा है दिल्ली में.
नहीं, दिल्ली में काफी दशकों से चल रहा है, लेकिन पिछले 10-11 सालों में स्थिति बहुत ज्यादा खराब, बद से बदतर हुई है साहब. और जहां तक योजनाओं की बात है, प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना 80 करोड़ लोगों को देश में राशन मिल रहा है. उज्ज्वला योजना के हिसाब से हमने सिलेंडर देने का काम किया, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के नाम से हमने 4 करोड़ लोगों को घर देने का काम किया। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री की योजना का जिक्र करते हैं तो साथ में डिलीवरी का पैकेज दिखाते हैं कि हमने करके दिखाया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल के पास क्या था? महिला सम्मान के नाम पर पंजाब में 3 साल पहले वादा किया 1000 रुपये देने का, आज तक 1 रुपया किसी को नहीं मिला। लोकसभा चुनावों में दिल्ली में घोषणा की सितंबर तक 1000 रुपये आएगा, किसी को नहीं दिया। और दिल्ली में जो फॉर्म इन्होंने छपवाए या उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाया वो कूड़ेदान में कबाड़ी के पास मिले। तो दिल्ली की जनता इस बात को तो मानती है कि जहां विश्वसनीयता का सवाल होगा तो वहां नरेंद्र मोदी खड़े उतरते हैं, वह अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं उतरते। तो मुझे लगता है इस विश्वास के साथ दिल्ली की जनता ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को वोट दिया है।
नहीं, केजरीवाल जी हमेशा ये कहते थे कि उनके पास चेहरा कौन है। अब आज बताइए ना कि चेहरा कौन है। अभी तो सारे रुझान तो यही दिखा रहे हैं कि आपकी पार्टी जीत रही है और बड़ी जीत होगी दिल्ली में।
आम आदमी पार्टी के पास कौन सा चेहरा था जी?
कुछ केजरीवाल ही है चेहरा, और कौन है उनका चेहरा?
नहीं, मैं यही पूछना चाहता था आपसे, केजरीवाल चेहरा कैसे हो सकते हैं? माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जिस व्यक्ति पर जो जमानत पे छूटा हुआ अपराधी है एक बंदिश लगा दी कि आप मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय में जा नहीं सकते, किसी फाइल पे हस्ताक्षर कर नहीं सकते, तो वो कैसे जा सकते हैं? वो जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निर्णय दिया है वो तो नहीं बदल जाएगा, वो तो लिखा गया किताब पर। तो ये चेहरा कैसे हो सकते हैं? और जहाँ तक हमारे चेहरे की बात है, हमारा चेहरा नरेंद्र मोदी है। हमने उड़ीसा में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने मध्य प्रदेश में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने राजस्थान में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने महाराष्ट्र में नहीं दिया, हमने हरियाणा में भी नहीं दिया। एक कार्यकर्ता को तय करना है, केंद्रीय नेतृत्व तय करता है, दिल्ली में भी तय करेंगे। 8 तारीख को रिजल्ट आने दीजिए, हम आपको दिल्ली का एक बहुत सुंदर कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में देंगे।
पर वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, दिल्ली बीजेपी के साथ यही कटाक्ष हमेशा रहा है कि दिल्ली बीजेपी कभी ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं रही है, हमेशा बटी हुई रहती है, इसीलिए दिल्ली में 27 साल से बीजेपी के लिए अकाल पड़ा हुआ है। क्या वो परिस्थितियां बदल चुकी है?
अच्छा बताइए, आपको पिछले 2-3 सालों में कभी एक बार भी कोई ऐसी खबर मिली कि जहां लगता हो कि पार्टी में गुटबाजी है? हमारा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व इतना सक्षम है जो हम सबको बांधे रखने में सफल रहता है। और मैं बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ कह रहा हूँ, माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी लगातार इन छोटी छोटी बातों पर हमको सिखाते रहे, हमें आगे बढ़ाते रहे, और उसी का परिणाम है कि ये पूरा यूनिट एक मुट्ठी में बंद करके लड़ा। हमने 7 लोकसभा सीटें भी जीती और दिल्ली का विधानसभा चुनाव भी जीतेंगे।
एक बात मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि 2020 के बनिस्पत 2025 में हमने एक बात देखी कि आपने कैंपेन को लोकलाइज किया, आपने लोकल मुद्दे उठाए, नेशनल मुद्दे नहीं आए। तो ये क्या सोची समझी एक स्ट्रैटेजी थी?
देखिए, मैं खुद दिल्ली वाला हूं भाई साहब, मैं दिल्ली में पला बड़ा हूं, चांदनी चौक की गलियों में मेरा बचपन बीता है, जवानी बीती है। हम छोटी छोटी समस्याओं को समझते हैं। सीवर ओवरफ्लो होने से अगर दिल्ली में एक रेनी सीजन में 62 लोग मर जाते हैं तो बताइए ऐसी दिल्ली पे कौन गर्व करेगा? ये व्यवस्था किसी को तो बदलनी पड़ेगी ना। अगर हर नल खोलते ही पानी आए नहीं, और आए तो गंदा पानी आए, 20,700 लोग एक साल में गंदे पानी पीने से मर जाए, तो कौन दिल्ली वाला इस पर गर्व महसूस करेगा? सड़क टूटी हुई इतनी है कि स्कूटर में, मोटरसाइकिल में लोग खड्डे में गिर जाते हैं, तो कौन दिल्ली वाला इस पर गर्व करेगा? तो ये जो दिल्ली का दर्द है, ये दिल्ली की जो पीड़ा है, यही जनता के सामने हम लेकर गए, और जनता इसी से त्रस्त थी। इसलिए जनता ने भरोसा किया गुड गवर्नेंस पे, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री पे, क्योंकि 10 सालों में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जब बड़े बड़े हम हाईवे बनाते हैं, पुल बनाते हैं, एक्सप्रेसवे बनाते हैं, तो फिर दिल्ली की सड़कें बनाना कौन सा मुश्किल काम है जी? उसके लिए नियत चाहिए, ईमानदारी चाहिए। वो नियत ईमानदारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जनता को दिखाई दी, इसलिए जनता ने हमारा साथ दिया।
इतने साल तो एमसीडी आपके अंडर ही थी, बीजेपी के अंडर थी, तब बीजेपी के अंडर वो नियत नहीं थी। इस बार तो एमसीडी का भी चुनाव आप हार गए थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको नहीं लगा कि दिल्ली की जनता शायद आप पर भरोसा नहीं कर रही, यानी बीजेपी पर दिल्ली में भरोसा नहीं कर रही? विधानसभा
एमसीडी 15 साल हमारे पास रही, लेकिन पिछले 10 सालों में एमसीडी का फंड रोकने का पाप किसने किया? अरविंद केजरीवाल ने किया। क्योंकि फंडिंग जो है वो थ्रू स्टेट आती है। जब आप पैसा नहीं दोगे, कर्मचारियों की तनख्वाह नहीं दोगे, तो उसका गुस्सा कहीं ना कहीं तो निकलेगा ना। लेकिन एमसीडी हारने के बाद 2 साल से एमसीडी में ये है, और उसके बाद एमसीडी की जो और बुरी स्थिति हुई है, जो सफाई व्यवस्था के प्रोजेक्ट हमने शुरू किए थे, जो कूड़े के पहाड़ हटाने हमने शुरू किए थे, वो काम भी बंद हो गया। अब तो एक नया पहाड़ भी शुरू द्वारका में शुरू कर दिया, और गाजीपुर में एक नया पहाड़ बन गया। तो फिर दिल्ली की जनता को समझ में आया कि ये तो जो परिवर्तन का नारा लेकर आए थे, इन्होंने परिवर्तन की जगह व्यवस्था का इतना दुर्व्यवहार किया है कि इनको ही हटाना बेहतर है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस बार दिल्ली की जनता ने पूरी व्यवस्था के खिलाफ वोट दिया है कि जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार ने दिल्ली को खोखला करने का काम किया, दिल्ली की जनता इनको माफ नहीं कर रही और दिल्ली की जनता ने उसके परिवर्तन के रूप में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को चुना है।
वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल को सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान किस फैक्टर ने किया? शीश महल ने किया, लिकर पॉलिसी स्कैम ने किया? और अगर ये मैंडेट जो एग्जिट पोल्स दिखा रहे हैं यही आता है और बीजेपी की सरकार दिल्ली में बनती है, तो क्या आपको इसका खामियाजा पंजाब में भी भुगतना पड़ सकता है? आपका आकलन क्या कहता है?
तीन चीजें
जी,
तीन चीजें बताता हूं जहां से इनका डाउनफॉल शुरू हुआ। कोविड में जब लोग मर रहे थे, अरविंद केजरीवाल और पूरी आम आदमी पार्टी घर में छुपकर बैठी थी। सरकार, केंद्र सरकार ऑक्सीजन दे रही थी, इनके पास ऑक्सीजन रखने की जगह नहीं थी। उस समय लोगों को लगा कि हमने कैसी सरकार को चुना है। फिर कोविड में जब लोग अपनी जान बचाने के लिए भाग रहे थे, ये श्रीमान जी बैठ के घर में शराब नीति बना रहे थे कि कैसे करोड़ों रुपए की कमाई की जाए, कैसे गोवा और पंजाब का चुनाव लड़ा जाए। और तीसरा सोने पे सुहागा वो शीश महल जो भ्रष्टाचार का म्यूजियम दिल्ली में बना है। तो दिल्ली की जनता समझ गई कि ये पूरी की पूरी पार्टी, ये पूरा का पूरा अरविंद केजरीवाल अपने लिए जीता है, इनको जनता की फिक्र नहीं है। उसके बाद जो समस्या मैंने आपको गिनवाई है, उन्होंने उसमें और हम कहते हैं कि दिल्ली को जनता को दर्द बताने का कष्ट किया। ये उन तीन चीजों से एक रूट बना कि अरविंद केजरीवाल लगातार व्यवस्था के भ्रष्टाचार के शिकार होते गए।
जी, वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, एग्जिट पोल्स की तो आपको बधाई। 8 तारीख को चांदनी चौक की फेमस जलेबी आप सबको खिलाएंगे कि नहीं, वो देखा जाएगा। फिलहाल हमसे बात करने के लिए धन्यवाद।
हम आपको हम आपको जलेबी भी खिलाएंगे और इस मौसम में दौलत की चाट बहुत अच्छी मिलती है।
हाँ बिल्कुल, वाह, वो भी याद दिला दी आपने। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग विद अस, थैंक यू। सो the BJP confident, and they are saying these are the local factors. So COVID is something that is a memory that people of Delhi still carry.
And they're also talking about that whole बंदिश लगा दी है, कोर्ट्स ने बंदिश लगा दी है, तो इनका चेहरा कौन है? So kind of saying that the Aam Aadmi Party was fighting this election as bandish bandits, you know. They were not, I'm sorry to pun on that, but I couldn't resist it. It's not just Chetan who's going to come up with the puns in this show. But yeah, you know, for once Virendraji is smiling. He's been so tense in the past 10 days. I haven't seen a single smile on this gentleman's face because they've all been saying it's a faceless crowd, it's a faceless crowd. A couple of things which I wanted to point out was that if this holds, you know, this whole thing about Arvind Kejriwal being an Aam Aadmi is gone. Somewhat like what, if you remember, VP Singh being, you know, the middle class messiah, and that came crashing down after a while. You know, he watered it down. He went into the mandal. He waded into that. He went into the caste factor. And that whole middle class messiah was crushed completely. If Arvind Kejriwal loses in this manner, he loses Delhi. He is no longer that middle class. Of course, the Aam Aadmi has become Shesh after Sheesh. But this is now, you know, he's going to be, they're going to pun on this a lot. They're going to say he's Shesh Nag. And
you're in pun mode. Shesh after Sheesh. Wow.
I think it's an interesting point he raised, that the fact is that people loved Arvind Kejriwal as the CM of Delhi, and now it's Atishi. And while it's still up and we all know who's running the show, it's still a different face and a little bit of 1-2% vote.
But can I ask?
But Atishi is still not written chief minister outside her residence. She still says Atishi minister.
That happened in Tamil Nadu as well.
No, I mean, so she still says Atishi minister. She's not saying chief, because she says
there are no shoes being kept or things like that.
So there is a larger question, Chetan. I'll be very interested to know how the Congress is going to react.
Well, they'll be thrilled.
Are they going to question the EVMs?
You know,
when will they let Kejriwal now?
Sometimes you can find joy in other people's misery.
Well, and so that will expose the Congress.
Interaction, somewhat like what Trump in 2020.
And my problem with the AAP that calls itself the agitprop
have a look at this political system. Is this a possibility for you?
And I'll tell you one thing.
Let me just burst the bubble a bit and say this we preside number of 49% vote share for the AAP. 43% for the BJP. Is that possible? 5% for the Congress Party. Is that possible? We will talk about that. We've got Mr. Sandeep Dixit joining us. Sandeep Dixit ji, namaste. Thank you for speaking with us. Sandeep ji, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here with me, Zaka Jacob and Rahul Shivshankar. Very, very hard fought election. I think we've lost the line. We've lost the connection with him. We'll try and connect. Now, that's the number I was talking about. See, is this possible?
Anand, I was saying that like somebody said, everything is possible, and Rahul Gandhi also eating the Daulat ki chaat.
I'll tell you who does.
You never know.
I think the role model for all politicians of India who want to cultivate this simple person image is Mamata Banerjee. She never misses a beat. She's always dressed simple. She doesn't have
another pollster, Chetan. See this. So I am interrupting you, but have a look at these numbers on the screen.
Yeah,
33 to 38 for the AAP. So the second pollster who's saying the AAP may still win a very, very close fight. It's the second pollster after we preside who's giving a mandate, possible mandate to the Aam Aadmi
Why do
Party
you have so
and
many
putting the
people
BJP behind.
Not nationally. Who are these people?
एक तो ये है कि आगे
how many are there?
कौन है कहाँ से हैं
पर मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना, would you, this morning on the election coverage, they said there are about 40 reporters who have come from Punjab. There is interest for the Delhi elections even in Punjab. So there are pollsters will be fielded by various entities, various parties, etc., and also independent, who believe that this is a narrative changing election. Although it's a very, like Nalin said, bonsai state election, but this could spin the national narrative away. It could swing it away from Aam Aadmi Party, which is a story to say in a decade. No other political party has become such a big national force to reckon with in a decade.
I have to say,
and then fizzle out.
If this vote share of the Aam Aadmi Party is going to be 40% plus, then I don't know how you can make an educated projection on seats. If there has to be, you can't have it always. You can't say that the Congress is also increasing, the AAP is coming down, but only slightly, but the BJP is becoming this. If it's going to come down to a 2% margin, it's going to be a very tough election to project onto seats. Then we may as well just say this is an open.
But there is some dent in AAP. But there is some dent in AAP. Would you agree with that? There is some dent in AAP.
There is a dent in AAP.
There's one difference, which is that in 2020 they had a 54% vote share, so they've come down by 14%. As Sandeep Dixit, Congress leader and candidate from the New Delhi constituency, joins us. Thank you very much, Sandeep ji. First things first. So all the exit pollsters are giving the edge to the BJP and saying that it is a vote for change, it's a change election, that after 12 years the Aam Aadmi Party will be voted out of power in Delhi. I want your first reaction to the headline that exit pollsters are saying that the BJP will win Delhi.
Look, I'm assuming that the exit polls are correct. What is the final picture we'll come to know only on the 8th. But I won't be surprised. I knew that Delhi was looking for a change. Although the last 2 to 3 years, what I'd been seeing people talking about in Delhi, I think they're quite tired of what the Aam Aadmi Party was doing. And I don't think the ex-Chief Minister, Mr. Kejriwal, who's there, frankly the only leader in the party, I think his magic, whatever you might call it, had waned quite substantially. Also, the Aam Aadmi Party was not really realizing that all the tricks and gizmos with which they were constantly trying to keep themselves alive in politics, they were not working anymore. So I won't be surprised that they lose. I am a little surprised that this is the kind of equation for the BJP and the Congress that the exit polls are showing. But this is not a time to argue on that, because we will come to know the picture on the 8th, and in any case, I don't know all that much of what's happening outside of New Delhi.
I can understand that you also been extremely involved in campaigning. Some people would say that your party, the high command came a little late to the party. Excuse the pun, but I just want to ask you, will the high command accept this verdict? If the AAP were to lose, the BJP were to win, would they say that this is again an EVM driven election, that the mandate of the people has been sort of once again somehow, robbed of them, etc., etc.? Or will they say, okay, this is just rewards, Mr. Kejriwal did not work, the EVMs are reflecting what the people's will is, as it is?
Look, I think in this election, the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to lose was quite evident to us. Okay, the issue was with the people who were getting out of AAP, would they be coming to the Congress or would they be going to the BJP? Had we built our organization strong enough and made ourselves attractive and had candidates in all 70 seats that would get that anti-incumbency and some of our old voters back to us, or we've not been able to reach those milestones? I think it was really an issue of that. I would personally say the kind of results that the exit polls are showing, as I said, I would personally not be surprised. What is to me something that I think I'm misreading myself is, are we really getting, is the Congress really getting that fewer seats? I thought we would do much better, and in the kind of scenario that you're talking about, I would say we probably should have been getting 8 to 10 seats, but then, as I said, if people have voted otherwise, they'll find out on the 8th.
Can you, elaborate on that? Of course, these numbers have to hold, these numbers have to, fructify on the 8th. But if this is true, that Congress is stuck between 0 and 1 or 0 and 2, why do you think you are not able to capture the imagination of the people of Delhi in a change election? Clearly, people have voted for change, but they've preferred the BJP to be the agent of change and not the Congress party. Why?
See, I thought that one thing that they were comparing Aam Aadmi Party's government to was really Congress's government 10 years ago, okay? But you need a party with a strong foundation. It's like when rain falls, you have to have a vessel big enough to catch that rain and store it for yourself. Maybe that is something we've not been able to do, because we were not there for the past 10 to 11 years. Maybe people didn't have the confidence that we are really the organizational alternative. Okay, I'm just assuming, I'm making guesses as to what it could be. So I think that's where, if what we did in the last 2-3 months, maybe if we had done it over the last 2 to 3 years, perhaps we would have been in a position to where BJP is. I said, again, assuming that the exit polls are correct.
Do you believe a recalibration soon after the Lok Sabha elections to say that the Congress must fight on its own, especially where it wants to claw back into prominence, would have made a big difference, Sandeep ji? Because there are still many people who believe that the times of Sheila Dikshit is when Delhi saw its best times or prosperity.
Not a recalibration. I think it got active just after May, June. I'm saying if we had got active after May, June, but also please remember, it's not that easy for an organization that has been weak for a while, that has not got a people's mandate, that doesn't have elected representatives the way other parties have, and unlike Aam Aadmi Party and others, didn't have an immediate, a people's movement from which it emerges, so a kind of a nascent support, which is not just political. So not having all that in your hand, it's not that easy to suddenly start rising in about 5 to 6 months. I'm not sure what the percentage of vote numbers are, but at least I would be more interested in finding out what are the kind of vote percentages we are getting and in which areas. And I think
as of now, the pollsters are saying,
I'll be able to make a better understanding of
the exit pollsters are saying that you will have about a 5 to 6% vote share gain. So from about 4.5% in 2020, you may see up to 8 to 9%. That's what some of the polls taken on the leaderboard, even with say 2 seats, and the Congress finds its way back into the Delhi Vidhan Sabha. Will that energize the Congress cadre to say, go local, let's focus on rebuilding ourselves, not just in Delhi, but also perhaps a spillover into Punjab?
Oh yes, oh yes. Punjab, in any case, we did go local. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, we did not fight with anybody else, right? And I think at least in Delhi, it settled that we would go it alone. I personally feel that we probably get more than 12 to 13, 14% of the vote. But as I said, again, it's an estimate of mine.
Indeed.
I would say that this is, on the long run, good for the Congress. We fought somewhat. We've gained a lot of vote back. In many senses, if you see the way we attacked the government, the way we critiqued it, the way we put up our campaign, I think that became quite the center of the anti-AAP feeling that we built up in Delhi. Advantage may have gone to anywhere, and pardon me if you think I'm being too arrogant about the Congress. It's okay, but I think we really built the actual discussions around which this elections went. At least that's what I think.
All right, Sandeep Dixit, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see how this plays out on Saturday, the 8th of February.
Thank you.
Pradeep Gupta, CMD of Axis My India, one of the leading pollsters in the country, is now joining us. Pradeep ji, you have not put out your numbers, at least I don't have it in front of me in the screen. What is your number for Delhi?
So Zaka, number crunching is on, and at this point of time, all I can say, we are not yet ready with our numbers.
But is there a trend, Pradeep ji? This is Anand here.
See, Anand, thank you for having me here. Trend is now, because better to give the proper number only, and then this time, all I can say, very, very interesting situation across the demography. I would say all the demography at play, meaning they are behaving differently, starting with caste, gender of course, occupation also. In Delhi, occupation also play a vital role. Particularly, there is one side autos wala's voting pattern, railway patri wala. Also important here the job. When I say job, the private jobs and the government jobs, central government, state government. Then Samudaya, meaning Purvanchalis, South Indians, Bengalis, Uttarakhandi, and of course Delhi Vasis and Punjabis. So every demography at play, important here. That is what we are doing. Which demography has the right representation in particular 100 vote which is being cast?
Okay.
This is what is going on, and if required, we will do the groundwork tomorrow also and come out with, because Access My India is known for exact poll kind of a situation. We have predicted 69 elections so far and called 63 elections.
But Pradeep ji, before Rahul asks his question quickly, आपके हिसाब से प्राइमा फेसा मामला क्लियर है कि फंसेगा?
हाँ, जहां तक ये जो आपका बहुत अच्छा सवाल है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है पास्ट ट्रेंड देखते हुए भी लास्ट 15 ईयर में 90 स्टेट इलेक्शंस हुए, 30 स्टेट्स के 3 इलेक्शन मान लीजिए और 3 लोकसभा हुए हैं। केवल 5 ओकेजन्स पे ऐसा हुआ है जो कि हंग असेंबली की सिचुएशन आई है। उसको देखते हुए और अभी के ट्रेंड देखते हुए मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं कि जो भी नंबर्स आएंगे या आने वाले हैं वो डिसीसिव मैंडेट होंगे, उसमें हंग असेंबली जैसी कोई सिचुएशन नहीं।
Pradeep ji, mathematically, I just want to ask you, yes, it is possible, but can the AAP, now some of these polls that are showing these massive victories for BJP, are suggesting that the AAP's vote share will be around 42-43%, which is a decline of about 10%, 11%. Can that be the case if the AAP is going to be decimated and the BJP is going to sweep in the manner that it is being suggested?
So, Sivsankar, I do not have, Rahul, I do not have the answer for this very question, but all I can say, yes, definitely there is a fall in vote share of Aam Aadmi Party of 54% last time. This much all I can say. How much is the fall? That is the number crunching.
No, his question was more on the arithmetic.
ये दोनों चीजें सही रहेंगी कि उनका 42 पे भी आ जाए और उनकी सीटें भी इतनी कम हो जाएं और बीजेपी इतने बड़े मार्जिन से जीते, या तो उनका 40% से नीचे आना चाहिए टू गिव दिस काइंड ऑफ सीट प्रोजेक्शन।
अब तक सीट प्रोजेक्शंस का सवाल है, यदि दो पार्टी का वोट शेयर 5% के आसपास का यदि गैप होता है, 5% का गैप दो पार्टी के वोट शेयर में जो टॉप 2 पार्टीज हैं, देन इट इज विल बी इजीली डिसिसिव मैंडेट। उसमें कहीं कोई शक या सवाल नहीं होगा। दिस मच ऑल आई कैन से एट दिस पॉइंट।
प्रदीप जी, तो वन फाइनल क्वेश्चन बिफोर वी गेट द पॉलिटिकल स्पोक्सपर्सन्स इन, ये क्या क्लियर फाइट थी बिटवीन बीजेपी एंड कांग्रेस? वाज इट अ बीजेपी एंड आम आदमी पार्टी, वाज इट अ 2 हॉर्स रेस, या कई कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में आपने ट्रायंगुलर फाइट भी देखा कि कांग्रेस कैंडिडेट्स कुछ जगहों पे मतलब फाइट डाल रहे हैं और उसकी वजह से शायद आपकी वोट शेयर कम हो रही है?
डेफिनेटली कुछ सीटों पे, पर्टिकुलरली मुस्लिम डोमिनेंट सीट्स, एंड उसमें एक सीट जोड़ दीजिए कांग्रेस की, वो भले ही मुस्लिम डोमिनेंट ना हो, बादली सीट जो है उसके ऊपर जो यादव लड़ रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, वो अच्छी फाइट दे रहे हैं, इतना मैं कह सकता हूं। और कुछ सीटों के ऊपर कांग्रेस ने फाइट दी है, बट वो कुछ ही है, सब नहीं है। एंड दैट टू माइनॉरिटी डोमिनेंट जो कि 8 से 9 सीटें हैं, उसके ऊपर कांग्रेस ने फाइट दी है। सवाल उठता है कि वो कितना मुस्लिम का वोट स्प्लिट कर पाने में सफल हो पाए और दलित का वोट। मुझे ऐसा एक और ट्रेंड समझ में अभी तक जो आया, उसमें ये दिख रहा है कि मुस्लिम का वोट तो कंसोलिडेटेड है, लेकिन दलित का वोट बिटवीन कांग्रेस एंड बीजेपी, आम आदमी पार्टी की बात करें तो मुसलमानों से ज्यादा दलित का वोट यदि शिफ्ट हुआ है तो वो कांग्रेस की तरफ हुआ है, बीजेपी की भी तरफ हुआ है, लेकिन जो उसका परसेंटेज और वो है, दैट इज समथिंग टू बी सीन।
So there is a shift away from the AAP. There are gains for the Congress. There is something happening with the BJP. भूमिका बहुत अच्छी बांधी है आपने प्रदीप जी, to keep the suspense going about what the access numbers are. But one thing you're saying is that the mandate will be clear. Shazia Almi is with us. Anjali Rai with us. Anjali ji, just going to Shazia Almi. Thank you for your patience, ladies. But it looks like it's a fight between the AAP and the BJP. Shazia Almi, what's the report that you are getting? आप भी तो दिल्ली की हैं, आप में थी, अब बीजेपी में है, काफी साल से आपने मेहनत भी की है, सो व्हाट आर द पल्स यू आर गेटिंग?
I think there's a monumental shift in the credibility of Arvind Kejriwal. So all the governments come and go and their elections, but Kejriwal stood out, Aam Aadmi Party stood out, and it stood for something, it believed in something. And now a lot of people who voted for AAP, and he won twice, in fact, I could say 3 times, but basically twice, because first time he got the support of Congress, got a few seats. So there was people believed in him. People were looking at a different kind of politics. But you just see the kind of politics we are seeing. And I'm not talking about him being the Sultan Saab of Sheesh Mahal, but somebody who talks about, Z plus security and is not happy with even that. I'm talking about a person who CAG talks about, CAG report talks about 2060 crores. Now as the same CAG, the report of which Kejriwal used and bandied around to come to power and to talk about the corruption of UPA 2 in general and Sheila Dikshit in particular. So, and whether the civic issues, you just look at water. Now that's basic. Arvind Kejriwal, and when I was there, we talked about doing away with tanker mafia. Now it's all about tanker mafia, and Delhi Jal Nigam, which was actually doing very well and was profitable during the time of Sheila Dikshit, is under a huge debt and is a cloud of corruption again over there. Now you just see when you look at even Juggi Jhopdis, they expect clean water. So the water is smelly and dirty. We know what's happened to Yamuna. We know about 7,000 crores that Kejriwal has admitted to taking for its cleaning. And same Kejriwal admitting that he's not been able to do that. So it's a huge shift, and I think Kejriwal stands totally exposed. So it's more than one thing. And also I think Congress, and I really want to say this, that I like Sandeep Dikshit ji's candor. But you to expect a party to commit political suicide in a state or two, I'm talking about Delhi and Punjab, only to defeat BJP is not fair. And when you talk about Muslims per se, Arvind Kejriwal always said that and believed that, and there's an audio leak to that effect. That says, मुसलमानों को कुछ नहीं चाहिए, बस बीजेपी को गाली दो और बस वही काफी है. मोदी को गाली दो, बीजेपी को गाली दो, RSS को गाली दो. And knowing very well, and it's sad for Muslims, and I feel bad for them, that despite having kicked the imams and having brought in the pujaris and granthis in his new scheme of things, that they have no choice, but because they want to defeat BJP, they're going with Kejriwal, or from whatever I'm hearing from Pradeep ji say, because Pradeep ji is always balanced and makes a good point. So that would be really, really sad. But as far as Dalit vote is concerned, I think there's a huge shift there, and I can tell you that there is a lot of disappointment with AAP. So there is the middle class, and a huge chunk of that, and we're talking about record polling. The kind of figures we're getting is the polling, the percentage exceeds all other, twice before the Vidhan Sabha elections. So if you look at the middle classes, they have come out and voted. There's disappointment in JJ clusters and huge shift in the Dalit vote. Towards BJP.
Well, I must say that Pradipta has still not said that the BJP is getting a clear mandate. He's still not let that out. He's not said that the BJP is making massive gains. He's just said that some people are suffering losses, some people are suffering gains, but overall, if there will be a clear mandate. Harsh Malhotra, BJP MP East Delhi, is with us. Harshji, namaste. The dust settles, the mandate has been cast in terms of the ballot has been cast. Mandate result will be on the 8th of February. Right now, the pollsters believe BJP is sweeping this election. It's taking with a very, very comfortable number. They are coming into power after 27 years in Delhi. That's what the numbers say. Your thoughts? What's the feedback that you are getting?
इस बार चुनाव की कैंपेन शुरू होते ही ये समझ में आना शुरू हो गया था कि दिल्ली की जनता सत्ता परिवर्तन के लिए वोट कर रही है। पिछले 10 साल में आम आदमी पार्टी ने, केजरीवाल साहब की सरकार ने कुछ भी दिल्ली की जनता के लिए नहीं किया, और उन्होंने ये प्रूव किया जैसे ही कैंपेन शुरू होता है, वो एक बार भी दिल्ली में उन्होंने क्या किया है इस मुद्दे पर ना आए, ना उन्होंने बोला है। तो वो खुद भी इस बात को मान गए थे कि इस बार विकास के मुद्दे पर चुनाव नहीं है। तो जब विकास ही नहीं किया, भ्रष्टाचार किया है और झूठ बोला है, तो दिल्ली की जनता ने सत्ता परिवर्तन के लिए वोट किया। और हमें भी शुरू से ही लगता था कि इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ दिल्ली में सरकार बनाएगी।
आपने क्या अलग किया इस बार? यानी बीजेपी ने इस बार अपने कैंपेन में क्या रणनीति अपनाई? क्या फर्क था 2020 और 2015 के बनस्पत?
देखिए, रणनीति की कोई बात नहीं है। बीजेपी सीधे सच्चे तरीके से जनता के बीच में गई है और हमने जो आम आदमी पार्टी ने दिल्ली की जनता को ठगा, केवल वही बातें उन तक पहुंचाई और क्रेडिबिलिटी ऑफ द बीजेपी आज पूरे देश को पता है, दिल्ली को भी पता है कि इवन दिल्ली के अंदर भी मोदी जी की सरकार ने 65,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा के काम किए हैं, जिससे पोल्यूशन भी कम हुआ है, ट्रैफिक भी कम हुआ है और इसके साथ साथ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट भी हुआ है। दिल्ली की जनता को यह समझ में आया कि दिल्ली में वो सरकार चाहिए जो पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट के साथ दिल्ली वालों के लिए काम करेगी और केंद्र के साथ मिलकर के केंद्र की सरकार का लाभ उठाते हुए दिल्ली की जनता को उसका लाभ देगी। ये दिल्ली की जनता को समझ में आया है।
पर हर्ष जी, आप और बीजेपी मिलकर के पराली को नहीं सॉल्व कर पाए, आप और बीजेपी मिल करके यमुना को साफ नहीं कर पाए, तो बीजेपी अकेले कैसे कर पाएगी?
माइंडसेट होता है किसी काम को ठीक करने का। हालांकि अब ये समय नहीं है, लेकिन मैं फिर भी आपको यमुना जी की साफ करने का 4 लाइन में बता सकता हूं
जी।
यमुना जी में 18 से ज्यादा बड़े नाले गिरते हैं। उसके लिए केंद्र सरकार ने दिल्ली की सरकार को 8,500 करोड़ रुपए दिए हैं। उसका स्टार्ट ही उन नालों के मुहाने पर जहां वो यमुना जी में गिरते हैं, वहां पे ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगाना है। अगर वो इतना ही काम कर दें, और जब ये काम एलजी साहब ने केंद्र की मदद से करना शुरू किया तो ये साहब कोर्ट चले जाते हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोर्ट चले जाते हैं कि हमारा मैंडेट है, हमें करने दो, कोर्ट से स्टे ले आते हैं। तो इनका माइंडसेट ही नहीं था यमुना जी को साफ करने का। और यमुना जी की सफाई तो एक मुद्दा है, ऐसे इन्होंने कितने ही मुद्दे जो दिल्ली की जनता के लिए होने चाहिए थे। 78,000 करोड़ रुपए का एक साल का बजट है, इनके पास बजट की भी कोई कमी नहीं थी, पर इनका मन नहीं था, ये तो सिर्फ भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त थे। इस कारण से ये दिल्ली की जनता को कुछ भी सहूलियत नहीं दे पाए। और हम केंद्र सरकार की मदद से भी, और जो हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी, गुड गवर्नेंस जो बाकी राज्यों में भी है, वो आज दिल्ली की जनता भी समझ रही है कि ऐसी सरकार चाहिए जो सरकार केंद्र के साथ कदम से कदम मिला करके काम कर सके और दिल्ली के विकास के लिए सोच सके।
दो आरोप हैं हर्ष जी। एक कि दिल्ली बीजेपी में जितनी गुटबाजी है वो पूरे देश भर में बीजेपी में नहीं है। दूसरा आरोप ये कि आम आदमी पार्टी के काम में सबसे ज्यादा बाधा एलजी ऑफिस के वाया बीजेपी ने ही डाली।
दोनों ही आरोप निराधार हैं, ना कोई गुटबाजी है। और एलजी साहब क्यों रोकेंगे काम को? एलजी साहब ने तो दिल्ली में विकास के लिए केंद्र की ग्रामोदय योजना से 1,000 करोड़ रुपया दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए लगाया है। और जब केंद्र की मदद से कूड़े का पहाड़ हटाने की कोशिश की, तीनों जगह पर उसके टेंडरिंग की, तो भी ये साहब कोर्ट चले गए। यमुना जी की सफाई करने की कोशिश की तो भी आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कोर्ट चले गए। आयुष्मान भारत योजना लागू करने के लिए हम लोग अगर कोर्ट गए तो वहां पर इन्होंने मना किया कि नहीं होना चाहिए। तो ये तो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है और आज दिल्ली की जनता जान रही है, जिसके कारण से दिल्ली की जनता ने सत्ता परिवर्तन के लिए वोट दिया है और भाजपा की सरकार हो इस बात के लिए वोट दिया है।
मुख्यमंत्री की दावेदारी किसकी है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
हर्ष मल्होत्रा जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। वी आर गोना टेक अ वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक हियर इन द बैटल फॉर दिल्ली पोल ऑफ पोल्स कवरेज। स्टे विद अस। Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunabhi.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you.
Okay.
But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And you know, it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit. And you know, by all standards, he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then of course later by Priyanka Gandhi Vada and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement which hit out at the UPA 2 and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dikshit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad too late. Very quickly, when I would speak to many voters that do you look at Congress as an option, they said, kya faida, we look at it as a waste of vote. That is the problem which the Congress had to face. Despite an aggressive campaign by say Sandeep Dikshit, I wonder how many of them would think voting for the Congress party would make sense.
Well, vote katwa or waste of vote, but we must actually do a timeline flashback of Pallavi Ghosh reflecting on the Congress's performance from 2015 till 2025 and see how much of it what she said is the same and what's actually new. If it's the same story every time, then what has the party learned? That's a question. Yes, Arunima, who have you been tracking? We had pictures of the EVMs being packed, taken off the PowerPoints and this one, and then they're packed up, and those pictures coming through. So everything is being this time videographed and said, चलो भाई कोई doubt ही नहीं चाहिए किसका बैटरी कितना discharge हुआ, etc.
Yes, since you asked if we have voted, here's reporting that one of those 57% in Delhi who have gone and done their duty, in spite of the running around that we had to do all across the length and breadth of Delhi. Here at the booth that I am, yes, the last voter, she actually reached a few seconds after 6 o'clock, tried very hard to get in, but now it's time for the electoral staff to wrap up and leave, and that's exactly what is happening. This is the Jangpura constituency. I am reporting from one of those constituencies which hasn't really thrown up encouraging figures. In fact, if you see between Jangpura where Sisodia is standing, New Delhi where Arvind Kejriwal is contesting, and Kalkaji where Atishi is contesting, the lowest three numbers for Delhi has come from these three constituencies in that order: Southeast Delhi, New Delhi and Kalkaji. So we don't really know what's up in store for these three big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, but overall the party is quite upbeat at the moment. They feel there is no anti-incumbency. Bharatiya Janata Party is looking at the numbers also, hoping that this number is actually the anti-incumbency factor playing out. The women factor, women voters I've seen everywhere. I've gone to New Delhi, Okhla, Jangpura, I've gone to the Khan Market area. One thing that I can tell you is that the women voters have come out and made that difference. In whose favor they have made that difference, I think that only the 8th of this month will tell us.
True, Karol Bagh is 47.4 at 5 p.m. So that's also a very low number. But these places are all about 2 or 3% of the average median. That's 57%. Back live in the battle for Delhi and the poll of polls, the numbers clearly favoring the challenger, that is the BJP that's been waiting. for the last 27 years to get and win the mandate of the people of Delhi for Delhi's Vidhan Sabha. The Aam Aadmi Party has been shown the door out, and they will now have to sit in the opposition if these numbers and the projections by the exit pollsters hold. Yes, there are two outliers. There are two pollsters who have bucked the trend and who have actually said that that Arvind Kejriwal will return, the Aam Aadmi Party will return for a hat-trick, but there are only two. The most of the others, and largely the more prominent ones like P-Mark, Matriz, People's Pulse, and have gone ahead and said that no, the mandate will be in favor of the BJP. The AAP will come second. Largely a two-horse race with the possibility of the Congress getting onto the leaderboard after nearly a decade with one or maybe two seats. Manoj Tiwari of the BJP is with us. Manoj Tiwari ji, namaste. जो ट्रेंड्स दिख रहे हैं, मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूं, जिस तरह के रुझान दिख रहे हैं, क्या वो एनकरेजिंग है कि आपको लगता है कि 8 तारीख?
मुझे लगता है कि इस एग्जिट पोल में जो कुछ दिख रहा है उससे बेहतर रिजल्ट एग्जिट पोल में आएगा। एग्जिट पोल से एग्जैक्ट अलग होगा हमारे पक्ष में, ऐसा हमें विश्वास लग रहा है। आनंद जी,
आप पूर्व अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं बीजेपी के दिल्ली प्रदेश में, आप यहाँ लोकसभा एमपी हैं, आप कई चुनाव भी लड़े हैं, दिल्ली को आप समझते हैं। मैं जानना चाहता हूं इस बार क्या अलग हुआ और क्यों आप इतने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि बीजेपी को इससे बेहतर, जितना पोलस्टर्स दिखा रहे हैं उससे बेहतर मैंडेट मिलेगा?
देखिए, एक तो आम आदमी पार्टी के विरुद्ध बहुत नाराजगी है दिल्ली के लोगों में। आम आदमी पार्टी ने जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली को गंदे पानी से, एक प्रकार से कहें, लोगों की जानें ली हैं, लोगों को मौत के मुंह में ढकेला है सर। जैसी लगातार पोल्यूशन की समस्याएं, दिल्ली गैस चैम्बर बनती गई, सांसों पे आपातकाल जैसा शब्द सुनने को मिला हमें, और बुजुर्गों का पेंशन बंद करना, तमाम ऐसी चीजें थी, गरीबों का राशन कार्ड नहीं बनाना और बैड रोड्स। तो अब हमको लग रहा है ना कि रोड में गड्ढे गड्ढे, तो रोड में गड्ढे वाले जा रहे हैं और हाईवे वाले आ रहे हैं, ऐसा दिल्ली की जनता से हमने सुना है। तो बहुत सारी चीजें आनंद जी, मैंने तो दिल्ली के गलियों में जाइए, हमको शर्म आ जाती है कि हम कैसे दिल्ली के लोगों को, नाले बह रहे हैं, किनारे में घर है, झुग्गी है, कोई केयर करने वाला नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है आम आदमी पार्टी ने बहुत निराश किया है लोगों को, इसका कारण पहला। दूसरा, केंद्र ने जहां जहां उसकी चली, चाहे वो झुग्गी के लोगों को पक्का मकान देने की बात हो, बड़े बड़े द्वारका एक्सप्रेस, NH24, अक्षरधाम एक्सप्रेस, देहरादून, ये सब प्रगति मैदान टनल, झुग्गी वालों को पक्के मकान, इससे लोगों की आशा जगी। क्योंकि एक बहुत बड़ा शेयर करूं, आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा झुग्गियों को बोलती तुमको बीजेपी आएगी तो तोड़ देगी, और बीजेपी ने पक्का घर देना शुरू कर दिया। तो बिल्कुल ये जो डबल स्टैंडर्ड था ना, और भ्रमित करने वाला जो इमेज आम आदमी पार्टी का लोगों को दिखा, दीज आर द रीजंस जिससे बीजेपी के प्रति विश्वास बढ़ा है। जैसे बीजेपी मेट्रो बढ़ा रही है,
पर इस बार आप लोगों ने भी थोड़ा स्ट्रेटेजी चेंज किया है ग्राउंड पर। क्या चेंज किया? लोकल कर दिया इलेक्शन को। आप हर नुक्कड़, हर मोहल्ले में अपना इंडिविजुअल T20 खेल रहे हैं, नेशनल लेवल का टेस्ट नहीं किया इसको।
ये भी एक बात रही कि हमारा फोकस बहुत विधानसभा के बूथ लेवल तक इस बार रहा, और जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात है, हमने भी एक बार इस बार मोदी गारंटी में वेलफेयर
I think Manoj Tiwari ji is on the move, so he was talking in between, and the connection froze.
Free Wi-Fi.
He's back. 2013 में फ्री वाईफाई का प्रॉमिस किया था, वो नहीं हुआ है अभी तक। तो वही बोल रहे थे कि अगर सब जगह फ्री वाईफाई होता दिल्ली में तो फिर आपका नेटवर्क भी नहीं जाता। जी आप कुछ कह रहे थे।
आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी सुन पा रहा हूं, अब सुन पा रहे हैं जी, बोलिए।
क्या मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी
हाँ, थैंक यू। देखिए, अब तो जो एग्जिट पोल दिख रहा है, हम लोग आशा करते हैं कि हमारा इससे बेहतर होगा। और मैं एक बात जरूर बोलूंगा कि बीजेपी अपना बेस्ट करेगी, जो भी हमारे दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए उनकी लाइफ को इम्प्रूव करने की बात है, जिसके लिए दिल्ली के लोग बहुत ही निराश हैं।
पूर्वांचली साथ दिए हैं क्या सर?
क्षेत्र में उनका
मनोज जी, मैं अगर आपसे एक सवाल पूछूं,
पूर्वांचली साथ दिए हैं कि नहीं?
सॉरी, नो गो अहेड
सर, एक बार फिर पूछिएगा।
पूर्वांचली साथ दिए हैं कि नहीं बीजेपी का इस बार?
बिल्कुल साथ दिए हैं सर। पूर्वांचल बहुल सारी सीटों को हम जीत रहे हैं, ऐसा हम लोगों की रिपोर्ट में आया है। और अब तो हमें ज्यादा बोलने की आवश्यकता नहीं, क्योंकि अब तो जो भी होना है ईवीएम में कैद हो चुका है। मगर पूर्वांचल के लोगों का जो तिरस्कार किया है आम आदमी पार्टी ने, उसका भी पूर्वांचल के लोगों ने उससे नाराज हो करके और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति आशा में वोट दिया है।
मनोज जी, मैं राहुल शिवशंकर बोल रहा हूं, दो सवाल आपसे पूछूंगा। एक तो कि आम आदमी पार्टी कहती रहती है कि देखिए हम कितना कर सकते थे, हमें करने नहीं दिया, एलजी ऑफिस ने हमारा एक किस्म से हाथ बांध दिए। एक तो ये बात। दूसरी, वो कहते हैं कि पूरा जो इलेक्शन कमीशन है वो बीजेपी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, कि इससे बेकार इलेक्शन कमिश्नर कोई हुआ ही नहीं हिस्ट्री में। तो इस पे आपकी क्या टिप्पणी है? आप क्या जवाब देंगे इन पर?
देखिए, चुनाव आयोग का रोना और ईवीएम का रोना तो इन लोगों का पुराना है। मगर दूसरी जो आपने बात कही, जो पहले आपने एक बात कही ना,
हाँ, एलजी,
ये तो इनकी ये स्टेटमेंट इनके विरुद्ध गई है। हमें कई लोग ऐसे कहते पाए गए कि जब एलजी को ये सब काम करना है तो हम फिर केंद्र को ही दे देते हैं, तुम्हारी जरूरत क्या है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। हालांकि एलजी महोदय ने कभी भी किसी का काम नहीं रोका। एलजी महोदय तो वो काम रोकते हैं जो भ्रष्टाचार करने वाला है, करप्शन को बढ़ावा देने वाला है। और अगर रोक ही पाते तो शराब घोटाला जैसा घोटाला नहीं होता। मगर आम जनता ने इसको ऐसे लिया कि जब तुम रोज यही रोना रोते हो कि हमें केंद्र काम नहीं करने दे रहा है, तो फिर केंद्र में तो मोदी जी हैं ही, उन्हीं को दिल्ली भी दे देते हैं
जी।
और ये बहुत
स्मिता जी, स्मिता प्रकाश जी आपसे एक सवाल करना चाहती हैं।
मनोज जी,
अरे स्मिता जी भी है इसमें।
हाँ जी, मनोज जी, 25 ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर पूर्वांचलियों का दबदबा है, और कहते हैं कि ये 25 सीटें हैं जहां पर पूर्वांचलीज कैन डिटरमिन विच वे द वोट हैज गॉन। उसमें 47% माइग्रेंट्स जो हैं वो उत्तर प्रदेश से हैं, 31% जो हैं वो बिहार से हैं। तो आपके हिसाब से पूर्वांचली जो है, क्या वो किंग मेकर है इस बार?
मुझे लगता है कि ये जो पूर्वांचली फैक्टर है, ये इस बार बहुत दिल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास लगा है। लोगों ने ये बहुत कहने की कोशिश की कि सीट कम दी है, कि पूर्वांचलियों को फर्जी वोटर कहा आम आदमी पार्टी ने, हमें लालची बोला गया, हमें कोविड में भारी खतरे में ढकेल दिया गया। तो आपको याद ही है, हमारे प्रति भी बहुत गाली गलौज किया है आम आदमी पार्टी ने, और किसी भी गाली गलौज के बाद इन लोगों ने कभी भी एक अफसोस भी नहीं जताया। तो इसके लिए पूर्वांचली फैक्टर पूरा इसमें बीजेपी के साथ गया है, ऐसा मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं।
आप अपने अंदाज में कहिए ना, कोई शेर व शायरी या कोई गाना उसमें कहिए ना।
अभी तो 8 तारीख को मैं गाना बना रहा हूं, 8 तारीख के लिए गाना तैयार कर रहा हूं। मेरा दिल कहता है कि अब हमें सांसद के रूप में हम जितना काम कर सके उसके 50 गुना ज्यादा, जैसे ही हमारी सरकार बन जाएगी, हम दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए करेंगे। तो अभी तक तो हम लोगों का एक ही भाव था कि बहाने नहीं, बदलाव चाहिए, दिल्ली में भाजपा सरकार चाहिए। अगर ये हो गया तो फिर हम एक नया गीत बनाएंगे जहां दिल्ली खिलखिलाएगी दिल्ली के लोगों की समस्या दूर की जाएगी।
न्यूज 18 की तरफ से आपको शुभकामनाएं।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
आगे क्या कर रहे हैं स्मिता जी?
Over to you.
What are you doing at ARI?
I wonder that myself.
So that was Manoj Tiwari who said कि देखिए दिल्ली की समस्या जाएगी, दिल्ली खिलखिलाएगी, एक विकसित दिल्ली along with a विकसित भारत, the विकसित दिल्ली, the राजधानी of विकसित भारत. That's the vision the Prime Minister has laid out for the people of Delhi. With these exit polls and the poll of polls so far, it looks like the people of Delhi are willing to give the BJP a chance after denying it a chance for the last 27 years. 27 saal net practice, will they get to play a game, the game of a Viksit Delhi, or playing for the benefit and the interest of the people of Delhi? The results will be out on the 8th of February. As of now, it looks like the Aam Aadmi Party will be occupying the opposition benches in the Delhi Vidhan Sabha. Zakir Jacob, barring the two outliers, that is We Preside and Xenia, most of the pollsters have hinted at a big swing away from the AAP by the people of Delhi.
I think it's very clear that this was a two-horse race. The Congress may have played spoil sport in a few constituencies, no doubt, but the Congress is not, any third player in Delhi, at least certainly not seat share wise, because most polls are saying either 0 to 1 or 0 to 2. If you look at the BJP sort of lower end, if you were to exclude the We Preside poll, if you were to exclude that because that's the outlier, the lowest end for the BJP is Matriz at 35 and the highest end for the BJP is People's Pulse at 60. So you're looking at a 35 to 60 kind of range for the BJP. For the Aam Aadmi Party, at the lowest end, it is what the People's Pulse poll has said at 10. That would be a total decimation. That, like Rahul said, will not happen if Aam Aadmi Party has 40% vote share. They're not going to come down to 10 seats. And at the highest end for the Aam Aadmi Party, again, if 52. You were to keep aside the We Preside poll, I think it would be 37, which seems to be from Matriz. So I think it's very clear directionally. All polls except We Preside are saying, all polls are saying that the BJP will win. Whether they win at 39 or 35 or whether they win at 50 plus, that's a matter of debate that we will of course get settled on the 8th on Saturday.
You seem very certain. You seem very certain. I would
after all that happened 6 months ago.
I just feel that look, till the woman vote doesn't come in, till the so-called exact vote is not tabulated, I just want to hold my breath on this one, because the woman vote is a factor, and I know anecdotally, speaking to a large number of people, they really benefited from the free transport and the massive impact on the household budget. See, we can't use the same yardstick. In Maharashtra, the great advantage the BJP had is that it very quickly pushed out some of the emoluments very quickly. Here, you already had a bit of a history of the households getting freebies.
No, they didn't.
So
that's what I'm trying to say.
The electricity cut.
No, electricity yes, but for the women, the amount that was promised in June
I know about the
September. So there was no delivery that actually happened.
So I'm not talking about the women, the specific schemes. I'm just talking about some of the other promises that were made. They were kept. So you suddenly had water bills, you had electricity bills come down, you had gas cylinders, this, that, the other. You could also say sort of part of the central largesse. But the fact is that there was a material difference to lives. Now, has the BJP been able to negate that in the eye of the woman voter is a question that I think is still out there.
Here's the thing, the one of the things where when the BJP said that we will give you so much, the AAP went and did this entire thing of register and you need to register. They didn't do it from a government circuit. There was huge controversy around it because Atishi was making the announcement that the cabinet has passed 1,000. Arvind Kejriwal said we will give 2,100. It was 1,500. I said no, we are giving 2,100. So there was no clarity within the AAP also there that what is it that they are promising. Secondly, this entire confusion that you are making a promise which the cabinet has not ratified, or cabinet has ratified but the Delhi government has not yet released, is another aspect. So, and for the Delhi voter, for the women voter, the difference is it's not a 49-51 vote share in terms of men versus women. It's a 45-50, it's a 5% difference. 70 lakh women voters and about 81 lakh male voters. So that difference of 11 lakh voters is quite a big gap. Yeah.
We have guests, political spokespersons who are also joining us. Rohan Gupta is joining us from the BJP. Brajesh Karlappa is joining us from the Congress party, and we have the AAP spokesperson also. Let me start with you, Rohan. I mean, for the first time in 27 years, and I want to add a big caveat, if these exit poll trends are correct on Saturday, then it means for the first time in 27 years, the BJP will be coming to power in Delhi.
Zaka, I feel that generally I don't trust exit polls, and we have seen in past that whoever has trusted exit poll, at the end of the day, something wrong has come out. But at the end of the day, what it shows is number one, the trend. Number two, the kind of anti-incumbency what I've seen against Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi was phenomenal. 10 years people of Delhi trusted Kejriwal blindly. The kind of mandate he got was extraordinary. In the history of Indian politics, nobody has got that kind of mandate. But what happened? You did your marketing, you did your politics in name of Aam Aadmi, and then you come out with Shishmail. You did your politics in name of corruption-free Delhi, and the biggest corruption in the history of Delhi in name of liquor scam that you do. People of Delhi will not forgive you. The trust of people of Delhi is completely betrayed by Kejriwal. Point number one. Point number two. What I feel that people of Delhi feel that because of Kejriwal, the people of Delhi are deprived of the benefits of the central government or the Modi government. Somewhere there is a feeling that अगर 10 साल पहले भाजपा के साथ जाते तो डबल इंजन का फायदा मिलता. तीसरी, people of Delhi want social security also, social benefits also, and development also. They have seen Aam Aadmi Party announcing big schemes. Maybe एक मॉडल स्कूल बना दिया, मार्केटिंग कर दिया, एक मोहल्ला क्लिनिक किया, मार्केटिंग किया, पर उसके बेनिफिट्स परकोलेट नहीं हुए. मार्केटिंग आपने किया, but benefits have not reached to the grassroots. उसके सामने मोदी गवर्नमेंट का एक ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा. Whatever they have said in Haryana or in Maharashtra, they have delivered. लाडली बहना योजना इलेक्शन के पहले डिलीवर किया था. तो जनता को वो ट्रस्ट था कि मोदी जी या बीजेपी पावर में आएंगे तो जो स्कीम्स है उस पर इंपैक्ट नहीं आएगा, प्लस डेवलपमेंट का बेनिफिट मिलेगा. तीसरा, जो रूस की पॉलिटिक्स है ऑफ ब्लेमिंग समबडी एल्स फॉर द फेलियर, दैट नीड्स टू स्टॉप. So I think these are the three critical factors due to which I am pretty confident that it is going to be a landslide victory for BJP.
Well, will it be a landslide victory for the BJP or not, or will the Delhi say bas Kejriwal या सिर्फ केजरीवाल? That's the big question. अब बस केजरीवाल, हमें बस केजरीवाल. There are two different ways, and let's try and understand that. So we try to create something with the Delhi ki buses. Everybody's promised the e-buses. With me is Netaji, who's also come to show us the poll of polls. Aye, please let's take a look at some of the numbers that the pollsters have set here on the streets of Delhi. Who's going to rule the capital? These are the numbers: PMark, Matriz, People's Pulse, People's Insight, and also Chanakya Strategies and Poll Diary. All of them have actually given the mandate in favor of the BJP. DV Research also says the mandate is with the BJP. We Reside is one of the only outliers who said it's a runaway win for the Aam Aadmi Party, whereas all the others have said the AAP will suffer this time. A minimum of 10, a maximum of 37. That's where the entire median is, as Zaka was pointing out. So overall, these are the numbers. This is the exit poll of polls, Netaji. So what does it stand out? The poll of polls says BJP plus is 41, Aam Aadmi Party is 29, Congress 0, others 0. So again a two-way fight, but has the Congress dented the AAP? Are there voters who moved away from the Congress coming back to the Congress now slowly but gradually, and will that enthuse the Congress leadership and the Congress cadre to perhaps fight it harder in Delhi on the streets locally? That's the big thing.
So Abhinandita, I mean, let's face it, I mean, 9 polls, there are 9 polls that have come out. 8 of them are saying BJP has the edge, some of them decisively so, some of them saying it'll be 38, 39. What went wrong for the Aam Aadmi Party? If these exit poll trends hold, and I know you will start off by saying, we've seen Haryana, we've seen other places where exit polls have gone wrong, but Abhinandita, fact is that what Rohan said, one, this whole anti-corruption crusader image of Arvind Kejriwal had been sort of, that sheen had gone off over the last year or so, and secondly, I think there is a governance deficit in Delhi. I mean, people look at the quality of life in Delhi, whether it's roads, whether it's garbage, whether it's air pollution, and say, you know, what have we got in the last 10 years?
Okay, well, I will not even go as far as Haryana to say that even in the Delhi elections, the exit polls have always underplayed how the Aam Aadmi Party would do, and whether it is 2013, 15 or 20, we've actually done exceptionally better than the exit polls, even during our peak, even during our lows and everything. So I'm pretty confident that we don't have to worry about it. I think your exit polls, with due respects, will be proven wrong. There are 2-3 other things that I would like to share instead, and I have been on the ground, you know, for the last month and a half and today as well. And I can tell you that I think anecdotal evidence is very, very enlightening in this case. Because there are people, if you go and ask them, and you know, one will just ask you, ठीक है, आप ऐसे बताइए कि किसको वोट दिया है, and women especially, and they will say, अच्छा ठीक है, then name the candidate, you know, who is probably a Bahubali type in that constituency, and say उसको वोट दिया है, and then slowly they will reveal, if they win, you know, if you win their trust, that they actually voted for Jhadu. And believe me, there is, because of the Gundagardi that Delhi has not witnessed before, and we saw it in this election, there are going to be a lot of people who may not have said that they have voted for Jhadu, but they have. And the simple reason is that ultimately, you know, everybody, for anyone, it is the pocket that counts. And the relief that the Aam Aadmi Party government and Arvind Kejriwal's policy has enabled people to actually, you know, it has worked as some sort of a marham vis-a-vis the, you know, on the wounds that the centre has given in terms of inflation, joblessness, खर्चे, taxes, ये वो, so लोगों की life में बहुत सहूलियत है. And another thing is that while I don't disagree with you when you point out certain issues that Delhi is challenged with at the moment, we also must remember that whose Delhi are we talking about? There are bastis and gowns who would never have imagined that they will actually get, you know, sewer lines. There are bastis and new settlements who would have never imagined that they'll actually get a pani line, and or their children will go to a, you know, respectable school, or that their fortunes will change because their child has now cleared IIT or has gotten a job or has become a, you know, an entrepreneur, big thanks to all the policies and hard work of the Arvind Kejriwal government. These things are undeniable. Honestly, you know, people like us can speculate sitting in studios, but if you actually understand what the Aam Aadmi Party has done, talk to the Aam Aadmi in Delhi, and they will tell you, slowly they will reveal, beyond this jingoism and hangama, that you know, this is the work that has done. हमने इतनी हमारे बचत हुई है, इतनी. Anyway, I wouldn't get into the you know, get into propaganda since elections are over now, the polling is over. But I must actually tell you that what I saw today on the ground, I think we will do much better than the polls suggest.
Okay,
and
so you are suggesting the same political phenomena.
On how the middle class has voted for us.
Okay, no, the same political phenomena which Rahul Shivshankar was alluding to, that, you know, there is a silent voter, and the Aam Aadmi Party voter, particularly women voters, could be silent. But Brajesh Kalappa, why are we seeing trends like this? I mean, again, like I said, adding all the caveats, exit polls have gone horribly wrong in the past, most recently in Haryana, but adding all of those caveats, I would be very surprised if on Saturday the directional trend of all of these polls is also wrong. I think the directional trend is that the BJP is coming to power. It's a vote for change in Delhi after 10-12 years of Aam Aadmi Party government. People are feeling like, okay, let's move on now. Let's try another alternative.
Yeah, Zakir, so it's like this, that the Delhi voter can spring some surprises, and oftentimes does, because you will see that when they voted for the Aam Aadmi Party, actually it was nobody knew that kind of you know, support would be there when they first voted, you know, soon after Sheila ji. And again, I think that, you know, I have been working extensively in Delhi. I've lived in Delhi, and for this reason, I can tell that, you know, there is change in the air. Which side that change is going to move, I can't tell. But there certainly seems to be some change in the air. And, you know, the point is that I think people at some level have come to realize that, look, this is the national capital. And, you know, we can't be afflicted by so many difficulties, whether it is air pollution, whether it is a lack of infrastructure, whether it is other issues. I think the people have, kind of moved beyond the fact that, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party has done fairly well in regard to, the schools and the electricity and of course, the Bijli, Sadak, Pani, so on and so forth. But Sadak, like I said, is an issue. But for this reason, I think there is a very strong nostalgia for Mrs. Dixit and for her kind of governance and the kind of, vibrancy that she brought, whether not just in terms of infrastructure development, but also you would have these beautiful, great artists coming to the parks to play. It was an all-rounded 360-degree kind of development in Delhi, and I think people are very strongly missing it. So this is something which I could observe, and I honestly feel that there is some change in the air as far as Delhi is concerned.
But do you believe that the Congress came too late to the party, woke up too late, Brajesh Kalapa? Should they not have woken up soon after June 2024 if they smelt that there could be a reason for change in the minds of the people of Delhi?
No, I'm not in a position to comment about whether the Congress party, woke up late and didn't do the right things or did the right things. But I can tell you that the Congress party is certainly going to spring a couple of surprises.
Do you believe an AAP's defeat will help the Congress party perhaps claw back?
No, effectively, you must understand, Anand, that the voter is common between the AAP and the Congress party. The voter has a similar kind of profile. And I think if the Congress benefits, then the AAP kind of goes down, or if the AAP benefits, the Congress party goes down. So, and if both eat into each other's vote share, what you're predicating is probably correct, that the BJP might win.
If I could just come back to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, the caveat of course being that we still don't know where the women have voted, and one can imagine that that will remain the big mystery. I just want to ask you, if these election results hold, or if they don't go according to your expectation, will you accept the result? Because the Aam Aadmi Party has been questioning the role of the election commissioner, been questioning the role of other external agencies. So I just want to ask you, would you accept this verdict, or are we going to see a sort of prolonged rejection of the mandate through questioning the offices of the election commissioner, or even perhaps the central government?
Yeah, without much thought, I would say, of course, we will accept the, whatever the mandate is. There is no question about this. But having said that, I think not only me or not only the Aam Aadmi Party, it is for everyone to see how the current regime has been misusing agencies, one after another, whether it is ED, CBI, Election Commission, and so many other, unprecedented kind of misuse has happened so much that even if you go and take a poll, people have genuinely lost faith in these agencies. It's very, very tragic. I think more serious than this, I would think, and this is outside of the debate of whether Aam Aadmi Party will win or BJP will win. Like I said, now it is time for us to relax and wait for the 8th. But I think a more serious question, and it's worthwhile for you as well to focus on, on this as a dedicated program, that have the Sarkari agencies lost merit or credibility in the current regime? It is for good reason that people of Delhi don't even take such things seriously anymore, don't take allegations seriously anymore, because it's vendetta and it's very targeted. Well, I think it's, again I'm saying, that it's not about the Aam Aadmi Party or another party, it's really about the country and where we are heading.
Okay,
and where we are heading. So I answered your question, we will obviously accept
just a quick follow-up. It's the same mechanism. Just a quick follow-up on this. I just wanted to ask you.
But the serious question is, have these agencies lost credibility?
Okay, fair enough. We'll of course look at that, etc. And no one wants to dismiss anyone's point of view. I'll take it on board. I just want to ask you a question, ma'am. Do you believe that there was definitive anti-incumbency against the AAP government, leading to perhaps changing about 25 to 30% of the sitting MLAs, leading to some of even your sitting MLAs quitting the party, the de facto number 2 of the party, Mr. Sisodia, changing his constituency. Why did all that happen?
Well, I mean, I don't have to be dishonest about this. Obviously, there is anti-incumbency. We've been, in Delhi, we've had the government in Delhi for 11 years. It's not a short time, and people have, experiences in these 11 years. And it is within the party's, it's a right to actually redefine a strategy or define a strategy, given how, whatever circumstances we may find either on the ground or internally. I don't see a problem with that. I think that what is actually incredible is, and that Aam Aadmi Party is known for creating history. Who would have thought 28 to 67 to 62? That itself has been unprecedented. Understand the chronology now. So, because it was going from 28 to 67 to 62, the entire central government had to just attack one man in the country, Arvind Kejriwal, put him behind jail, put him behind bars, put his entire team behind bars. I don't know what the voters think, but
we will go into a loop there because the excise policy was introduced by Mr. Kejriwal and it was taken back by Mr. Kejriwal, and it is the liquor policy that started it all. But the Aam Aadmi Party is a fascinating story in itself, that it starts from 0 in 2012 and comes up to 67 and then 62 and moves from Delhi into Punjab and into other states across the board. Now, if it fizzles out in Delhi, will that have a knock-on effect on its presence in other states? That's a big question. And what happens to the Congress party if the AAP is in opposition and the Congress gets double digits in terms of vote share? We'll talk about all that, but after a very short break. Please stay with us. Co-powered by Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunima.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you. Okay. But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit, and by all standards he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then of course later by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement which hit out at the UPA 2 and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dikshit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad too late. Very quickly, when I would speak to many voters that do you look at Congress as an option, they said, kya faida, we look at it as a waste of vote. That is the problem which the Congress had to face. Despite an aggressive campaign by say Sandeep Dikshit, I wonder how many of them would think voting for the Congress party would make sense.
Well, vote katwa or waste of vote, but we must actually do a timeline flashback of Pallavi Ghosh reflecting on the Congress's performance from 2015 till 2025 and see how much of it what she said is the same. and what's actually new. If it's the same story every time, then what has the party learned? That's a question. Yes, Arunima, who have you been tracking? We had pictures of the EVMs being packed, taken off the digital. हमें बस केजरीवाल, अब बस केजरीवाल. What is going to happen with Delhi? The battle for Delhi. Let's understand. नेताजी is with me. आ जाइए सर और हमें बताइए कि दिल्ली के दिल में क्या है. सारे नेता they've all pitched for the mandate of the Delhi voter. What do the numbers show? The numbers very clearly show that the BJP plus is coming to power as per the exit poll of polls. The Aam Aadmi Party is going to be benched in the opposition. That's what Delhi has decided. They are not happy with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Netaji, thank you very, very much. Or are you going to show me another graphic? Oh, multi-poll bhi dikha rahe hain. Very good. Let's have a look at the multi-poll. The multi-polls, this is what the mandate has been given by most of the exit pollsters. Surprisingly, they don't show a 5 to 6% difference in vote share between the AAP and the BJP. We'll look at the vote shares also in a bit with Zaka. But the seat share difference is quite vast. There is a big difference of at least 15 to 20 seats between the AAP and the BJP if you look at the higher and the lower median. So take a look at PMARC. PMARC says lowest median for AAP is 21, the highest is BJP plus is 49. So clearly more than 27 seats, 28 seats difference for PMARC. But the vote share difference is not more than, the difference is not 5%. So then how is that possible is a question that comes to mind. So could these numbers hold, or will there be a difference, or will the vote shares be different? So there has got to be some clarity there. Netaji, thank you very much. But the mandate clearly, the directionally, except for we preside, thank you very much. आपका vote. अब ये कौन से नेता हैं, कहाँ जाके बैठेंगे, we'll know on result day.
What is in the briefcase of that Netaji?
The mandate is in the briefcase.
I want to ask you a question.
Mandate is in the briefcase. The mandate.
What is in that briefcase, number one? And number two, how are those robes so immaculate? I mean, they're like my cheeks.
Yeah. No, not yours. Yours are still rough and shiny like some of the roads in Delhi. But Zaka Jacob,
unless you're a film actor from the 70s, Rahul, I think let's save the conversation about the cheeks
make fun of
for later.
Cheeks, it becomes a controversy.
But I want to go to a point which I think the AAP spokesperson was making, and I want to ask our panelists here. Notwithstanding all of this, agencies are stifling us and we're not being allowed to do our work, and LG's office is, putting all kinds of obstacles in our way, so on and so forth. Isn't there an average Delhi voter who's looking at all of this bickering, Smita Prakash, over the last 5 years and saying, fine, given there's so much fighting happening between AAP and BJP, no work is getting done, we may as well give one party, the same party, power at both the centre and the state, and let's see if that makes a difference.
It's quite possible what you're saying, Zaka, is that out of sheer frustration of having fallen between the cracks, this bickering continuously that keeps happening between the centre and state, till for some time, which the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson was saying that, look, everybody was in jail, this is so unfair. Okay, even if you grant that, the voter after a while says that, abhi kitna sympathy de? हमको अपना काम करना है ना, गार्बेज हटाना है, that mounds of garbage which is there, the hill of garbage which is there, वो तो हटेगा, sewage जो आ रहा है वो कौन उठाएगा? Okay, ठीक है, your person is in jail, BJP is very nasty, but somebody has to solve my problems. It doesn't happen, right? In Maharashtra what happened? Uddhav Thackeray got, once he won because of the sympathy factor. The second time around people said, अच्छा यार हो गया, तुमको sympathy में एक बार वोट दे दिया, बार बार कैसे देंगे, हमारा काम भी तो होना चाहिए. So ultimately it comes to that, like somebody was talking about the Dalit vote, you're talking about, there are 12 reserved constituencies. There's the Ravidasiyas, the sanitation workers who live in Valmiki Basti. Somebody, if Mr. Kalappa saying that I have worked in Delhi, gone to Delhi, there is change in the air, it's not so bad or whatever, change in the air, just go and smell the foul air out there. You cannot, it is so filthy out there, you cannot walk without stepping into poop. I'm sorry to use the language, but you just can't. It is so filthy. So how long is that sanitation worker supposed to vote for a party out of sympathy? Uski sympathy bhi to honi chahiye na. Somebody should feel sympathetic towards his state of mind, his state of life. How long can they live like that in that subhuman condition? Somebody has to change it.
I want to get Chetan also. Chetan, I came to Delhi 22 years ago, right? And at that time, nobody went to Gurgaon. I mean, you didn't go to Gurgaon after 6 p.m. in the evening. Same with Noida. I don't think people even, ventured into Noida 25 years ago. But now, look at Gurgaon, look at Noida and compare that with Delhi. And people, voters of Delhi are saying, boss, if those satellite towns can come up the way they have in the last 20 years, why isn't the national capital better than that?
Okay, Zaka, now I'm from Delhi, so that puts me on the defensive, and Delhi is still Delhi, okay? Noida, Gurgaon, keep trying. Okay, that's, okay, that's fine, 80 crore apartments, anyway, I think, it's, Arvind Kejriwal has two jobs. One is to run Delhi, because people of Delhi love him, and when you love, they expect a lot from him. But he also has another job to grow up into a national party, and for that, he needs to keep attacking the BJP, and he needs to make it personal. He needs to attack the Prime Minister, and he's done things which some of the other opposition leaders have not done, like the whole thing of, Yogi will be removed after the elections. The Prime Minister will become 75. Who started all that? It was him only, and it got him traction. It got the second job done, but the first job suffers. So he put a Manish Sisodia. He was out of action for a while. Now Atishi. And I think it is a fact that he is spreading himself too thin. And somebody on the guest said before that he is one of those people. It's not even like a single engine sarkar. It's an engine which is clashing with the BJP every day, because it needs to make that noise to get a national voice heard. And I think people of Delhi are like, boss, we are not. I mean, we love you, but we are not here to like help AAP grow. We ultimately want a city to be good or state to be good. And that's, maybe it's just better we have either we have a face which they don't have, which is not BJP, but who's not so directly in conflict with the BJP, or let's just get the BJP and run the city properly. I mean, even a Bhagwant Mann doesn't fight with Modi every day. I mean, it's not like he does make.
Public memory is short, because he has done this in the past. Rohan Gupta is also with us. He's done this in the past when he used Delhi, won Delhi, and went to fight Punjab, where he quasi tried to project himself as chief minister back in 2016, if you remember, 2015 victory ke baad, and then he came back and said, मेरे से गलती हो गई, when they lost Punjab at that time, and he said, मेरे से गलती हो गई, मैं हाथ जोड़ के कह रहा हूँ, अब दिल्ली छोड़ के कहीं नहीं जाऊंगा.
He did with Banaras also.
Yeah, and the people of Delhi forgave him at that point, and yeah, Banaras also. He's done that. He's gone there, done it, and then come back and said no. But point is, Delhi is also saying, perhaps if this sticks, listen. You grow, but not at our cost. You've got to deliver what you promised to us. Yeah. And that something is something where there's a problem. Rohan Gupta, for the BJP, quickly I'm asking you this. The party has not been able to fix, the largest political party in the world has not been able to fix perhaps the smallest bonsai state in the country.
See, I tell you, there are
that's one. You've not fixed the leadership there, and it's a faceless party. तो आप जीत भी गए तो कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री is a big question, because इतनी गुटबाजी है कहते हैं दिल्ली बीजेपी में.
देखिए, as far as BJP is concerned, आपने राजस्थान देखा, मध्य प्रदेश देखा, हरियाणा देखा, there is nothing called गुटबाजी, so that there is not issue. See, I'll come to a very specific issue as far as Delhi is concerned. With great love comes great responsibility. People loved Arvind Kejriwal for 10 years. Mind you, in the democracy of India, 67 seats, 62 seats, you tell me which political party, including BJP, has got in the history? No one. But with that, what Mr. Kejriwal did, I think our spokesperson was talking about emotional card and all, the kind of evidences against Mr. Kejriwal in liquor scam, that Supreme Court clearly says that he cannot take any decision as a CM, or he cannot go to the CM resident. After that he resigns, he comes out of jail, he campaigns and loses badly. So he has lost that, feel from the people, that emotional touch of the people on which he was striving for 10 years. People gave him chance because somewhere in the back of the mind, people were trusting, okay, he's a simple man, let's give him a chance, let us become emotional with him. But what happened? Delhi has suffered like anything. Where is development? No development. आप केजरीवाल को कुछ भी पूछो, प्रदूषण का पूछो तो किसी और की गलती निकाल देंगे, यमुना का पूछो तो हरियाणा की गलती निकाल देंगे. People are fed up. At the end of the day, you are elected CM. Come what may,
There's a
whatever are the
significant
challenges.
update.
If you have become CM, you have to deliver.
Significant
And if you
update.
can't deliver, you
One
lose the
second,
trust
Mr.
of the
Gupta, one
people.
second.
That is what I'm
Today's
happy.
Chanakya has put out a tweet saying that Delhi seat numbers being run in names similar to ours does not belong to us. Our Delhi analysis will be released tomorrow at 6th February 2025 at 7 p.m. This is what today's Chanakya
So
has
we'll
put
take out the today's Chanakya numbers right now. So there are two big pollsters, today's Chanakya and Axis My India, who are saying that they will release their numbers a day after the Delhi has voted. So on the 6th of February is when we are going to get the numbers of today's Chanakya and Axis My India, because today's Chanakya has right now said these are not our seat numbers. So we'll take that out of the poll of polls, saying that this is right. Yeah, and we have what we are running is Chanakya strategies. We are not running today's
So he's
Chanakya.
claiming, today's Chanakya is saying that that's not
not
the Chanakya that is
so
known
Chanakya
for
strategies
getting
is
its
what we
votes.
are running. We are not running, but they're not the same as what they are.
Could be a business split, for all you know.
But Rohan, the other thing is that the BJP, if it gets the mandate, how are you going to do anything different than Mr. Kejriwal?
That is absolutely very good question. See, if you see central government, Mr. Modi announced benefits for the middle class, 12 lakh salary, no tax. At the same time, if you see fiscal deficit, the target has been 4.4%. See, that is a fine balance any government needs to do. If you are offering something to the people, at the end of the day, you should be capable enough to generate the budget for that. That is what BJP has done successfully as far as central government is concerned. So whether it is social security, social welfare and development, all will go hand to hand as far as Delhi is concerned. Because of Aam Aadmi Party, the benefit of central government schemes never reached to people of Delhi. Ayushman Bharat, Krishi Nidhi, all these schemes were not launched in Delhi. So obviously when two governments, central government and Delhi government, they are from the same party, people will definitely get benefits of that. And BJP has track record, whether it is Haryana, Maharashtra, whatever they have said, they have promised, they have delivered it in time-bound manner. They have not blamed others for their failures. So this is the basic
if that is the
difference
case,
that
if that is the case, why didn't the people of Delhi trust you in 2015? Why didn't they trust you in 2020?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They decided to give chance to Kejriwal, who came with a new kind of politics, a common man, a simple person, corruption-free, India against corruption, very, shirt pant पहनता है, कोई जब स्लीपर पे घूमते हैं, बंगलो नहीं लूंगा बोला था. What happened? Sheesh man, 4 bungalows broken and sheesh man has been. Will people take that? That's a betrayal of their trust, and you cannot deny these facts. ये पॉलिटिकल आर्गुमेंट नहीं है. शीश मैन दिख रहा है.
पर रिजल्ट डे में रिजल्ट आपके फेवर में आया तो क्या करेंगे? Rohan Gupta, are you there?
Can you just? I could not hear you. Can you just?
When I asked this question, the freeze went. The video froze. I'm saying result day में that is technical. He didn't do it on purpose. Rohan Gupta, result day पे अगर result आपके फेवर में आया तो क्या करेंगे?
मुझे नहीं लगता है. I am very pretty confident because I looked after the war room here. I am very confident that there is a very strong anti-incumbency, and the way BJP fought these elections on the basis of issues, on the basis of schemes, the delivery, the 8th pay commission, the middle class benefit, they have delivered. So I think definitely people have decided to give chance to BJP.
Abhijit wants to make a point.
I want to ask Rohan something. Rohanji, how was this campaign different for the BJP? How, did the BJP fight it differently on the ground?
Or did the Sangh help more than June 2024?
Yeah, and what was the Sangh's role?
I will tell you, as far as ground campaign is concerned, I was part of war room here. We ensured that each and every constituency, the BJP voters, wherever they are, they were mapped. Our team went door to door. They went with the government schemes, the Modi government scheme, ensured who are the BJP voters. Today, the whole day, I'm even now sitting at the war room, ensured that all these voters were called, ensured the voting was done, and that's why if you see the voting percentage where BJP is strong, it is pretty good. So I'm not saying in air that BJP will come in power. The kind of response I have seen today in the people also, kind of voting also, is phenomenal. So the kind of groundwork which is done by BJP, at the end of the day, if you see overall campaign, it was totally, purely concentration between delivery of two parties, BJP and AAP. What BJP has promised, what delivered, and what AAP has done, and what they have delivered.
There is
and
a
two major issues. Corruption of Aam Aadmi Party, it was completely exposed, and the betrayal of trust by Aam Aadmi Party. ये दो issues को बीजेपी ने बहुत strongly.
Counter to that is in Delhi, the mandate is with AAP, but the money is with the BJP. The policy making is the Aam Aadmi Party, but the implementation is controlled, or administrative control is with the BJP via the center or via the LG's office. That's the perception, that's the allegation. But let's just take this conversation forward and let's look at what if these results hold, Abhinandita ji. What if these results hold? What does that mean for the AAP? Does that then put pressure on the AAP to defend Punjab? Does that then put pressure on the AAP to stay relevant in national politics? And does that mean that just like in the last decade you zoomed up to become a national party from a non-entity, could you also face perhaps political oblivion?
Not at all. There is no stopping us. I mean, like I said earlier, that they tried everything. Imagine our entire leadership was in jail for more than 6 months. At one time, for 6 months, the entire leadership was missing, and still we survived. They're giving us like one hard blow after another. We survive it. So nobody should worry about the existence and the future of the Aam Aadmi Party. You look at us now after a very hard election. I'm still smiling, and the BJP spokesperson is really tensed. There's so many shows that perhaps they're not very proud of what they do, but we have impacted lives. We are, on the ground standing with the people. It is the BJP who brought in the LG. It is the BJP who got an ordinance after the Aam Aadmi Party government and the Delhi government representing the people of Delhi won the court case in the Supreme Court. So this is the BJP, and after all the power that they have, all the might, all the badmashi that they do, उस सब के बाद भी रो रहे हैं, परेशान घूम रहे हैं. मतलब I was actually very amused right now, because if you just want to poke a BJP person, just say Kejriwal, and then they will go on a illogical kind of banter and act. It's very amusing. What I'm trying to say is that nobody should worry about the Aam Aadmi Party. We've already started expanding in other states. Firstly, Delhi is not going anywhere. Number two, anyway we are expanding in other states. We are merely 10-11 साल की पार्टी है. इतने सारे चैलेंजेस के बावजूद भी हम लोग यहाँ टिके रहते हैं, लड़े रहते हैं. आप कोई ये नहीं बोल सकते कि अरे they've switched off their camera. We are here. Aam Aadmi Party is here. We are the future. We are here to stay. We are very serious about what we are doing. These are very serious people. Manish Sisodia, I worked with him when he was the education minister. He would wake up at 5 every morning and visit schools, and that is how the impact happened. Monitor those classroom constructions or whatever it may be. These are people who have stood on the ground amongst the people. And I'll tell you, because everybody was sharing about their Delhi relationship. My family has lived here. I'm the 14th generation in Delhi. And we cannot be more grateful that there is something like the Aam Aadmi Party that is taking care of the poor, that is talking about education, that's actually talking about real nation building. Please do not worry. Aam Aadmi Party is only going to thrive and give a lot of.
I want to get closing comments very quickly from everyone here on the table. If these results hold, capital I, capital F, on the 8th of February, this Saturday, what will be the fallout of it, Rahul Shivshankar?
Well, first things first, of course, there will be big question marks asked about the Aam Aadmi Party and its leadership. That's the first thing. Second, of course, there will be an impact on the India bloc itself. But more importantly, I think for the BJP, this would mark the most successful post-general election period for the BJP for the first time. They would not have won so many state elections back to back with such overwhelming numbers in some of the biggest states. So I think this has not happened to the BJP earlier. And what does that do for the larger narrative? Parvesh Verma joins us for more on this. Let me come across to you, Mr. Verma. How certain are you, Verma ji, कि आपकी ये जो एग्जिट पोल्स में जो रुझान है ये बदलेंगे नहीं? They will not change.
See, one thing I have noticed in my campaign that people wanted change and they voted for change. तो जब मैं उनसे बात करता था तो उनके मन में ये था कि अभी हमको कोई झगड़े वाली सरकार नहीं चाहिए, कोई भी कारण बताने वाली सरकार नहीं चाहिए. एक ऐसी सरकार चाहिए जो दिल्ली में डेवलपमेंट करे. आपने देखा होगा 2 महीने से दिल्ली में जो भी कैंपेन चला उसमें एक ही वर्ड मिसिंग था, वो था कि हमारा डेवलपमेंट कैसे होगा. बाकी सारे झगड़े हुए, बाकी सारे एलिगेशंस लगे, मगर कोई भी डेवलपमेंट की बात नहीं हो रही थी. तो जो सरकार यहाँ पे 11 साल से रही, उसको ये दिखाना था कि उसने 11 साल में क्या काम किया। उसने कोई पिक्चर नहीं दिखाई, कोई वीडियो नहीं दिखाया, कोई भी ग्राउंड पर नहीं दिखाया कि उन्होंने कौन से हॉस्पिटल बनाए, कौन से कॉलेज बनाए, कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई, क्या किया। वो आगे की प्रॉमिसेस को ही करते रहे। तो अभी दिल्ली के लोगों को प्रॉमिसेस नहीं चाहिए, उनको रियल टाइम डेवलपमेंट चाहिए।
तो अगर इतनी नाराजगी है केजरीवाल साहब के खिलाफ और उनकी पार्टी के खिलाफ, क्या आप अपना चुनाव जीत रहे हैं?
ये तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को ही पता है कि वो हार रहे हैं।
नहीं, आप बताइए, वो उनसे जब बात करेंगे हम बात करेंगे, मगर मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, अगर आप इतने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि देखिए हमने जो बात कहनी थी वो हमारी बात सुनी, the people have accepted that no one else has done any work, then you should be winning this election against Mr. Kejriwal.
I am winning 1000%.
1000%. That's a massive big claim. 1000%. Sir, where is this vote coming from?
See, this is now you're also making one allegation like Kejriwal ji.
No, I'm not. I'm actually saying this because the AAP says the woman voter is not with you. They are a silent voter. They are not telling the pollsters. I'm only asking you psychologically कि कौन से वर्ग, which section of society is supporting you? Is it across the board? Is it a particular strain and strata of society?
We have 123 booths in this assembly, which has अपना झुग्गी vote, which has धोबी घाट vote, which has all posh quality vote, which has all अपना government employees vote. So you will see on 8 that we will win all booths.
So you're confident in your, Namaste, this is Anand Narsimhan here. You're confident, Pravesh Verma ji, that you will win your constituency handsomely. That means you are then a giant killer. Does that make you a prabal davedar for the Mukhyamantri pad then? If you're able to achieve that. Because you didn't fight the Lok Sabha, you're fighting the MLA election, you're fighting against a former chief minister, you're the son of a former chief minister, and the third candidate in your constituency is also the son of a former chief minister. So that's the New Delhi, that's the big ticket seat.
देखिए, मैं केवल एक ऐसे आदमी को हराना चाहता था जिसने दिल्ली के साथ में चीट किया। मेरा केवल इतना ही एम था और वो मैं करूंगा। उसके बाद में पार्टी डिसाइड करेगी कि कौन पीएम होगा।
2020 और 25 में ये फर्क क्यों है? ये कॉन्फिडेंस बीजेपी में क्यों आया, या फिर आपसे कॉन्फिडेंस हटा क्यों?
क्योंकि उन्होंने कोई काम नहीं किया, 11 साल में कोई काम नहीं किया। तो क्या होता है कि आदमी एक बार धोखा खाता है, 2 बार खाता है, बार बार नहीं खाता। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने ये एक्सेप्ट किया कि ये आदमी जो भी बोलता है झूठ ही बोलता है। तो इन्होंने जो भी क्लेम्स किए, और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी इस बार भी झूठ बोलने में कोई अपना कमी नहीं करी। उन्होंने पुजारी को 18,000 पे, ग्रंथियों को 18,000 पे, सारा मेट्रो में भी फ्री का पास, और जितना भी वो बोल सकते थे झूठ, उतना उन्होंने झूठ बोला। और यहाँ की महिलाओं को पैसा देने की बात करी, और वो अपना सीएम योजना को पंजाब में लागू नहीं करते हैं। तो लोगों ने समझ लिया कि वो जो भी बोल रहे हैं झूठ ही बोल रहे हैं। तो वो जो भी अनाउंसमेंट करते थे, लोगों को मालूम था कि ये भी झूठी है, इसलिए लोगों ने उनके ऊपर में विश्वास नहीं किया।
आज रुझान है, 8 तारीख को रिजल्ट है, तो उस दिन आपसे फिर बात करेंगे। तब तक के लिए बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। Thank you for speaking with us. With that, we're going to take a small break here. It's the battle for Delhi, the exit poll of polls, the mandate clearly in favor of the BJP, clearly the incumbent, as per the directional trends, is being voted out. That's the change that Delhi has voted for. Stay with us. Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunabhi.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you.
Okay.
But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And you know, it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit. And you know, by all standards, he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then of course later by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement which hit out at the UPA 2 and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dikshit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad too late. Very quickly, when I would speak to many voters that do you look at Congress as an option, they said, kya fayda?
Viewers, it's the big story. It's the big story from the national capital. The people of Delhi, it seems, has come out in big numbers to cast their ballot, causing many election managers to pull out their calculators and reassess their party prospects. In fact, if the exit polls are to be believed, if that is, viewers, a big if they are to be believed, Delhi voters might post a major upset on February 8th. A vote for change is a very, 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 very distinct possibility. I just had Parvesh Verma, who is the son of Sahib Singh Verma, the BJP's candidate from New Delhi, and he told us that he is defeating Kejriwal 1000%. That's the confidence level in the Bharatiya Janata Party. The exit polls conducted by various agencies seem to suggest that Kejriwal's romance with Delhi Aam Aadmi could turn sour. So the Aam Aadmi Party might actually find itself at cross purposes with the Aam Aadmi itself. The BJP appears to be in the best position to benefit from 10 years of anti-incumbency, and let me just show you a snapshot of the results that are being thrown up by the exit pollsters. These are projections. The real results, the exact results will come on Saturday. It promises to be a super Saturday, viewers. Just look at those numbers. P-mark there. P-mark putting that number, the BJP, around 43, 44 seats. It's given a range of 39 to 49. Do the median and you'll come to that. The AAP decimated. Matriz also gives the BJP significant advantage, keeps the AAP in the hunt. JVC has given a clear mandate to the BJP. AAP falling short there. People's Pulse is the one that's trending very extremely towards the BJP, 51-60, almost a reversal of the current results in Delhi from 2020. People's Insight, 40-44 for the BJP, clear majority. Remember, the majority mark, viewers, is 35. 36 is what you need to win the election with a simple majority. 35 is halfway. Chanakya Strategies, not Chanakya, which is another polling agency. This is another one called Chanakya Strategies, 39-44, another clear win for the BJP. Viewers, it may not be a landslide, but it is certainly a mandate for change. And if the BJP wins the first election of 2025, it will not only have put in its best performance after Lok Sabha election post 2014, but it will also have confirmed that it is back in favor with the public after an uncharacteristic stumble in June Lok Sabha elections. A result in BJP's favor will have major implications for not just third-party politics, but also for India Alliance, which could be under renewed pressure to justify its relevance and thereby its reason to exist. And viewers, one could not have expected the Saturday result day to be set up in a more tantalizing fashion than it is today. Are we going to see the winds of change blow away the pollution, the smog, the fog, the political fog that has been cloaking Delhi for 10 years, viewers, by some estimates? Or are we going to see the fog, viewers, dampen talk of change? Fundamental question. I want to bring in Smita Prakash. I want to bring in also the others on this panel. But Smita Prakash, you've been here with the broadcast. You were here when the first numbers were called. Look, I don't want to sort of put a dampener on the exit pollsters, but this is a trend now across most polls except for two, which seem to suggest that the AAP is in trouble. Let's not say that they're out of the game. They're in trouble. This is not an easy election.
Yeah, Rahul, if we just, what are the takeaways from these exit polls if they hold? Let's go from left to right. If we see the Aam Aadmi Party, what does this mean for the Aam Aadmi Party? If we see the general polls, it's a major shock. Delhi ka Dula, no longer the Dula. He gets rejected by the people of Delhi. That's going to be a major shocker for him as an individual and for the Aam Aadmi Party. The ripple effect will be felt in Punjab. Bhagwant Mann not going to be a happy person right now. He was hoping that that Kejriwal would be secure and safe in Delhi, either in Tihar or in the Chief Minister's office, but one way or the other in Delhi, and he is safe in his Chief Minister's chair. If this holds, it makes him mighty uncomfortable. Let's go to the second one, the BJP. Probably the last election under Nadda's stewardship. Also, if this poll is right, then it reinforces the fact that the BJP has gotten over its shock of the 2024 election, and it has started on a victory spree, and this after almost 3 decades coming to power in Delhi. All the three past chief ministers no longer alive. Sushma Swaraj, Sahib Singh Verma and Madan Lal Khurana, all three no longer there. Their children fighting the election in one way or the other. One is of course an MP. Let's go to the third. Rahul Gandhi, a zero for the Congress. Yet again, after 75-80 elections under his helm, loses again, came in late to the party, has not delivered even a single seat, forget about vote share, but came in at least and did something for the party when he was missing. He went off to Madhya Pradesh, he went to Vietnam during the electoral phase, and even Sandeep Dikshit, who you interviewed, said that it was only 5 months back that we decided to fight. So, it's something too little too late probably if this exit poll is right.
If this exit poll is right. Viewers, look, the Maharashtra, very difficult election to call. The exit pollsters, the trend they predicted, they may not have predicted the overwhelming nature, Chetan Bhagat, of the verdict. But look, let me come to you, because you're a resident of Delhi. You're not one of those who is in any way sort of yoked to any of the political parties here. So just let me ask you, can I, if this election result goes against the AAP, can we say that Kejriwal has lost the referendum? Because this election, the BJP made it about Kejriwal's integrity. Would you say that sheen is gone? That IAC sheen?
It'll be a big dent to the sheen. The honeymoon is over, and AAP is Kejriwal, Kejriwal is AAP.
Okay.
I know they don't say it like that, but it is. And I think if whatever your polls are saying, the line for the day is Delhi ki hawa badal rahi hai. Unfortunately, असली वाली हवा नहीं बदल रही. AQI अभी भी 300 चल रहा है. But राजनीतिक हवा, political winds are changing for sure. I think AAP held on to Delhi and not just won, it won super majorities like no other party has won anywhere, and that will be take months of analysis. I mean, experts will talk about it for months, that what happened, that a population so in love with the leader suddenly shifted. There is no apparent immediate thing happened. In fact, he was jailed also. There were reasons. People felt that the love for him, the sympathy for him.
And many would say that he had it coming, because in the Lok Sabha election, he made it about himself. He said, "Dekho, you have to punish those that jail me." The public didn't respond. He should have seen the writing on the wall. I think, therefore, he decided that maybe I should hand the crown also to Atishi. Atishi then becomes the chief minister, but we all know who's the power behind the throne. This
See, the world changes.
Tragic hero Bollywood mein theek hai. Tragic hero.
See, some of the things he does worked really well, but the problem is that the world always keeps changing, and you have to change with that. So look at the BJP pre-election and now. Look at the Prime Minister's image.
Let me ask Preeti Sharma,
it's very different.
Of the Aam Aadmi Party, how does someone who built the party around the halo of incorruptibility go back to the public after this, when the public, now obviously you're going to say that these exit polls, let's wait till February 8th, etc., let's not jump the gun, and I accept that. Yes, the exit polls have got it wrong significantly in two of the biggest elections that mattered, but let me just ask you, even if this is a close fight, from where you are perched, for him putting himself center forward and saying this is about me, this is about you, standing for Delhi ka Lal, if this doesn't go his way, is that the end?
Firstly, I think this is the 100th time since our inception in this short lifespan of the Aam Aadmi Party's 12 years that our obituary must have been written. Every time something happens, people just write us off. When we contested in 2013, we said we'll get 2-3 seats, we got 28. When we contested the next time, they said they might win, we got 67. The next time they said we'll get 50, we got 62. Punjab, they said we'll get 57, we got 92. So I think that we are treated very harshly by the media, but that's not the same on the streets of Delhi. The people of Delhi really love the work that Arvind Kejriwal has done for them, because in this time of inflation, he saves every household almost 20-25,000 rupees, and that is ultimately what matters to the people of Delhi. They understand that Arvind Kejriwal works for them despite the many obstacles. You come to the charges of corruption. I think in this country it's very clear that if you are corrupt, you will join the BJP. The BJP will file a case against you through ED, through CBI, through any of the agency, and whether you are a Ajit Pawar, whether you are a Hemant Soren, whoever you are, you will go and join the BJP, and you will then become absolutely non-corrupt. So the Prime Minister will say, Chakki piecing, 70,000 crore ka gotala, and the next time, 2 days later, that person will be your Deputy Chief Minister. But if you are not corrupt, then all kinds of agencies will be let loose on you.
No, but Ms. Menon, you are from.
And we talk about just one last point.
Yes, ma'am. Of course.
One last point.
Yes.
We talk about these, the cases in which our leaders went to jail. But what we don't talk about is actually 200 cases have been filed against Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. Okay. And in nearly 150 we've been acquitted. Okay. Acquitted, okay? Not bailed. Acquitted.
Okay.
And that's what the people know.
Okay, so let me come back to you, because this is an important point. You come from the state of Maharashtra. We go back a long time. You've been on panels with me many years back, even at the height of the ISE movement, etc. You have been a crusader against corruption, and the same things that the AAP says, that the agencies are against us, that the BJP has this laundromat or washing machine or whatever, this also played out in Maharashtra. There were a large number of corrupt leaders who suddenly ended up in the BJP. Very wrong. I'm not saying that was right, but look at the result. Look at the result. The BJP coursed ahead. So the public discounted this because they felt that it was at least a lesser of the, if you want me to use the word, devil. So I just want to ask you, lesser evil, whatever you want to call it, why should it not be the same for Delhi? And I'm asking you the specific question. Forget about all of this. If Mr. Kejriwal were to end up on the losing side or just barely getting ahead of the BJP, would he accept this as a moral loss? Would he accept the fact that there has been anti-incumbency? Would he accept, most importantly, that people now brand him as no longer a Kattar Imandar? Simple question, man.
I think Arvind Kejriwal stands out as a Kattar Imandar person, and I mean, you can look at elections as a referendum, and if we do that, then the Lok Sabha election was a referendum that the people refused to give BJP 400 par. But no election is a referendum.
except
They
Modi
did
didn't
lose, but
lose.
they did not get the 400 par, they did not get the absolute majority that they were talking about.
No, I'm talking
so
about.
they can meet their target.
Look, if you win tomorrow,
Coalition government
one second.
all the time, like Fadnavis has for.
Okay, ma'am, if you get 36 seats tomorrow, you win the election. If you get 36 seats on Saturday, you win the election. It's a fair and square victory. After 10 years, you could say that yes, anti-incumbency were there, but we won the election. Jo Jeeta was Sikandar. So I'm asking you, if you don't win, if you don't get those 35 seats, you end up at 30, 31, short of a majority, a simple majority, would you concede that Kattar Imandar sheen is gone?
Absolutely not, because it is this Kattar Imandari that is fighting against the behemoth of the BJP.
Okay.
The BJP has tried to attack Arvind Kejriwal, they've attacked our workers, they have distributed money which everybody has seen on live cameras, they've distributed freebies, they've threatened, they've abused people. I mean the language that the BJP has used from Sansad to the Sadak.
So you're saying that you're going to have your...
I think this is an election which has...
No, you're saying that you're going to have your cake and eat it too. If Kejriwal loses, he's still a Kattar Imandar. Even if he doesn't lose, obviously he remains a Kattar Imandar.
But you're not losing, you're forming government.
Okay, fair enough. If you're
forming government shortly, you're winning the
then it's pretty
election
clear that people have thought that he is the right person for the job. Sanju Verma, simple, please respond. You've thrown the agency sink. You have thrown the EC sink. You have thrown invective. You have thrown them into jail. And if they come back, the BJP unfortunately will have to accept that they have been barking up the wrong tree. Simple.
You know, Rahul, I would like to start with a poem which we were all taught when we were kids. You know, Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Not all the king's men, not all the king's horses could put Humpty Dumpty together again. And in this case, the Humpty Dumpty is Arvind Kejriwal. Not all the Rohingyas, not all the Ghuspetias, not all the illegal Bangladeshi migrants will be able to put Arvind Kejriwal back into the hot saddle. And I'll tell you why. Beyond semantics, the most important points are these. A, let's talk about this party which came on the premise of incorruptibility. Be it Arvind Kejriwal, Sanjay Singh, Satyendra Jain, Manish Sisodia, Naresh Balyan, Gulab Singh Yadav, Vijay Singla, Sandeep Kumar, Sharad Chauhan, I can go on and on and on. These are people who are out on bail. They have not been acquitted. They have not been proven guilty either, but that's besides the point. You know, the entire top brass, 99.7% out of 100% of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are either out on bail, have an FIR against them, or have been formally charge sheeted. So much for saying that hum to ji Bharat ki rajniti, Delhi ki rajniti badalne aaye hain. Second point, I think that, you know, what the public aspires for is a leader who can give them vision, but more importantly, marries that vision with execution on the ground. And I say, Arvind Kejriwal has failed completely when it comes to execution. Let me very quickly say this. You know, campaigning is over, but your audience needs to hear this because some reckless allegations have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party panelist. हम तो जी 1000 मोहल्ला क्लिनिक खोलेंगे. आपने 500 खोल दिए. They've all turned into waste dump yards. You have been, when I say you, I mean Kejriwal. He has been in the last few weeks of the campaign talking about the fact that he created 12 lakh jobs. Nobody knows that he opened a portal called Rozgar Bazaar 2.0 in 2022. Within 3 months it shut down. जब registration ही नहीं हुआ, 3 महीने के अंदर portal खुद बंद हो गया, आपने 1 लाख नौकरियां तक नहीं दी, and you go out, you know, shamelessly claiming that you've created 12 lakh jobs. You know, people can see through your facade and see you for the charlatan that you are. The third and most important point is this, that, you know, I think the budget, the union budget has been a big catalyst. 67% of Delhi's population, you know, comes into the middle class category. 86% of Delhi's tax assessees now will no longer have to pay tax because their annual income will be 12 lakh or lower. But the most important point I always say in an election is the X factor. Does Kejriwal have the X factor? In 2013, you know, he gave out hope. In 2015, he said, मुझे track record establish करने का chance दीजिए. In 2020, he said, नहीं अभी तो सिर्फ 5-6 साल हुए हैं, मुझे और 5 साल दीजिए. देखिए मैं यमुना रोड पूरी तरह साफ करके दे दूंगा. Yamuna is frothing at the seams. But let me make my last point.
Okay.
When you compare Modi with Kejriwal, you know, it's like comparing apples with watermelons. I don't want to put them in the same bracket. But because that comparison has been made, though comparisons are odious, let me say this. These are projects which have either come to fruition or have kicked off the ground. Delhi Varanasi high speed rail, Delhi Meerut RRTS, Delhi Panipat RRTS, Delhi Alwar RRTS, Noida airport which will benefit both Delhiites and people of Uttar Pradesh. You know, look at the kind of infrastructure that has been built. And don't forget, Rahul, in 2021 when Delhiites at the peak of COVID second wave were falling down like a pack of cards, Kejriwal was busy, brandishing his style of politics, saying, "Mujhse na ho paayega ji."
Smita Prakash, let me bring you in here.
Can I respond, please?
Yeah,
Can I
okay.
please respond?
Okay, quick response. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Ms. Verma is comparing Modi ji with Kejriwal. I just wanted to know, was Modi ji the chief ministerial candidate? I somehow didn't realize that.
Is Kejriwal the chief minister candidate? No, hang on. Miss Memon, is Kejriwal the chief minister? How is he? The Supreme Court says he can't touch a file. No, hang on. The Supreme Court says he can't touch a file.
No, I'm sorry, he doesn't. I'm so glad you brought it up. I would love to clarify.
All right.
All they said is that he will only sign the files which will also be signed by the LG, and all files are the chief minister files.
Can he go into his office? Can he go into his office?
Wherever the chief minister is, that is his office. He runs his office from his residence.
Okay. So look, we can't change the facts that the Supreme Court has put out.
Anybody who is allowed to contest an election is allowed to hold a post in the government. That is the rule.
Let me just
leave that aside.
One second. No, 1 second. You already brought up this incorruptibility and vote for me if you believe I'm innocent. You lost it in the Lok Sabha. Kejriwal made that an issue. No, 1 second. Mr. Kejriwal made that an issue. He made the Lok Sabha election. One
point and you don't come back to me. Ms. Sanju Verma could not recite the poem correctly. It's not all the king's horses. It's all the king's horses. So like she can't even recite it. She doesn't even know the fact of what's going on in Delhi.
Take your brownie points. Take your brownie points.
Okay. We're not having a nursery rhyme competition here. Okay, we're not having a We're not having a nursery rhyme competition.
Jack and Jill is
No, one second. Yeah, but if you're playing Jack and Jill, Mr. Kejriwal doesn't have a crown on his head. Let me tell you that much. 1 second. Let me just bring in Smita Prakash. One second. Okay, lower everyone's faders if you're going to all speak against each other. This is ring roses right now. Yes, Smita Prakash, to continue the analogy. But you see, I can't understand. This election, Mr. Kejriwal has said, is about the Delhi ka Lal being tormented, being called a liar, being accused of, corruption, when the people know better. Now, if he ends up losing, I'm not saying he is going to, but if he ends up losing, Priti Sharma Menon says that, he will still be Kattar Imandar. How does this work? Does this work in your estimation? And I want to ask everyone else here on this
it works only in the minds of the absolute bhakts of the Aam Aadmi Party, that despite the mandate against them, if this is the exit poll is right, that he still remains imandar in their eyes. It's not the case as far as the people of Delhi are concerned. If they've rejected him, that was the Aam Aadmi Party's USP, and that was the USP of Arvind Kejriwal, that he was supposed to usher in this new form of politics, which is to be spotlessly clean and non-corrupt. If the people of Delhi have rejected, that means they don't believe that he is a Kattar Imandar. But besides that, I think one way or the other, this election is going to be not just a referendum. I hate using that word. It doesn't exist in the Indian Constitution. But it's not just a referendum about the existence and the continuity of Aam Aadmi Party in Indian politics, but it's also the India Alliance. Which way is it? What are the quakes that are going to occur in this party, because it's going to result in the Congress re-strategizing its position.
It's very important. Look at the top band, viewers, of this entire show. The last line says, India-wide, the pun, India-wide ripples ? We'll come to that second part. That's a very important part of this entire debate tonight. But 1 second, let me just bring in Chetan Bhagat. Chetan Bhagat, look, I have to ask this question because it is actually at the heart of this entire election in Delhi, and it's going to have huge consequences. If the BJP pulls this off, do you believe the BJP has become, therefore, now the single pole around which the politics of this country will revolve once again. There was a certain wobbliness, but would that now be absolutely certain?
Yeah.
And that there is an existential crisis on the other side of the fence?
Yeah, I think so. And I think although the Delhi technically has only 70 Vidhan Sabha seats, it's very small state.
But I mean, Himachal has 20 more.
But the BJP takes it extremely seriously because it saw AAP as one of these startup political parties which could become a unicorn.
Yeah.
You know, where Congress was its old arch rival and they managed to contain that very well. And I think they feel very confident that at least as of now, Congress is not a threat to them. But AAP, which could have easily been ignored, like the BJP could have said, okay, you know what, there's something, we don't have to worry about it. But that's just not how the way the BJP works or the BJP senior leadership works. They saw this party win big twice. They saw it win in Punjab. They saw it make some little bit vote shares here, there. And they felt that this has to be contained. And they gave it a big fight this time. If the numbers are there, gave it a very big fight. And of course, it has all these implications on all the opposition alliances. All these, lots of drama will happen after these elections.
But what Vivek Srivastava, for example, won't tell you, viewers, is that fundamentally, Ravi Srivastava won't tell you, is that, look, the AAP is worried about anti-incumbency. Even their number two, de facto number two, Mr. Sisodia had to change his seat. 30% of the sitting MLAs were denied tickets, new people were brought in, some in fact from the Congress and the BJP were brought in and given tickets. So it's not as if they haven't sensed there is a certain disenchantment with the AAP. Now, I want to ask Mr. Srivastava this question, and it's a blunt one. It's as blunt as it gets, Mr. Srivastava. Who in the AAP will take responsibility for this impending loss if you are to go by what the exit polls are saying? Or will they blame the EVMs, or will they blame the establishment, the center plus EVM plus the police, etc., for depriving me? Will you accept the verdict? Simple question.
Rahul, first of all, Arvind Kejriwal is bold enough to take the responsibility if the AAP gets a drubbing there.
No, but he's talking about the election commissioner being the worst in the history, and how the election commissioner, even this morning, complaints were made.
That's okay. That's what I'm saying, that AAP is far ahead of BJP as far as the election technology is concerned. They are far ahead of BJP. And the way they contest the election is very, very scientific, and they know very well that BJP will not be able to do any mischief in Delhi.
Okay.
That's a fact. They have been doing it in several states. They will not be able to do it in Delhi. They are cautious enough and they are intelligent enough.
So you're saying that in the Lok Sabha election, it was a fair and square loss for the Aam Aadmi Party. No, fair and square. That Mr. Kejriwal failed to evoke any sentiment on the most important issue. And that important issue was that I am a Kattar Imandar and look what they are doing to you, to me, the son of Delhi. So you're saying that was a fair and square rejection of his appeal.
No, I'll tell you. I'll go by your analogy.
Completely confused, man.
No, you were just now saying, if Arvind Kejriwal...
No, I'm talking about Delhi. There was a result in Delhi. Do you agree or not?
Talking about, sir. I'm Delhi talking about. You only said, if Arvind Kejriwal loses seats this time, it means the corruption charges were valid and stuck on him. If that's the calculation, by that Mr. Modi lost 63 seats in the Lok Sabha, so he's 20% corrupt.
20% corrupt, 63 seats. Oh my God, what is going on here? Okay. So ये टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रॉब्लम है, क्रोनोलॉजी का नहीं है. एक मिनट मैं बुलाता हूँ. 1 second. Let me bring in Kamru Chaudhary. No, 1 second, Sanju Verma, 1 second. Hold on. So let's all get Kamru Chaudhary. I don't want to come to him last because many people will accuse me of suggesting that the Congress doesn't matter. The Congress matters, viewers. It matters so much that it is going to be denting the Aam Aadmi Party in this election if these exit polls are true. Now, Kamru Chaudhary, this is a simple question. Will you be happy because your party is saying that he is a, first of all, most importantly, corrupt politician? Number two, because most importantly, he cannot be counted upon to deliver? Will you be happy, or will you also be blaming the EVMs on the 8th?
Rahul, today I am coming here as an ordinary Congress worker.
अरे ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? You're one of the faces of the Congress party, sir. There's nothing ordinary about you. You're extraordinary. So I have to ask you this question in extraordinary capacity, and this is why I've asked you a sensitive question of a senior Congress leader. You are not just nobody. So I'm asking you, sir. Everyone can't be an Aam Aadmi, sir.
Stopwatch. Can I start my
Okay, no,
stopwatch?
Chaudhary Sahab, please, you do that. Chaudhary Sahab, listen to my question. Will this be a deserved loss? Sandeep Dixit says, I'm already seeing it. He's going to be losing. He's losing because he's not performing. He's taken us for a ride. He's taken the people for a ride. Or is Rahul Gandhi going to come out and say, nay, this was an election that was robbed of both Kejriwal and the Congress by the EVMs? I want you to answer this question tonight.
60 seconds, start your stopwatch.
Please.
Now.
Yeah, I have started.
Point out here is that what Sanjeev Dixit ji has thought, what I think, and what millions of Congress workers across the country think is our biggest mistake was alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha election. After giving a wonderful governance to the people of Delhi, we lost power when Aam Aadmi Party came out with India Against Corruption, propped up by the BJP and the RSS. Why was Aam Aadmi Party brought into existence by the RSS? Only to cut on the Congress's vote share across the country. They dented us in Goa. They tried to dent us in other states also. But ultimately, as a Congress worker, I said a Congress grassroots worker, that we are very happy with our vote share that is increasing in Delhi from 4% to approximately 8 to 9%, as your exit poll suggested. I once again am very candid out here. I don't matter what repercussions will be after this, but I will be happy to see all the regional parties which have decimated the Congress in their states to be wiped out. The Congress is the only force which is fighting the BJP ideologically and politically across the country.
Okay.
We did not compromise like Aam Aadmi Party, or we did not compromise like Nitish ji, or not like Chandrababu Naidu.
Wow.
Congress is fighting an election, not only an election, it is fighting an ideological battle across the country.
Miss Menon,
and I hope
Miss Menon, if she had a poison dart, she would have fired it at you by now.
Tomorrow.
No, one second, just 1 second. Maybe one second,
I think he would have.
Kamru Chaudhary, listen to me. You've spoken for 1 minute, 38 seconds and 1/100th of a second exactly. I have to ask you this question now. You said, and this is very interesting, and Smita Prakash, first of all, sir, do you think I'm a goldfish?
Never.
You don't think I'm a goldfish. That means you think I have a bit of a memory. Okay, so let me ask you this. Sir, you say that the Aam Aadmi Party is the B team of the BJP, RSS sponsored, ye, wo, filana, Sanghi party. Okay. Then what were you doing with them in the Lok Sabha election?
I told you.
Okay, were you building the cause of Hindutva?
Mistake. No,
it was a mistake. So when you fumble on your narrative, it's a mistake. Arey ho jata hai kabhi kabhi, error of judgment. So either you didn't believe what you have been saying, or, sir, you realize that the AAP has become such a burden that it would have pulled you down. You wouldn't have even got this 8% that the exit polls are predicting. Okay, secondly, don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. You say that you delight in the fact. So you say that you delight in the fact when third parties that have challenged and taken the Congress's space are defeated. That means you are very happy if the AAP loses, and you will say it's a fair and square election. So when the Congress loses, the EVMs are fixed. When other parties who are not Congress and not BJP lose, then the EVMs are working fine.
Rahul, the basic problem you are not trying to understand out here. EVM, ECI manipulation, that's a different part of the story.
Okay, it doesn't happen in Delhi.
Tooth and nail.
So the EVMs,
we are fighting tooth and nail. We are fighting tooth and nail. ECI appointment, from ECI appointment to voter list manipulation in Maharashtra, All these things are making any sense tonight? But the question
I tell you, the AAP's loss will be the biggest. The AAP's loss will be actually the biggest denunciation of this entire EVM narrative, because I will tell you who will be standing right besides the BJP cheering the loss of the AAP. It will be the Congress party. Suddenly they will have faith in the EVM and they will say, see, we told you.
Never.
Okay, then you want
the question. It's not the question of the EVM and the ECI manipulation.
Only in Delhi it's not. Okay.
All across the country.
All across the country. Then why don't you tell Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who set up an eagle panel to keep an eagle eye on the EC? Then why is the Congress party setting up? Mr. Kamru Chaudhary, I don't want to get into a war of words, but then why has the Congress party just 3 days back appointed tall leaders to a panel called the EAGLE, Eagle Panel? Who are they keeping an eye on?
Two questions. After the Supreme Court after the Supreme Court's order,
Sanju Verma wants to come in.
By the BJP
and Miss Sharma Menon, I will bring her in also. Yes, Sanju Verma.
Within 5 months.
Okay, Kamru Chaudhary, please. I think you have become a goldfish. You forget what your own leader promises just yesterday. Anyhow, go ahead. Yeah.
You know, Rahul, first and foremost, let's make one thing very clear. That be it, Maharashtra, be it Haryana, or even for that matter, Lok Sabha 2024, you and me have done so many debates together, and we've always agreed on one point, that the silent voter is the women voter class, and they cannot be ignored, because if you do so, it's at your own peril. Now, let me just say one thing. The Aam Aadmi Party spokespersons on debate after debate have been waxing eloquent that जो महिला का वोट है वो तो इस बार भी केजरीवाल के साथ है. But please tell me, can anyone forget that Swati Maliwal, a close former confidant and who continues to be a Rajya Sabha member from the Aam Aadmi Party, was beaten black and blue in the former CM Kejriwal's residence, in Kejriwal's presence, and instead of supporting Swati Maliwal, wait a minute, I've done a zillion debates where the Aam Aadmi Party spokespeople used to come on the panel and character assassinate Swati Maliwal. Kejriwal speaks about Mahila empowerment.
Ravi Srivastava. Ravi Srivastava, respond.
Black and blue.
Respond to Sanju Verma. You are not paying the woman voter back. Okay, Preeti Sharma Menon is back. Let me bring her in. Yes.
Thank you.
Preeti Sharma, please. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm so disappointed Ms. Verma did not recite one more poem.
Oh yes.
I don't think Swati Maliwal is the issue there. It is a fact that the women voters of Delhi are with Arvind Kejriwal because it's the only state in the country, the only city in the country where women get free bus rides. And free bus rides is not just a question of saving money. It's a bit of a freedom that a woman can now choose to go places and she can choose to do things. It is the woman who...
Okay, no one is giving me straight answers. Okay, lowering everyone's status. I want to bring in... No, hang on. I want to bring in Smita Prakash. This is very important. Viewers, let's look a little ahead. Let's assume that these election results hold. Let's assume. I want to ask you, what do you think is going to happen to the India bloc? The Congress is isolated in this bloc. All its great friends, the AAP, everyone is buried a knife in the Congress's back. Kamru is delighting in the fact that the AAP will lose. There are hundreds of other Congress leaders who are delighting today. Sandeep Dixit, you heard. Do you think this India alliance has lost its relevance after this election?
Look, this election is being watched, hawk-eyed by both the BJP and the Congress, though they are also fighting the election. The India alliance partners are also watching. Why? Because Aam Aadmi Party, all said and done, regardless of the results or what the exit polls show, the Aam Aadmi Party has seen the sharpest rise as a party in the past 10 years. No other party has risen so quickly, so suddenly, and in such a wide manner that it became a national party within 10 years. So that caused problems for the Congress in the India alliance. They took the Aam Aadmi Party in the alliance in the larger good of the country as they see it, which is the defeat of the BJP. They wanted that in 2019, they wanted that in 2024. So they took the Aam Aadmi Party to their own detriment in the national scene as well as in Delhi state. So this makes it nervous. And why the Aam Aadmi Party's sudden rise? That's also interesting. It's a party without an ideology. It's a party without any iconic leaders other than Arvind Kejriwal. There's no tall leaders, historically who have been part of it. Anna was a part of it, he is out. So there is nobody, no senior leader other than Arvind Kejriwal. AK is AAP is AK. And if Arvind Kejriwal goes back to jail, even that iconic leader is not there. So this party has caused ripples out there, and the rise of Aam Aadmi Party is a problem to the Congress in the India Alliance, but not a problem for the TMC, not a problem for Samajwadi Party, for RJD. None of the regional parties see any problem, but the Congress does.
Let me quickly sum this up, viewers. Let me quickly sum this up. If this election holds 3 or 4 points, number one, existential crisis for the AAP. You heard the AAP spokespeople say that no, Arvind Kejriwal will still be able to go out there and say I'm a Kattar Imandar, but trust me, viewers, that halo will be severely dented. Second, Congress is still not an alternative to the BJP. So even when a third party loses, the vote ain't going to the Congress party, it's going to the BJP. That will be worrisome for the Congress, especially Rahul Gandhi, who gets up in Parliament and says that the BJP is, or the AAP or the BJP are B teams or whatever of each other. Flip the coin and they're faces of the same side of the same, what is it? You flip the coin and you are two sides of the same, two sides of the same coin. There's massive implications. Yes. Massive implications for India Alliance, viewers, and its continuity and relevance. I have to take a break, ma'am. Sorry, taking a quick break. We are coming right back, viewers, with a very important story. The Prime Minister takes a dip in the Kumbh, and the people in the opposition have a massive problem. We'll examine why. Don't go away.
Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunima.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you.
Okay.
But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit, and by all standards he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then of course later by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement which hit out at the UPA 2 and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dikshit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad too late. Very quickly, when I would speak to many voters that do you look at Congress as an option, they said, kya faida, we look at it as a waste of vote. That is the problem which the Congress had to face. Despite an aggressive campaign by say Sandeep Dikshit, I wonder how many of them would think voting for the Congress party would make sense.
Well, vote katwa or waste of vote, but we must actually do a timeline flashback of Pallavi Ghosh reflecting on the Congress's performance from 2015 till 2025 and see how much of it what she said is the same and what's actually new. If it's the same story every time, then what has the party learned? That's a question. Yes, Arunima, who have you been tracking? We had pictures of the EVMs being packed, taken off the PowerPoints and this one, and then they're packed up, and those pictures coming through. So everything is being this time videographed and said, "Chalo bhai, koi doubt hi nahi chahiye." किसका बैटरी कितना डिस्चार्ज हुआ एक्सेट्रा.
Yes, sir. So, since you asked if we have voted, here's reporting that one of those 57% in Delhi who have gone and done their duty, in spite of the running around that we had to do all across the length and breadth of Delhi. Here at the booth that I am, yes, the last voter, she actually reached a few seconds after 6 o'clock, tried very hard to get in, but now it's time for the electoral staff to wrap up and leave, and that's exactly what is happening. This is the Jangpura constituency. I am reporting from one of those constituencies which hasn't really thrown up encouraging figures. In fact, if you see between Jangpura where Sisodia is standing, New Delhi where Arvind Kejriwal is contesting, and Kalkaji where Atishi is contesting, the lowest three numbers for Delhi has come from these three constituencies in that order: Southeast Delhi, New Delhi and Kalkaji. So we don't really know what's up in store for these three big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, but overall the party is quite upbeat at the moment. They feel there is no anti-incumbency. Bharatiya Janata Party is looking at the numbers also, hoping that this number is actually the anti-incumbency factor playing out. The women factor, women voters I have seen everywhere. I've gone to New Delhi, Okhla, Jangpura, I've gone to the Khan Market area. One thing that I can tell you is that the women voters have come out and made that difference. In whose favor they have made that difference, I think that only the 8th of this month will tell us.
True, Karol Bagh is 47.4 at 5 p.m. So that's also a very low number. But these places are all about 2 or 3% of the average median. That's 57% below. But Karol Bagh is about 10% below the actual current average. So that's also surprising. Smita Prakash, Chetan Bhagat also joins us in the studio. So let's take it away. The Delhi voter. Tell us, what did you find today, anecdotal experience today when you went to cast your vote?
Yes, so I didn't vote at 9 o'clock. Unlike Rahul, I was with you guys at 9 o'clock. So I went at 10 o'clock. There was nobody other than me voting out there. So very dull voting. South Delhi voters not particularly enthused to get out in the morning to vote. And I'm sure the voting percentage has not been all that great in South Delhi. But as I like the way you introduce Zaka as Zaka on the wall, very Rahul Dravid style. That's the way the Delhi voter has come out, very...
Viewers, what you're seeing on your screens is an expression of Hindu chauvinism or a photo op. The PM's tapasya is a homage to the soul of an Indic civilization long suppressed. The Prime Minister himself thinks this. After taking a holy dip in the Sangam, the Prime Minister himself talked about making a divine connection with India's Virasat. He said, and I quote, "Blessed to be at the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. The Snan at the Sangam is a moment of divine connection. And like the crores of others who have taken part in it, I was also filled with a spirit of devotion. May Ma Ganga bless all with peace, wisdom, good health and harmony," unquote. India may be a secular Rajya, a secular state, but it is the cradle of Hindu civilization. For years altogether, any attempt to reclaim Bharat or appreciate the glory of its Hindu civilization has been equated by a ruthless class of elites with an anti-secular activity. It was no different today, viewers, and you'll be shocked to hear this. The Congress was unsparing in its criticism of the Prime Minister. One Congress leader even mocking the way he conducted the rituals. Srinivas BV, Congress leader, said, "What kind of dip is this, in which the head is above water?" Udit Raj, Congress leader, says PM Modi did not go to Kumbh on the day hundreds of Hindus died. Today is neither a Hindu festival nor a celebration. Then what is the justification for bathing? If you have faith and belief, you could have bathed yesterday or the day before. Bahujans should understand that nothing is bigger than power, unquote. Viewers, many people today are asking whether now in our country, our Indic heritage has become an object of scorn. And I have to ask people like Tariq Khan and Kamru Chaudhary of the Congress party. Kamru Chaudhary, let me first bring you into this, since it's the Congress leaders who are having a lot of problems with the Prime Minister exercising his own right to prayer and worship. Are you today in contempt now of Indic rituals, of Hindu practices? Have you taken this now a step too far?
Rahul, first and foremost, leave aside the two issues. Don't mix them. One is the religious faith and another is the narcissism of our Honorable Prime Minister. Two are very different issues altogether. Our Prime Minister has been so predictable over the last few years. Like when I clearly remember in 2019 parliamentary election, when everybody was going for elections on the last day of voting, our Prime Minister was meditating somewhere in the Himalayas. So that is the narcissism that he professes, and I don't blame him.
One second.
He's built up.
What is your objection? Is a Prime Minister only a Prime Minister? Is he not a human being also? He cannot have any faith. He must relinquish his beliefs. What are you saying? I'm confused, because when Rahul Gandhi goes to a temple, for example, once in a century, before an election, then it's not a problem.
Listen. This
I'm asking you. When Sonia Gandhi went to the Kumbh and dangled her feet into the water. I'm asking you.
The most secular leaders of this nation. Don't compare.
So you tell me, how has Narendra Modi not been secular? What is the one thing that he has done that has compromised secularism? No, one second. Let's have a look at this. The Congress party, viewers, denies Hindus the right to go to court. They bring a bill. The Congress party goes ahead, the Congress party brings a bill to reverse the Shah Bano judgment, and that is the secular party, viewers. The Congress party comes out and says that we will bring in the Waqf Act, which gives Muslims huge powers. Is that an act of secularism, viewers?
Now, one thing.
One second, please. And now you have a problem with a Prime Minister who wants to go. He's not going on a day that will inconvenience anybody. He's going on a day to do his own private rituals. You have a problem with that?
He's going on a Tirth Yatra or a Kumbh Snan on a day Delhi votes.
So what? So is the country supposed to stop because Delhi is voting? No, is a country supposed to stop? Is a country supposed to stop? No, hang on. Is a country supposed to stop? That's, listen, hang on. Okay, quick response. Okay, fair enough. Quick response. Photo op to influence elections, as if the people of Delhi need to be reminded. This is the contempt, viewers. This is the contempt that the Congress party has. One second. This is the contempt that the Congress party has for the belief of Delhi voters, that they need to be reminded of their duties to be good Hindus or practicing Hindus by a Prime Minister. Can you believe it, viewers? Anyhow, okay. Sanju Verma, response. Okay, photo op. Photo op is a charge, influencing elections is a charge. Sanju Verma, respond please.
One Sanatan,
let Sanju Verma respond.
To keep quiet. Thank you. You know, Rahul, let me make one thing very clear. Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister of India, and it is absolutely his prerogative. When he decides to take the holy dip at the Mahakumbh, nobody on this panel is going to put a gun to the Prime Minister and tell him, ye kariye, और अब करिए, ये ना करिए, और अब मत करिए. Least of all people like Kamru Zaman. I don't tell him anything about his religious practices or how he should follow them or how he should change what is regressive. So he has no business giving lectures on Sanatan Dharma at every given opportunity. Let me just say one thing very clearly to you, Rahul. I did not heckle this man. Can I make my point?
Mr. Kamru Zaman, I'll have to lower your fader. Let her speak. Don't interfere, please. Yes, we don't have oodles of time here. Please,
Rahul, let's be very clear about one thing. You and me have done a zillion debates on this. Who went knocking on the doors of the Supreme Court both in 2006 and 2007, questioning the very existence of Prabhu Ram? It was the Congress party. Kapil Sibal was then a bona fide congressman. Today he is a Rajya Sabha member from Samajwadi Party. He repeatedly knocked on the doors of the Supreme Court saying, "Mere jeete ji, Ram Mandir ka nirmaan kabhi hone nahi dunga." This is the same Samajwadi Party who fired on unarmed car sevaks. And Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, who otherwise have an opinion on everything under the sun, till date have never condemned Mulayam Singh Yadav or Akhilesh Yadav for what happened in 1990. And let me tell you one last point. Do you remember last year during the Pran Pratishtha celebrations, Rahul Gandhi trivialized the entire thing by saying, "अरे मंदिरों में आपको ऐश्वर्या राय नाचती हुई मिलेगी." From Ram Mandir to Ram Setu to Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha, there has never been a single opportunity which the Congress has not used to undermine the core ethos of the Sanatan Dharma. And let me tell you that February 5th is Magh Ashtami. Magh Ashtami in Hindu Dharma stands for values related to sacrifice, penance, charity, devotion, astha. So if Prime Minister Modi chose 5th of February 2025, it is because it coincides with the auspicious Magh Ashtami in Hindu calendar. Just like Mauni Amavasya is very, very spiritually relevant for us, just like Basant Panchami is very relevant for us. Amit Shah took the holy day on the eve of Basant Panchami. Similarly, Prime Minister Modi chose Magh Ashtami. आपको क्या दिक्कत है भाई साहब?
No, they have a problem.
Narcissism.
Maha Ashtami, if someone chooses Maha Ashtami, it's narcissism, viewers. However, if someone chooses to have a party, iftar party, then that is secularism, viewers. I want to bring in the Samajwadi spokesperson Tariq Khan Saab. Tariq Khan Saab, this is Mulayam Singh Yadav. यूं ही नहीं, बड़ी मुश्किल से बनते Mulana Mulayam. This is what he said. Was he not playing to the religious galleries, sir, to win votes? Is that secularism? Invoking identity, acquiring an identity, appeasing a particular section of society?
Can I? BJP spokesperson said that nobody will guide कि ये करिए वो करिए यहाँ जाना है वहां जाना है कौन से मंदिर जाना है कौन से मंदिर नहीं जाना है. Very good. You said that Prime Minister is Prime Minister and also citizen of India. I'll buy your argument provided that nobody should question a political leader that you should go there or not to go there at a holy place or a temple. Now tell me why all the media and BJP has been asking Akhilesh ji that when you will visit Ram temple, when? Why the same question has been asked that Akhilesh ji is not visiting Kumbh Mela and he has visited? It's his faith.
Sanju Verma, quick response and then I wrap up. Yes.
No, I just want to tell the Samajwadi Party spokesperson this. We questioned Akhilesh Yadav on why he chose not to attend the Pran Pratishtha celebrations last year after he made a reckless allegation that he and his wife Dimple Yadav were not invited. We proved that allegation to be baseless. So please get the right context. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi have been saying that, Sanatan Dharma is being used to score political brownie points. That is what I have an aversion against. There is no political brown scoring business happening here. Prime Minister is simply doing what he chooses to do.
People have a right in this country to practice their faith. If the left ecosystem believes that to be true, then they shouldn't have a problem with the Prime Minister doing what he is doing in the interest of propitiating the gods he believes in. If you're questioning, then there's a problem. We leave it to that.
Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunima.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you. But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit. and by all standards, he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then of course later by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement, which hit out at the UPA 2 and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dixit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad too late. Very quickly, when I would speak to many voters that do you look at Congress as an option, they said, kya faida, we look at it as a waste of vote. That is the problem which the Congress had to face. Despite an aggressive campaign by say Sandeep Dixit, I wonder how many of them would think voting for the Congress party would make sense.
Well, vote katwa or waste of vote, but we must actually do a timeline flashback of Pallavi Ghosh reflecting on the Congress's performance from 2015 till 2025 and see how much of it what she said is the same and what's actually new. If it's the same story every time, then what has the party learned? That's a question. Yes, Arunima, who have you been tracking? We had pictures of the EVMs being packed, taken off the PowerPoints and this one, and then they're packed up, and those pictures coming through. So everything is being this time videographed and said, chalo bhai, koi doubt hi nahi chahiye. Kiska battery kitna discharge hua, etc.
Yes, so since you asked if we have voted, here's reporting that one of those 57% in Delhi who have gone and done their duty, in spite of the running around that we had to do all across the length and breadth of Delhi. Here at the booth that I am, yes, the last voter, she actually reached a few seconds after 6 o'clock, tried very hard to get in, but now it's time for the electoral staff to wrap up and leave, and that's exactly what is happening. This is the Jangpura constituency. I am reporting from one of those constituencies which hasn't really thrown up encouraging figures. In fact, if you see between Jangpura where Sisodia is standing, New Delhi where Arvind Kejriwal is contesting, and Kalkaji where Atishi is contesting, the lowest three numbers for Delhi has come from these three constituencies in that order: Southeast Delhi, New Delhi and Kalkaji. So we don't really know what's up in store for these three big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, but overall the party is quite upbeat at the moment. They feel there is no anti-incumbency. Bharatiya Janata Party is looking at the numbers also, hoping that this number is actually the anti-incumbency factor playing out. The women factor, women voters I've seen everywhere. I've gone to New Delhi, Okhla, Jangpura, I've gone to the Khan Market area. One thing that I can tell you is that the women voters have come out and made that difference. In whose favor they have made that difference, I think that only the 8th of this month will tell us.
True. Karol Bagh is 47.4 at 5 p.m. So that's also a very low number. But these places are all about 2 or 3% of the average median. That's 57% below. But Karol Bagh is about 10% below the actual current average. So that's also surprising. Smita Prakash, Chetan Bhagat also joins us in the studio. So let's take it away. The Delhi voter. Tell us, what did you find today, anecdotal experience today when you went to cast your vote?
Yes, so I didn't vote at 9 o'clock. Unlike Rahul, I was with you guys at 9 o'clock. So I went at...
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump has dropped a new bombshell. He wants to occupy Gaza, raze it to the ground and rebuild it into the Riviera of West Asia. What about the 2 million odd people who live there? Well, they will have to leave, maybe go to neighboring countries. You can imagine the reaction, but we'll bring you the details anyway. He's also threatened to obliterate Iran. We will tell you why. Meanwhile, in the US, their infamous spy agency, the CIA, is going for a makeover. They've told their staff to take 8 months' pay and leave, or they could be fired later. In India, a US military craft carrying illegal migrants lands in the city of Amritsar. We'll tell you what happens next. Also, a report on the controversial past of US aid, from meddling to terror funding, what we know about the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history, why OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is in India and calling it an incredibly important market, why Indian women are betting big on the stock market in record numbers, in fact. The life and legacy of Aga Khan. He has died at the age of 88. And foods that won't fly, from pickles to peanut butter, and now 11 tons of kimchi confiscated at South Korean airports. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Lawmakers in the Philippines vote to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte, who has fallen out with President Marcos Jr. This paves the way for a Senate trial that could see Duterte removed from office. She has been accused of plotting to assassinate the president and corruption. Shots fired outside a metro station in Belgium's capital, Brussels. Police launch a manhunt for at least 2 gunmen carrying automatic rifles. After the shooting, the suspects fled inside the station and entered the tunnels. No injuries have been reported. The incident is not being considered a terrorist attack. In India, polling for the Delhi Assembly elections ends. The voter turnout was just above 57%. It's a three-way contest between the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party. The Aam Aadmi Party is eyeing a third consecutive term. The results will be declared on Saturday. The Kremlin dismisses the Ukrainian president's readiness for talks as empty words after Volodymyr Zelensky said he was willing to hold direct talks with Vladimir Putin. Last week, the Russian president did not rule out talks with Ukraine, but said he won't speak directly with Zelensky to end the nearly 3-year-long war. And M23 fighters and Rwandan forces launch a new offensive in the eastern DR Congo. They seize a mining town near the provincial capital. Intense clashes break out at dawn between the Rwanda-backed rebel group and the Congolese armed forces. This comes just a day after the M23 rebels announced a unilateral ceasefire.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too.
I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wisecrack. The Riviera of the Middle East. This could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
You can put a real estate mogul in the White House, but you cannot take real estate out of him. President Donald Trump has proven that. Yesterday, he hosted the Prime Minister of Israel, his best buddy, Benjamin Netanyahu. After the talks, both men addressed the press and Trump unveiled his plan for Gaza, a classic realtor's tactic. Remove the people, demolish what remains, and rebuild the whole place.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different.
This is unprecedented stuff. Trump wants the U.S. to take over the Gaza Strip. He wants to raze all the buildings, dismantle the explosives, and create new housing societies. There are two obvious problems with the plan. One, Gaza is Palestinian land. It does not belong to the United States or Donald Trump. And two, Gaza is not empty either. 2 million Palestinians live in Gaza. What will happen to them? President Trump seems least bothered about that. He suggested that neighboring Arab countries will host them, countries like Jordan and Egypt. I know this sounds absurd and imperialist already, but it gets worse. Trump gave a long explanation for why this plan is necessary. Not strategic convenience, not humanitarian concerns. Trump says Gaza is unlucky.
I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time.
That's the realtor speaking again. But do not worry. Gaza is only unlucky for Palestinians. For everybody else, it's perfect beachfront property. That's what Trump is pitching here. He wants to turn Gaza into the Riviera of West Asia. Listen to this.
And I don't want to be cute, I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent.
Trump says he has pitched this plan to West Asian leaders and he says they'll love it. But we're not so sure. Arab leaders have already rejected this plan. They say Gazans should not be pushed out. In fact, Jordan has gone one step ahead. They are ready for war to prevent the displacement of Gazans, because Jordan would be the worst affected. Around 3 million Palestinians already live in Jordan. The kingdom cannot host more. So the Arab position is pretty clear. Don't even think about it. Even America's Western allies have rejected the plan. France, Germany, Spain, all of them have opposed it. They say Gazans must stay in Gaza. China and Russia are also on the same page. Moscow called it the cancellation of Palestine, and China said it opposes forced relocation. Which makes you wonder, is anyone supporting Trump's plan? The answer is yes, Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu looked quite happy, maybe even surprised by what he heard. At best, he was hoping for political support from President Trump, but what he got was permission to wipe out Gaza, to kick out all the Palestinians.
President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea, and I think it's worth paying attention to this.
Well, this is a bonus for Netanyahu. His political future was hanging in the balance. His recent truce deal was not acceptable to his allies at home. Plus, his war goals were unmet. You see, Hamas is still calling the shots in Gaza, so Netanyahu's war was being called pointless and genocidal. But Donald Trump has thrown him a lifeline. His far-right allies love this Riviera plan. If enacted, it would end all hopes for a Palestinian state. But here's the crazy idea. Ask the Palestinians. For Israel, Gaza may be a piece of land. For Trump, it may be beachfront property. But for Gazans, it is their homeland. And they do not plan to leave it.
We are staying steadfast in our land here. Who wants to rebuild should not kick us out under the pretext of rebuilding. You helped Israel in the first place in this destruction that we can see here. How could a Palestinian who holds the Palestinian nationality and whose all ancestors died on this soil go to Egypt, Jordan, or any other country? These are rejected statements, and it will not pass on the Palestinian people. This president, who is called Donald Trump, comes to us with a new method to displace us from our country where we are rooted. This is our land. We will not get out of it.
So nobody likes this plan. Not the Palestinians, not the Arabs, not the Europeans, not the Russians or the Chinese. Only Donald Trump likes it. And how will this proposal affect the region? What does it mean for West Asia? Let's look at the 3 possible impacts it could have. Number 1, a setback to the Gaza ceasefire deal. The second stage of talks are slated to begin soon, but Trump's comments will undermine it because any deal is built on trust. Why would Hamas negotiate if the plan is to relocate Gazans, to turn Gaza into some resort town? So Trump's proposal endangers the existing truce. That's impact number one. Impact number two, a setback on Arab-Israel normalization. Saudi Arabia has made its position clear today: no Palestinian state, no normalization. In fact, let me quote from their statement. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, emphasized that Saudi Arabia will continue its relentless efforts to establish an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital and will not establish diplomatic relations with Israel without that. So Israel cannot have it both ways, which brings us to impact number three. The pretense is gone. The US was never serious about a two-state solution. They just want a strong and thriving Israel. Other presidents sugar-coated this position. Donald Trump is just being blunt about it. Because this plan is a death blow to Palestinian statehood. It is textbook ethnic cleansing. If Trump gets his way, it would weaken the global system further. It would erode concepts of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Because this is geopolitics. We deal with countries and people here, not properties and tenants.
Restore a maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I would love to be able to make a great deal.
US President Donald Trump wasn't done with just Gaza. He made another move in West Asia, this time against Iran. Trump has restored a policy from his first term, his maximum pressure policy. Now, some of you may know that Iran is not very fond of Donald Trump. There was allegedly a plot last year before the US presidential election, an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. It was thwarted last September, but the suspected assassin is still at large, and now Trump has decided to ramp up pressure on Iran. He was asked if he feared another Iranian attempt on his life after he brought back his maximum pressure policy, and this was Donald Trump's response.
If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left.
Mr. President, when you said if they do it, they get obliterated. Just to be clear, you're talking about if Iran made an attempt on your life.
Yeah. That would be called total obliteration.
Trump says he has left instructions. If Iran manages to kill him, he has directed the US to quote-unquote obliterate the country. It's quite the threat. But why was it even being discussed? Why would Iran want to kill Donald Trump? Well, his maximum pressure policy would bring a world of hurt for Tehran. So there's always the fear that Iran could retaliate, especially considering what happened the last time. Iran signed a deal back in 2015 when Barack Obama was US president. It was conventionally known as the Iran nuclear deal. But Donald Trump tore it up unilaterally during his first term as president. He replaced it with sanctions and increased scrutiny of Iran's activities, both nuclear and otherwise. This was his first maximum pressure policy. It caused Iran's economy to crash, bringing hardship to everyone in the country, both the government and the ordinary people. This policy was in effect during all of Trump's first term, and the sanctions stayed even after he left. Joe Biden continued with Trump's policies despite trying to negotiate another Iran nuclear deal. He couldn't. And it doesn't matter now because Trump would have torn it up anyway. So now we are back to maximum pressure, and Iran is in for another bruising. First, let's look at the policy itself. It has three broad goals. Point one, Iran should be denied a nuclear weapon and intercontinental ballistic missile. Point two, Iran's terrorist network should be neutralized. And point three, Iran's aggressive development of missiles as well as other asymmetric and conventional weapons capabilities should be countered. This is broadly what the deal says, what the policy says. Now, points 1 and 2 are straightforward. Point 1, Iran should be denied a nuclear weapon and intercontinental ballistic missile. Point 2, Iran's terrorist network should be neutralized. And point 3, Iran's aggressive development of missiles as well as other asymmetric and conventional weapons capabilities should be countered. This is broadly what the deal says, what the policy says. Iran cannot be allowed to build a nuclear weapon or an ICBM, which is an intercontinental ballistic missile, a missile that can travel over 5,000 kilometers. Officially, Iran does not have these ICBMs. It has a number of short and medium range missiles, but no ICBMs, and Trump wants to make sure that they cannot build one. He also wants to go after Iran's proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis, and the Iran-backed militias in Iraq and Syria. The US wants to neutralize all of them. And then we have the last point. Iran's aggressive development of missiles, as well as other asymmetric and conventional weapons capabilities, should be countered. What does that even mean? Effectively, the US wants Iran to disarm itself completely. No more weapons, no more military activities. They want Iran to become a sitting duck. Do you really think Iran would ever agree to this? Would any sovereign nation? Best case scenario, they will shelve their nuclear ambitions. And Trump understands this, because that is all that he seemed to care.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. With me, it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to be tough on Iran. We don't want to be tough on anybody, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
The second part of that statement was quite interesting. Trump said he does not want to be, quote unquote, tough on Iran.
Iran situation, hopefully, I'm going to sign it, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it very much. We will see whether or not we can arrange or work out a deal with Iran, and everybody can live together, and maybe that's possible, and maybe it's not possible. So I'm signing this, and I'm unhappy to do it.
That was before he signed the order. But even afterwards, while he was standing next to Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump said this.
I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran.
Netanyahu was right next to him as Trump called Iranians incredible people. Perhaps that is what prompted Netanyahu to remind Trump about this.
We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. We're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon.
Netanyahu was talking about the alleged Iranian plot to assassinate Trump, almost reminding him that Iran was his enemy. And how is Tehran dealing with all of this? Listen to what their foreign minister had to say.
I think maximum pressure is a failed experience, and testing it again will lead to another failure. If the main issue is stopping Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons, well, this is something achievable. This is not too difficult. Iran is a committed member of the NPT and its stances are clear. Also, there is a fatwa by the Supreme Leader that has made things clear for us.
He said the maximum pressure policy failed in the past and it will fail again. However, he did seem to offer an olive branch, saying if the main issue was to stop Iran from getting nukes, it was achievable, and that Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has issued a fatwa against nukes. So it would not be too difficult to reassure Trump, to convince him that nukes were off the table. Now, all of this should be taken with a fistful of salt, because Iran is still enriching uranium and trying to produce weapons-grade nuclear fuel. If push comes to shove, Iran may choose to build nukes, because if nothing else, they would be a massive deterrent. But all that is in the realm of speculation for now. The fact is, Trump has reimposed his maximum pressure policy. His expectations are sky high, but if Iran actually stops its nuclear program, will the US back off? Or are nuclear weapons just an excuse to continue crippling Iran? We will see in the coming months. Our next story is about the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, America's most secretive spy agency. The CIA has been a paradox, hidden in plain sight, operating where it shouldn't. For decades, it has shaped global conflicts, it has toppled governments and brokered peace, all without so much as a press release. But now the CIA is making headlines. Why? Because Donald Trump is giving it a makeover. The agency has sent buyout offers to its entire workforce. All employees working in the CIA, they have two choices. Take the deal and leave the agency behind. They would walk away with 8 months of pay and benefits, or they can stay put and wait for layoffs. It's a tough choice for anyone, even tougher for America's top spies. How many people will this affect? The exact number of people working in the CIA is classified. However, estimates suggest around 20,000 to 22,000 employees. Now, this offer is not a new one. US federal employees received a similar one last week. Trump wants to downsize the US government. The plan is to cut down federal spending. But intelligence agencies were initially spared. After all, their work does not fit the typical bureaucratic mold. But the new CIA director thinks different. His name is John Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe wants the CIA in on this plan. And he has two main goals: to align the CIA with the new administration's priorities and to infuse the agency with renewed energy.
I will unapologetically empower the most talented, hardest working, and most courageous risk takers and innovators to protect the American people and advance America's interests. And I will not tolerate anything or anyone that distracts from our mission.
Well, that's the official explanation, but reports suggest something deeper. A purge. Trump and his aides have long accused the CIA. They say the officers are part of the deep state, a shadowy bureaucracy working against him. So now Trump wants a new CIA, one that aligns with his vision. But there's a catch. The logistics remain murky. The buyout offer was sent to the entire workforce, but not everyone can just walk away. Some operations are too classified to be disrupted. Some missions have been running for years and cannot be abandoned now. Certain personnel, especially spies, could be exempt. And here's the real kicker. John Ratcliffe holds the power. He decides who stays, he decides who goes, and he decides when. How will this impact American intelligence? Let's look at the CIA's history first. It was born in the aftermath of World War II, emerging from the Wartime Office of Strategic Services. In the year 1947, then US President Harry Truman signed the National Security Act, officially establishing it as America's primary spy agency. The mission was clear: collect intelligence, conduct covert operations, and act as America's first line of defense. Soon the CIA became the invisible architect of American influence. It orchestrated coups in Iran and Latin America. It smuggled Soviet missile blueprints. In fact, it fueled the Cold War shadow battles, trained the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and killed Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. Its victories are often buried in classified files, but its failures, well, they play out on the world stage. Like the Bay of Pigs, it was a CIA-led operation aimed at overthrowing Cuba's Fidel Castro. They failed, and it embarrassed the United States government. Which brings us to the CIA's relationship with the White House. It is complicated at best. Some presidents relied heavily on it, the likes of John F. Kennedy and George W. Bush. Others tried to restrain its reach, like Barack Obama. But Trump has chosen an unpredictable approach. He wants the CIA of his dreams, and he can have it, but at what cost? A mass exodus could cripple intelligence operations, especially if experienced officers quit. It could disrupt missions, weaken response times, and strain alliances that rely on US intelligence. Plus, critics believe expertise may take a backseat to political loyalty. So will this overhaul create a leaner, more efficient CIA, or will it leave America's intelligence apparatus vulnerable at a time of rising global threats? Honestly, we don't know that yet. But here's what we can say. For the CIA that may have seen it all, this makeover is unlike any threat it has dealt with in the past. Vantage continues after a short break.
Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunima.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you. But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And you know, it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit, and you know, by all standards, he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then of course later by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement which hit out at the UPA 2 and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dikshit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad